Chapter 1. Squire to an Ivory Knight. "Let me go to the wall," Jon pleaded. "No," Eddard Stark said, sat in his solar. "You're too young." "Then let me go south." Ned blinked in surprise. "What? You and Uncle Benjen say I can't go to the wall because I don't know what I'm giving up," Jon said, crossing his arms. "So let me go find out." Ned looked at him for a moment before sighing. "I could send you to ward with one of the northern lords." "No," Jon shook his head. "I already know the north. If I can't go to the wall, then send me south. Let me go to Dorne where it won't matter that I'm a bastard. Send me to the Reach or the Stormlands." Ned shook his head. "No." "Why not?" asked Jon. "I'm not sending you south, Jon." "Am I a prisoner?" he asked, tilting his head as Ned's brow rose. "What?" "I can't go south, I can't go to the wall. It's not like I'm an heir or anyone who matters." He took a breath, letting his arms fall to his sides. "I'm leaving Winterfell. If I have to pack a bag and do whatever jobs I can to make my way, I will." Ned stared at him, shocked by his declaration. "Why do you want to leave?" "Because I don't matter here," he said, louder and quick than he intended. He sighed, letting out his frustration as he shook his head. "Robb, Arya, even Bran and Rickon are like family, but Sansa ignores me and Lady Stark hates me." She hated him more than Theon, who was a hostage that acted like one of them and clearly thought he could marry Sansa and make it official. As though she'd ever want anything to do with him. "She doesn't." Ned quieted when Jon looked to him skeptically. He sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. "Let me look into it. I'll try to find someone good. Someone I can trust." "Thank you, father." Ned frowned, giving the boy a nod as he departed the room. After much deliberation, Ned decided to ask Yohn Royce if he would take his bastard as a ward and give the boy a chance to make a name for himself, assuring him of Jon's excellent character. While Yohn sent a reply saying he would send word once he had things in order, the next letter he received was from Jon Arryn. His wife heard of Ned's interest in warding Jon Snow and happened to mention it to Jon Arryn while King Robert was near. Right away, Robert offered to take the boy in as ward himself, ignoring the fact the boy was a bastard. When Jon Arryn reminded him of the impropriety, he decided instead to secure the boy a place as squire to Barristan Selmy. He would let the boy make a name for himself and even offered to legitimize him so he could make a cadet branch of House Stark, not unlike the Karstarks. Worst yet, Robert had already sent someone north to collect the boy, meaning it would be a grievous insult thrice over to have the men sent north do so for naught, deny Barristan his squire and Robert his favor. Ned stared at the letter, wondering if he was in a nightmare. He couldn't deny them, and yet couldn't help but think sending the boy to stay with Robert would out the truth. Somehow, Robert would look at Jon and see Lyanna, or even worse, would see Rhaegar. He would find the truth in Jon's eyes and murder the boy. But he couldn't anger Robert, so with a sigh went to the Godswood, prayed to the old gods, and told Jon of the impending arrival. It almost hurt how happy Jon was to leave, though that lessened when Robb and Arya learned of it. "I'm sure you'll be able to write to me, and I'll write whenever anything interesting happens," Jon promised as Arya clung to him. Ned had hoped they wouldn't be angry with Jon, but instead found both were colder toward their mother and Sansa, who they saw as driving Jon away. It didn't help that when Catelyn heard the news, she gave a victorious snort in front of them all. Jon packed all he had, which wasn't very much, and counted the days until the guards called the gates to open for a white-cloaked rider from the south. Arya had run for the yard to tell Jon, interrupting his training with Robb and Theon. All three were dismissed early, rushing behind her to make way for the gate. They found Ned already standing alongside Lady Stark with Rickon in her arms and Sansa beside her holding Bran's hand. Jon had heard stories of Barristan Selmy, expecting to find an old ivory knight with armor and hair of white. Instead, he found a man in crimson silks and gilded armor that matched his hair beneath a white cloak. His confusion gave way when he noticed the lion engraved on the armor as the man's cat-green eyes took them in. He looked as much a king as he did a knight, lacking the stoic visage John imagined Kingsguard had. "Sir Jaime," Ned said with a nod as the knight dismounted. "Lord Stark," Jaime said, scanning the family gathered until his eyes settled on John, a smirk taking his lips. "That your bastard?" Caitlin shifted as Ned nodded. "I assume you're the one he sent to escort him?" Jaime, clearly displeased by the assignment, gave a grunt. "I am." Ned waved John over, patting the boy's shoulder once he was beside him. "This is my son, Jon Snow. John, this is Sir Jaime Lannister." "It's an honor to meet you, sir," John said with a quick nod, holding back his disappointment. Sir Barristan hadn't been the one to get him, but then he was Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He couldn't leave his king, let alone for a bastard boy like him, which might explain Jaime's contained displeasure. The assignment was an insult given to him by Robert. "Your age, boy?" Jaime asked with an arched brow. 12, sir," John said, quietly adding, "Nearly." Jaime chuckled, shaking his head. "Shall we be off at once?" "Please stay the night," Ned asked. "Give the boy a day to say his farewells." Jaime shrugged and sighed, looking to John. "A knight of the Kingsguard is best at the king's side. I can spare no more than a night, and when we ride we do so with haste." "Aye, sir," John nodded, standing as tall as he could. "I'll do my best." Jaime snorted. "I'm sure you will." Even at his last supper in Winterfell, John ate at the low tables. He departed shortly after Eddard stood and toasted to his well-being and wished John luck. Jaime found him in the training yard, beating a straw dummy with a training sword. "Your form is awful," he said, standing near the rail with his arms crossed. When John stopped mid-swing and turned to him, Jaime smirked. "Is that how all men of the North fight?" "It's how I fight," John offered with a shrug. "Then you'll surely die the moment you face someone with live steel." John's jaw shifted, looking from the blunted sword to Jaime. He was spoken of with distaste as the Kingslayer, but he was knighted at 15, and there were stories of Jaime's skill with a sword. He could overlook his lack of honor if it meant a chance to gain knowledge that could help John. "What am I doing wrong?" "Breathing," Jaime laughed. Seeing the boy's sullen face remain unchanged, he sighed and shook his head. "Swing like that and you'll just exhaust yourself. The sword isn't just a tool. It's not a hammer you swing. You don't need to force all of your strength into it to get what you want." John frowned. "I know that. I was just—" Jaime's brow arched as he realized the boy was venting his frustration on the straw dummy. Maybe he wasn't the mindless lapdog Jaime thought him. "Oh!" With a nod, he glanced back at the great hall where the Starks still lingered. "Then it's fine. Swing away, get it out, but for a real fight it's important to remember it's not all strength. It's easy to feel like it matters when you start off, but once you wield steel with a true edge, you find how much strength you use often doesn't matter as much as where you hit." John nodded, saying with a smile, "So stick 'em with the pointy end." Jaime chuckled, his hair falling about his face as it fell forward before he nodded and brushed it back. "The sides work as well, but the pointy end is usually the best to end it quick." When morning came, the Starks gathered to see John off. He ruffled Bran's hair and hugged the boy. "You have to go?" he asked when John backed away. "Don't worry," John said with an assuring smile. "I'll keep an eye for knights who might want you for a squire, and if I don't find any, then you can be mine." Bran's eyes widened. "Really?" "I promise," John nodded. When he moved to Arya, she nearly knocked him over with a hug. "I'll write as much as I can." "And I'll do the same," he promised. When he came to Sansa, she offered a slight curtsy. "Farewell, John." "Farewell, Sansa," he nodded solemnly. Robb pulled him into a hug the moment he could, the boys patting each other's backs before separating, holding their shoulders. "I imagine next time we meet I'll be calling you Sir." John laughed, but that died as he moved to Caitlin and gave her a quick nod. "Lady Stark." He flashed Rickon a smile and moved to Ned, who hugged him. "Thank you." John told him before they separated. Failing to hide his concern completely, Eddard looked him over and nodded. I've no doubt you'll prove more than worthy. Mounting the spare horse gifted to him, John looked back to his family a final time before following Jaime Lannister to the King's Road. At first the journey had been quiet, but with time Jaime sighed and glanced over at John. So what made him send you away? I asked to leave, John said, glancing at the King's Guard. That's so? Jaime nodded. Thinking back, he arched his brow. Because of Lady Stark? Seeing the boy look down and remain quiet, Jaime snickered. Ah, so she's a cunt. John looked at him shocked, but saw Jaime smirk at him. Shaking his head, John looked ahead. She made it clear what I am. And what's that? Asked Jaime. The shame of House Stark. Jaime glanced at him for a moment and thought of other bastards. Seeing the misery and shame on the boy's face, he felt something stir inside him. Thankful his bastards had a shroud over them thanks to the king's stupidity. It wouldn't be hard to sneak much past the drunken lout, but at least his children would never suffer for his love of Cersei. If even a bastard born to the Warden of the North and raised in his home as one of his children was made to feel like this, what would become of his children if the truth came out? Fuck that old trout cunt, Jaime said with a scoff, flashing John a smile when he looked at him. Make sure you remember her face when you go back a night while she's still a miserly crone. Jaime couldn't help but notice John's smile a bit at that. Both from Jaime's apparent confidence he would become a knight and the idea of proving he was more than the shame of her husband. When they settled for the night, Jaime took the horses and waved John off. Go find wood for a fire. Seeing John's surprise, Jaime shrugged. Consider it preparation for squirely duties. Of course, John nodded, rushing off to gather wood and rocks. Jaime watched John prepare their fire and raise their tents before settling in and taking the preserves Jaime offered him. He found himself not entirely bored by the boy's presence. Though sullen-looking and slow to open up, once he started talking, Jaime found him easy to speak with. That little one with the brown hair was Arya, right? He asked after John told him of how Catelyn once berated him for letting her hold his training sword. Yeah, that's her, John nodded, looking at the fire for a moment before his smile grew sly. I think once I can return I'd like to buy a sword for her and offer to train her. Jaime grinned. That'll really stick it to the trout. John tilted his head in reluctant agreement. Looking to Jaime, he asked, What is Ser Barristan like? Should I know anything before meeting him? Barristan is a good man, Jaime said with a nod. Old enough that most would be brittle and crazed, but the man's still as sharp as Valyrian steel. He seemed to examine John for a moment before deciding to continue. It's every man who wishes they could have your place as his squire you'll need to look out for, and do your best to steer clear of the other white cloaks. John arched his brow. I'll try not to bother you or your brothers. Brothers? Jaime scoffed. I have one brother and he wields a sword about as well as the king curtsies. When John chuckled, Jaime flashed him a questioning look and John shook his head. I won't say a word. Good man, Jaime nodded, downing the last of his food. Jaime told him of King's Landing and Casterly Rock, even of his brother and the royal family. John listened well, seeming thankful for all he said, and yet laughed or shook his head whenever Jaime threw in something ridiculous to test his attention. He wasn't putting up a front of being polite. His honest interest and sincerity when he spoke surprised Jaime. It was on their third night that he'd barely tied the horses to a tree when he heard the ruffle of grass and turned to see John dodging the dagger of a man in ragged clothes. 3 others armed with daggers rushed them, 2 charging toward Jaime while the third helped the other with John. In a flash of silver and crimson, Jaime's sword was drawn and cut through the arm of one man, dropping his dagger while Jaime stepped forward and slashed through his throat. That same motion let Jaime deflect the strike of the next man before quickly thrusting his sword through the bandit's throat and pulling up through his jaw as he withdrew. Turning his attention to the other 2, he found one had his arm around John with his dagger pointed at the boy's face while the other turned to aim his dagger at Jaime. Seeing his friends killed seemed to matter little. "Give us your purse," he ordered. Jaime found himself smiling, wishing he wore his white cloak under the travel cloak he wore just to see them piss themselves. "Oh well. I'd suggest you let the boy go and leave now," Jaime said, aiming his sword toward the one holding John. "Fuck off, pretty boy," said the one aiming at Jaime. Jaime's brow arched before rising as he watched John grab the arm of the man aiming his dagger at him and slip beneath his loose arm while pushing it forward, driving the man's own dagger into his chest. With a laugh, Jaime dashed forward, stabbing the bandit's wrist and slashing up before tearing the tip of his sword from the man's bicep and thrusting it through his eye as the other gasped and tore the dagger from his chest. He turned in shock to look at the boy that made him stab himself and found John's fist slamming into his eye, making him stumble back wincing. When he finally opened his eyes, he did so just as Jaime thrust his sword through his heart and kicked him off the blade. Once all the bandits lay dead around them, he tore the cleanest sleeve off one and used it to wipe the blood from his blade. Jaime sheathed his clean sword before turning to pat John's shoulder. "Good work getting out of that." John stared at the man who held him before nodding and looking to Jaime. "I'm sorry I got caught." Jaime shrugged. "You're unarmed and outnumbered. Fair enough for a boy who never had a real fight." Looking over the men, Jaime found the one with the best maintained dagger and removed the man's belt, thrusting the dagger into its scabbard before handing it to John. "Take it," he ordered. "They won't be much use to these fools, and you'll need it if this happens again." John glanced at him before nodding and securing the belt around waist. Though that was the last time they had to fend off bandits, John found the dagger useful along their journey south for completing the little tasks Jaime gave him, calling each practice for squirely duties. However, the dagger was cheaply made, so by the time they reached the Crownlands the blade was chipped and near useless. Though it stunk and seemed louder than even Winterfell, as John rode through the gates of King's Landing with Jaime Lannister at his side, he couldn't help but smile and feel like this was meant to be. Maybe Winterfell wasn't the home he thought it had been. Maybe he could make a life for himself here, the kind of life he deserved. Chapter 2. First day at King's Landing. Robert was all smiles as he made his way to the courtyard with Barristan Selmy and Mandon Moore behind him as he came to stand beside Jon Arryn. The old hand greeted Robert with a nod. "My king," Arryn said with a smile. Robert nodded to him before looking around with a sigh. "Took them long enough to get here." "I'm sure they traveled with haste, your grace," Barristan assured. "Ser Jaime knows a Kingsguard's place is at his king's side." Robert smirked at the thought of Jaime grousing and groaning the whole time. Hopefully he didn't take it out on the boy. Barristan hoped the same. If he had to take the boy as Squire, then he would need to be around the other Kingsguard. Best if he wasn't wary of them before the boy even reached him. To their shock, when Jaime and Jon Snow made their way into the courtyard, they did so wearing smiles, though Jon's was more reserved than the broad flash of whites across Jaime's face as he laughed. Once they spotted the welcoming group, Jon's eyes widened briefly, following Jaime to stand in front of Robert. Jon made to kneel, but Robert grabbed him and laughed as he looked him over. "Look at you." The king turned to Jon Arryn, squeezing Jon's shoulder tightly. "He's Ned anew." Jon Arryn looked the boy over with a kind smile before nodding. "That he is." Robert turned back to Jon, who looked a bit nervous to be embraced so quickly by the king. "Thank you, your grace." "It's not a compliment, boy," Robert said with a laugh. "Ned was the ugly one of us." Jon smiled, saying without thinking, "Then he surely still is." The others went wide-eyed as Jon fought a wince and Jaime bit back a chuckle until Robert let out a bellowing laugh. "Good lad." Robert grabbed Jon's arm and felt his bicep with an approving nod. "You know how to wield a sword?" "Yes, your grace," Jon nodded. "I was trained alongside Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy by Ser Roderick Castle." Good, I'm sure, but he's no Barristan the Bold." Turning to the Kingsguard, Robert smacked Barristan's shoulder. "Take the day to show the boy around and get him settled." Robert left no room for argument as he walked off, calling out, "Come, Lannister." Jaime sighed, giving Jon a nod before following his king. leaving him with John Arryn and Barristan Selmy. "There are no spare rooms in the White Sword Tower," John Arryn explained, smiling so John suddenly noticed the man was missing some of his teeth. "But I've secured spare servants' quarters for you. Ser Barristan will show you them." "Thank you, my lord," John said with a nod. "If you need anything, ask," Arryn told him. "I'll do what I can for my namesake. I hope you do well here, Jon Snow." "I'll do my best, my lord," John assured. Once John Arryn departed, John turned to Ser Barristan, who motioned to the bag across his torso. "I'll take you to your room to drop that off. Then I'd like to take you to the yard and gauge where you are." "Of course, sir," John nodded. Spotting the belt on his waist, Barristan motioned to the dagger as he led the boy toward his room. "Your father give you that for the road?" John shook his head. "No. Ser Jaime took it from one of the bandits he killed." Barristan looked to John. "Bandits?" "We were on the King's Road and stopped to camp for the night when 4 of them came upon us with daggers," John explained. "One grabbed me and held me at point, but Ser Jaime killed 2 others, and while the third asked for his purse, I slipped loose and made the bandit stab himself. Ser Jaime then slew them both and gave me the dagger for the road." Barristan gave the boy another once-over. The boy was 12 from what he understood, barely much older than he was when he joined the tourney at Blackhaven, and yet had a hand in the death of a man who threatened his life. He was a few years older and already had a name for himself as a tourney knight when he took his first life. Though weeks old by now, he'd seen others shaken loose by lesser deeds. Men left weak when their lives were threatened or racked with regret over their part in the end of a life. Yet here this boy stood ready to face years at Barristan's call, coming to them with a smile at Jaime Lannister's side, something most rarely found. Where others looked down upon the Kingsguard, the boy had made him open up, earned the man's smile. Not a biting, smug one, but a true, fond smile the knight wore only while wielding a sword. Once the boy had left his bag in his quarters, Barristan took him to the yard where he disposed of his broken dagger and exchanged it for some spare armor and a blunted training sword. Taking one for himself, he asked the boy to come and face him, and he gladly did. He found that John was like a freshly mined gem. There was a shine of true talent, but it was raw and unpolished, waiting to be refined into something unbreakable. John told him he'd intended to go to the wall before asking to come here, and surely the boy would outshine the untrained criminals sent there, but he would likely never be challenged to grow as he could. The boy was a fighter, unwavering at moments, able to find every opening Barristan gave him, and even 2 he hadn't intended. He was still growing and adjusting, but without refinement would lack finesse. Barristan had no doubt John may have been the best among those he knew, but left to the north his talent would go untested and never grow, leaving him like the dragons that withered away because they were bound within the dragon pit. It was while they were in the yard he heard the laughter, glancing over to see Princess Myrcella chasing the plump little Prince Tommen through the Red Keep while Preston Greenfield and Aerys Oakhart followed them. John only caught a glimpse of golden curls before they were out of sight again, and he stumbled back as Barristan's sword hit his shield. Myrcella was giggling as she chased Tommen up a staircase and along a platform above before her little brother came to a stop and clung to the railing. Blinking at his sudden stop, she followed his gaze to see Barristan slashing at a dark-haired boy in gray armor. "Who's that?" Tommen asked, looking up to the Kingsguard behind them. They shared a look, stepping to the railing and watching John defend against Barristan's barrage before slashing at the older knight, his sword bouncing off his white shield. They watched him take the momentum of his deflected sword and turn, intending to strike Barristan's side, but the Lord Commander brought his sword down to parry the strike. When John tried to turn back and swing overhead, he found Barristan's sword aimed at his chest and side, backing away to try again. "That must Barristan's new squire," said Aerys Oakhart, "a bastard son of your father's friend from the north." Myrcella frowned as she watched the boy swing at Barristan, who blocked or deflected them all. Once Barristan hit him again, she saw the boy grab the sword in his shield hand and brush a hand through his hair and wipe at the sweat on his brow. He was leaner than the old knight, lacking the smile her uncle wore when he wielded a sword, instead seeming sullen and focused. Tommen blinked, watching the boy before looking to Marcella and asking quietly, "What's a bastard?" "It means his parents weren't married," she said carefully. Tommen nodded as though he completely understood, turning back to look at where John managed to parry one of Barristan's strikes, but was knocked aside by a shield before he could riposte. Tommen laughed at how John stumbled but stayed on his feet, turning to charge Barristan, slashing at the older man. "Can we play with him?" asked Tommen. Marcella watched them for a moment before squeezing her brother's shoulder. "They look busy. Maybe tomorrow." When Marcella brought her brother to supper that night, she sat across from her mother and Joffrey, who only seemed interested in them when their father entered and made his way to the table. "Hello, father," Joffrey said, earning a nod from the king. Cersei saw Jaime leaving to guard the door when she turned to Robert. "Where's Ser Barristan?" "Still in the yards with his new squire," Robert said with a laugh. "Boy's going to age him a dozen years by the time he knights the lad." "We saw him," Tommen said quietly, looking to his father. "Barristan was dash." "Barristan," Marcella corrected, as though she were his mother. Tommen glanced at her. "Barristan was fighting the bastard." Joffrey laughed while Cersei's brow knit. "His squire's a bastard?" "Ned's bastard," Robert nodded. "He wanted to ward him in the Vale, but I told him he could squire the boy here." "That's what you sent Jaime for?" Cersei asked with a glare. "To fetch some bastard from the north?" "Ned's bastard," he corrected, meeting her glare. "And he's my guard. I'll have him wipe my ass if I so please." Cersei wanted to say more, but hearing Joffrey laugh turned back to her plate to finish eating. "Is he our guard too?" Tommen asked, looking warily from his mother to his father. "As good as," Robert nodded. "Boy's training to be a knight like the rest. If he's half the man his father is, half as honorable as Ned, then he'll be a Kingsguard in a few years if he doesn't want me to legitimize him and let him make his own house." "You'd do that for a bastard?" Joffrey asked with a scoff. "I'd do it for my friend's son," he told his son. "The man marched at my side through 2 wars. Least I can do is let his bastard have a chance to gain some honor." "How long will he be here?" Cersei asked. "As long as I please," Robert snapped back. "As long as it takes for him to make his father proud." While the royal family ate in the Red Keep, Barristan took Jon out to Flea Bottom and treated him to a warm meal. He had better manners than most bastards, but it might have been expected from one raised within the halls of a lord's house. "Have you spent time in the stables? The armory? A forge?" "Only little," Jon answered, "but I can maintain a horse and armor well enough." "Can you read or write?" "Both." Barristan nodded. "You're squired to a Kingsguard, which means you'll be guarding the king and his family as well. You'll need to know the city if you're to watch its dark corners and run errands for me in a timely manner. At least once a night you'll roam the city until you know it better than you ever did Winterfell." Watching the boy listening intently, Barristan smiled. "You'll find a sword around your waist when you've earned it. Be armored when you've earned it." "Aye, sir," Jon nodded. "Do you follow the 7? asked Barristan. Jon frowned. "No, sir. I keep the old gods." Barristan sat back, taking a drink. "Did you not have a sept at Winterfell?" Jon sat up, seeming hesitant to answer. "We did. Belonged to Lady Stark. I stayed away from it. Do I have to follow them now?" "No," Barristan said with a laugh. "You're free to keep your gods, though I'd suggest you look into the 7. Most here follow them, or at least claim to." "I don't have to convert to be knighted?" Jon asked with relief, having planned to fake it if he had to. "All that matters is who knights you," said Barristan. "Of course, you could always not be knighted. Many men squire but never take a knighthood, even when they've earned it." "Why wouldn't they?" "Being a knight means you're in charge of buying your own equipment, arming yourself for tournaments and the like," explained Barristan. Many find it too high a cost, so stay a squire. Being a knight also means committing to a life bound to the sword or lance. Plenty of lords have squired but refuse knighthood to remain a lord if they feel incapable of fulfilling the oaths of a knight. So I can squire and then stop? John asked, having not thought of that. If you don't feel capable of being a knight, Barristan nodded. Though from the little I've seen I doubt you'll have much trouble if you do as I say. After letting the boy turn in, Barristan woke early the next day to find the boy at his door, ready to help him into his armor for the day. We'll have to buy you some new clothes, Barristan said, noting the boy's worn leather jerkin. Most of his clothes were dark grays and browns, simple enough but also clearly old and well worn enough he could imagine the queen making a fuss about him looking poor. I am sorry, sir, John said, looking thrown off by the comment, unsure of what was wrong with his clothes. You'll be around the royal family, Barristan said, patting John's shoulder. It's fine for now. John followed Barristan through the castle, eventually coming to corridor where they found another Kingsguard outside a door. Boros Blunt gave a gruff greeting to the Lord Commander before taking off, nearly shoving John while Barristan took his place beside the door. It was hours before Robert came out of his room and John followed Barristan, following him to a hall where he joined his family to break fast. It wasn't until he was sat and drinking that he noticed John stood off beside Barristan, and a smile took his face. Snow, Robert called out. Come sit and eat. John's brow rose as Cersei and Joffrey shot the king confused looked. Seeing the boy's hesitation, Robert waved his hand. Come, your king demands it. With a glance back to Barristan, who gave him a look telling him to go, John made his way toward the table. A servant brought him a chair and placed it where Robert pointed next to Tommen. Thank you, your grace, John said, bowing his head as a plate was set before him. To Robert's right sat the queen, who might have been the most beautiful woman he ever saw, with golden hair, emerald eyes, and a slender figure, her fair skin wrapped in crimson silks, yet her glowering diminished it some. At her side sat the eldest prince, who looked almost like a girl, with long blonde curls and eyes that matched his mother, with lips bent in a sneer. Sat to her father's left was Princess Myrcella, a pretty girl surely destined to become a beauty. She had long golden curls framing her face, and when her emerald eyes met John's and she flashed him a brief welcoming smile, he was sure she'd come to surpass her mother in time. To John's right, sat opposite Joffrey, was the 4-year-old prince who shared their golden curls and emerald eyes with a round, cherubic face. It seemed none of the king's children inherited anything from him. Hello, Tommen said, looking to the dark-haired boy. Good morning, Prince Tommen, John said with a small smile. What's your name? Asked Tommen. Jon Snow. Are you really a bastard? Tommen asked, tilting his head. Joffrey laughed while Cersei's examining gaze narrowed and Robert sighed. Jon frowned slightly before nodding. I am. Not many bastards get to dine with royalty, Joffrey said, raising his chin and smirking. Jon glanced at him before nodding. Aye, your grace. How's he seem, Barristan? Robert asked, turning to look at the Lord Commander of his Kingsguard. The knight stepped forward. Ready to be refined, your grace. The others all looked to Barristan while Myrcella looked from the knight to Jon, who looked down. He rides well enough, but he'll need training with the lance. As for the sword, he has talent. It's raw, but in time, with training and experience, I'd say he'll give Ser Jaime a challenge. From the corner, Jaime scoffed while Robert laughed. Jon looked down in embarrassment before glancing up and noticing he was being watched by the princess. Do as he says, Robert said, looking to Jon. And it won't be long before you're taking winners' purses from sour knights and have women begging you to crown them queen of love and beauty. Joffrey snorted. Some might not want it from a bastard. If he's a knight, it wouldn't matter, Myrcella said, shaking her head. Robert laughed, reaching over to squeeze her shoulder, earning a beaming smile from her. She has the right of it. Women don't care about bastards or nobles as much as they care about winners and riches. Not all women are whores you can pay to ignore your faults, Cersei said with a glance to Robert. Robert shot her a glare. If only they were. Sat in tense silence as he finished his meal. Jon couldn't help but wonder if maybe bastards were lucky not to eat with royalty if this is what it was like. Chapter 3: Outmatched Observations. Jon found that, as boring as his duties could be, he enjoyed his time in King's Landing more than he'd ever have thought. But it wasn't easy. Some days they spent following the king or his family around, though it was rare they were assigned to Cersei, who seemed to take his presence as an insult even with the new clothes Barristan bought him. They'd opted to keep to his darker colors, buying mostly black and grays, the opposite of the Kingsguard. "Perhaps it's best for you to be my shadow," Barristan said, handing the boy a black jerkin as they looked through the tailor's shop. Jon found he didn't like following Joffrey much. Not only did he already have his own sworn sword in Sandor Clegane, who Jon didn't mind much, but Jon didn't like the Crown Prince. He spoke to everyone as though they were the disgusting stains upon existence. "Don't speak back to the Crown Prince," Barristan told him before their first day guarding him. "Whatever he says, don't be rude." "Was your mother a whore, bastard?" Joffrey asked as they walked him to his lesson with Maester Purcell. Barristan glanced at his squire, who shrugged. "I couldn't say, Your Grace. My father wouldn't speak of her." "Perhaps she was too much of an embarrassment," Joffrey said with a laugh. "Some ugly wench he took in some hut." Jon's jaw shifted, thinking of the kind, beautiful, high-born lady he imagined as his mother. "Perhaps, Your Grace." Joffrey seemed disappointed by Jon's passive response, which made him less interested in bothering Jon whenever they were assigned to him. That at least made it bearable. Tommen was probably the most fun, as guarding him often became playing with him. Barristan was more than pleased to give up his role chasing or lifting the prince to his squire whenever there was no risk of Cersei finding them. He knew better than to let her find the prince laughing manically as Jon swung him about, though just as often he was helping the boy read a difficult word or describing the north to the prince. Half the time Myrcella was with Tommen, but guarding her was simple. They often escorted her for walks about the court and to her garden, which she maintained. Myrcella found herself noticing the Kingsguards more often than normal whenever Ser Barristan and Jon were assigned to her. Jon was nothing like what she'd heard of bastards, though he appeared sullen more often than not. She found she liked seeing him smile, as it seemed warmer than she thought possible from a man of the north. She also found herself flustered by how quick he was to help her, lifting heavy sacks and pots to help her keep her garden in order, not hesitating to help her dig or offering to work while she instructed so she wouldn't be dirted. Guarding the king was interesting. Jon's face was red for half a day after spending an evening stood beside Barristan and Jaime listening to the king grunt and groan as a maid wailed and cried in pleasure. Jon knew it was common for some lords to have mistresses, but it seemed the king had at least a dozen. It made Jon wonder if Eddard had a mistress. From what he knew, his mother was of the south since Eddard returned to Winterfell with Jon after the war, so she couldn't be there. Jon couldn't imagine Catelyn making the noises the women made for the king, but maybe that was only because he disliked her and she hated him. Perhaps she was a loving wife. She always seemed to care for her children, even if she was a bit hard on Arya or coddled them a bit. But maybe that was something mothers did. Cersei certainly coddled Joffrey, but seemed to ignore Myrcella and Tommen. He just couldn't imagine Catelyn Tully ever enjoying anything. But maybe she wasn't a cold fish when she was abed with her husband. Beyond that, he found guarding the king an opportunity to do other things. While they stood in silence during petitions, Jon did his best to observe as much as possible, training his eyes to gauge every shift in movement within their vision. He took in what the people said and thought on what he might do in the king's place, sometimes finding the choices too difficult or finding he might have chosen differently. Jon had never guarded a small council meeting, as when they tailed Robert, he never went and Barristan wasn't invited to them despite being Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. While Barristan made it clear he didn't mind avoiding the politics, it meant he had little interaction with most of them, apart from observing them around court during petitions. Jon Arryn often checked in on Jon, making sure he was eating right, seeing how he was doing with Barristan. He was certainly the easiest to like of the council. Seeming like a grandfather, he never had despite having a son barely half John's age. His wife, however, John didn't like much. He rarely saw her, but when he did she was always glaring at him, holding her son as if John might snatch the boy away. Barristan had told John to be wary of everyone in King's Landing, but especially those within the small council, and John couldn't help feeling he was right. Though a bit older than John Arryn, Pycelle held of none of the hand's calm or kindness, seeming more a blustering fool yet watching and calculating during his silences and feigned sleeps. Though he came off as effeminate and soft, Varys seemed little more than a mask the man wore drowned in perfumes. Peter Baelish might be the worst to John's mind. The man's slick smiles seemed like they oozed grease whenever John saw them, ever smiling yet not a single one of them true unless he had spoken some half-clever comment. John wondered how anyone ever believed a word the man said. Perhaps they thought so little of him because of his low birth, but he seemed to find joy in the chaos of court, which seemed something only a madman might enjoy. A madman or someone who though themselves smarter than everyone else. John found he liked both the king's brothers to a degree, but for different reasons. Stannis came off stubborn as a bulwark at times, paying little mind to courtesies, but seemed fair and just if a bit unforgiving. The youngest brother, Renly, had all the charm Stannis lacked. He came off friendly, jovial in the way Robert was but kinder and more thoughtful. "Lord Renly," Barristan called out one afternoon when they spotted the Master of Laws walking through the courtyard with his squire at his side. "Ser Barristan," the young Baratheon said with a smile. "I hoped I could ask for a match between our squires," Barristan said, looking to Loras Tyrell. Renly and Loras exchanged a look, half amused. For a moment John thought he might deny the knight's request, but Loras gave John a look before nodding, sparking Renly to do the same. "All right." John wasn't sure he ever felt as pathetic as he did opposite Loras Tyrell in the training yard. He'd often get the best of Robb and Theon when it came to swords, but Loras was nothing like them. Robb was all brute strength most of the time where Theon was easy to read. He'd always thought he was better than Robb or Theon, but facing Barristan Selmy and Loras Tyrell, John just wondered if maybe they were all awful. Though roughly a year older than John, Loras was a much better swordsman than anyone John had seen apart from Ser Barristan and Ser Jaime. He'd find he wielded most weapons better than John, who rarely used anything but a sword back in Winterfell. Still, he enjoyed their spars, for though he was better than John, Loras took him serious from the moment they first took up blunted steel. Barristan had taken it easy on him whenever they trained, but Loras came at him as hard as John went after him. John just came up short more often than not, and didn't know how to feel when Loras mentioned one day that his brother Garland was even better than him. It didn't help that, as their matches became more frequent, they drew the attention of others in the court. Women gathered to see the handsome flower knight batter the poor bastard who could barely hold his own against him. Loras seemed to relish the attention, playing up the role of the dashing knight while John tried to take what he could from each match and use it going into the next. John had taken to the yard one night to prepare for the next day's match when he heard a voice call out, "You'll never beat him like that." Slamming his sword against the straw dummy, John heard the clink of armor and turned to find Jaime making his way toward him. "I think I can outmatch the straw knight well enough." "I meant Loras," Jaime said with a smirk. "Tyrell's been trained by knights since he was a boy. You won't be able to match him, not so quickly." "Should I just accept my losses then?" "Never," Jaime said with a laugh. "Just don't fight his fight. Make him fight yours." "What's my fight?" John asked with a sigh. "I feel like I barely know anything." Jaime looked John over for a moment, his disheartened tone seeming to make Jaime step into the yard. "You've come up short against one of the best squires in King's Landing and against one of the best swordsmen in the Seven Kingdoms. Doesn't mean you're useless." Jaime turned and pulled a blunted sword from the barrel beside the wooden fence. "The only way to get better is to keep at it." John stared at Jaime for a moment, his wide eyes settling as he stepped back and took a breath, raising his sword. Few ever had the chance to spar with Jaime Lannister. John wasn't a fool, he wouldn't turn this down. Of course he lost, but he found it useful. Keep your thumb level with the hilt during that, Jamie told him. You could go for a cut here like this, he'd say before showing him a quick maneuver. Jon found himself spending mornings training with Barristan Selmy, many afternoons sparring with Loras Tyrell, and many nights learning from Jaime Lannister. While his mornings and nights were usually private, his matches with Loras quickly became something others found as near daily entertainment. More than once he found King Robert had come to watch them spar, and more often than not Tommen found his way into the crowd, sometimes sitting on the shoulders of a Kingsguard to watch them fight. Even Myrcella occasionally watched them alongside many of the other girls of the court. Loras is amazing, one of her handmaidens said, watching him parry Jon's blows before forcing Jon to go defensive. He's as handsome as he is strong, said another. Myrcella found herself tilting her head as she observed them fighting. Loras was definitely more skilled, he won more than Jon, but she noticed patterns the more she watched them. When Jon won, it was almost always a counter, often after one of Loras's attempt to counter while on the defensive. She heard others remark that Jon always found an opening. Loras was undoubtedly more skilled at the moment, but he was quick to anger, and every so often she saw Jon play on that to draw Loras into a loss. He maybe wasn't as skilled, but Jon was smarter, saw more, used the skill he had better. Where occasionally she saw Loras grouse when he lost, Jon closed into himself and refocused his thoughts. Myrcella couldn't help but smile as she watched Jon back away, giving Loras an opening to slash at him, which Jon dodged and thrust through his defense to hit Loras's chest. Yes, he is amazing. Every week Jon would go to Barristan in the morning to help him prepare, and then on some random day the Lord Commander would hand him a dagger and tell him, "Wander." Jon fastened the dagger around his waist and would spend his day wandering the city, taking in as much as he could. Thankfully, he never had to use the dagger. It seemed most people knew who he was and kept their distance, as if he were Barristan himself rather than his squire whose losses grew daily. Barristan finally stopped sending him to wander after Jon had taken to recommending places they could eat during their off time. It was around then that Jon first met the imp, Tyrion Lannister, while he and Barristan were escorting Myrcella and Tommen. "Uncle," Tommen called out, rushing to the man not much taller than himself. Tyrion laughed and hugged the boy, releasing him to hug his niece and kiss her cheek. "You grow more beautiful every time I see you, dear niece." "Thank you, uncle." She curtsied as Tyrion's gaze shifted to the knight behind them. "Ser Barristan," he said with a nod before his mismatched eyes found Jon and a grin took his lips. "You must be Selmy's bastard squire." "I am, my lord," Jon said with a nod. Tyrion seemed surprised by Jon's lack of reaction to being called bastard. Serving months with Joffrey, only ever referring to him as bastard helped make the word lose much of the bite it once held for Jon. Instead, Tyrion looked to Barristan and smirked. "Is the boy any good? Or did our king stick you with some lost cause for his friend?" Tyrion noticed a flash of indignation cross Myrcella's face at the insult. Barristan shook his head. "No, Jon's a fine squire, my lord. I've no doubt you'll see for yourself soon enough." Tyrion nodded, glancing from Myrcella to the sullen squire, who flashed a brief smile to Barristan in thanks for the kind words. A smile that seemed to lessen Myrcella's pout as she grabbed Tommen's hand. "I'm sure I will." In truth, he did when he found a crowd gathered around the training yard and squeezed through to stand beside his niece and nephew and their Kingsguard to watch the sullen squire face Renly's squired Rose. He would never be as skilled with a sword as Jaime, but Tyrion felt he knew enough to tell exceptional swordsmen from others, and he had no doubt that was what he saw watching the squires fight. Loras was skilled and flashy, but Jon was patient and observant, attacking nearly every opening he could. Loras was stronger, but Jon seemed quicker, or at least quicker to react, his victories coming from what seemed to be accurate predictions of moves. No, half of those were traps he laid for the Tyrell, leaving himself open so Loras would attack, but then blocking and countering, twice even accounting for Loras' reaction from that. As the squires fought, Tyrion made his way over to Barristan. "Your squire, he's a bastard, yes?" "Aye," Barristan said, stood with his arms crossed as he looked upon the squires. How long has he been wielding a sword? Since he was old enough to walk, he says. Barristan laughed, glancing at the dark-haired squire. Though I doubt he's had much of a challenge until he got here. No wonder, Tyrion nodded, looking to the fray. When he first came here, I'd say he was barely a novice, Barristan said with a proud smile as he looked at the boy's back. He barely landed a single strike his first match with Loras. Tyrion glanced at the knight as Jon took another victory, Loras letting out a groan and laughing. Good riposte, no? Though quick to anger in the battle, Loras was at least gracious enough in defeat to laugh and prepare for the next round. I'd imagine the boy's already better than most soldiers and lordlings, Tyrion said with a laugh. Give him 3 years, Barristan said with a smirk as he watched Jon parry strikes and have his riposte deflected. And that boy will take victories from Jaime and myself. Tyrion found himself grinning as he watched Loras land a trio of strikes on Jon, who chuckled, rolled his shoulder and took a breath as he circled the ring. He saw the boy going over the round mentally before turning and starting again, feinting and shifting to the left, deflecting a sudden swing from Loras and holding his own blunted sword to the squire's neck. Tyrion looked up to the Lord Commander with a smirk. You sure he'll need that long? Chapter 4 Winter Roses. After spending a day mounted, riding circles and aiming his lance at a dented shield propped up for training, Jon took his and Barristan's horses back to the stables. When he rushed back to Barristan, he found the old knight walking with Princess Myrcella on her way to the garden. He noticed her slight pout disappeared when she spotted him, flashing him a quick smile before lowering her eyes as Jon fell into place behind her, beside Barristan. Thank you, Sir Jon, she said when he dug out a place for a new plant she'd been gifted. I'm no Sir yet, Princess, he said with a smile. And yet it's you who offers to save his princess from being dirted, she said with a playful glare toward Barristan. The old knight chuckled. Leave kneeling in dirt and rocks to the young. My knees only have so many years left to them. It's a beautiful flower, he said looking to the pale white petals. It's a moon bloom from Old Town, she said placing it into the earth. It was an early name day gift from Uncle Tyrion. Your name day? Jon asked with a glance to Barristan, who wore a slight frown. She nodded, looking up to Jon. It's in almost a month, but he wasn't sure he'll be here then, so brought it now. Jon nodded, letting her return to replanting the flower. The weeks leading up to Joffrey's name day, it was all anyone heard about as entertainers were brought from every kingdom and across the sea. Yet Jon hadn't heard anything about Myrcella's name day. Thinking back, he hadn't heard anything of Tommen's either, and he'd been in King's Landing almost a year. Jon suddenly found himself feeling bad for the princess. More so than he did in those little moments where he pitied her having to deal with Joffrey. He could understand his name day being ignored, he was a bastard, but she was a beautiful princess. She deserved the attention more than her pompous prick brother. It wouldn't be much, but Jon decided then that once he was through for the day, he would go back to his room and write a letter to Robb asking him to send a winter rose from Winterfell's glass garden. He could say he wanted a reminder of the North. Saying he feels like he's missing home was better than risking Robb teasing him, thinking him fool enough to dream of charming the princess. Robb would ask if he thought himself Theon pining for Sansa, but he simply felt bad for a girl who seemed abandoned by her family even on the day she should be celebrated. In his chambers, Jon gathered the bundle of letters he had from the Starks, held in a box he hid away in his room. Months ago, when he first placed the box, he noticed slight shifts in its position whenever he went to read his letters, so took to burning any that he wanted to keep private. So there were less than there could be. He felt a paranoid fool, but he knew that in a place like King's Landing someone would surely find some interest even in the details of Arya's prolonged and failed war of silence against Sansa. They couldn't exactly send a potted winter rose by Raven, but Robb wrote that he found a merchant to carry it with him to King's Landing on a boat from White Harbor. Arya wrote the most, though Robb was a close second, each demanding all he could tell of his training. He could have sent them each scrolls of parchment detailing every move in every match, and they would still want more. John felt a hint of pride in the jealousy he noted in their letters. For once he had something Rob wanted. John had been surprised Sansa wrote at all. While not as much as the others, her desire for information on King's Landing drove her quill. John made sure not to spare any detail, telling her of the beauty of Blackwater Bay, of the abundance of people and hints of foreign cultures he noticed in Flea Bottom, of the constant stench through half the city, of how Joffrey looked down on people, of how he once saw the Crown Prince chase stray cats, stepping on their tails and laughing as they cried in pain. He might have wrung the prince's neck if not for Barristan stopping him, frowning and reminding John it wasn't their place to correct the prince. He felt bad for how heartbroken she seemed, but he thought it better than feeding her lies of gallant knights. The only ones close to that he'd seen were Barristan and Loras. Jaime also had his moments, but even the other Kingsguard were nothing like the stories they'd heard. Bran wrote occasionally, sometimes in Arya's handwriting and with little notes from her added on to his when she checked them over for him. John told him of how hard being a squire was, but said he was glad he was chosen to squire to Ser Barristan as he is a true knight, one of the best in Westeros. Part of John hoped Bran might take his place as Ser Barristan's squire, but if not he hoped that when the time came he could ask Loras if he himself wasn't knighted. The only other one he received letters from was Eddard, which others noted was more than he ever actually wrote to the king, but even that was less than any of his siblings. John found himself looking forward to his letters less than the others as they were often just checking up on him with brief assurances that Winterfell was fine. It made John question how close he actually was with his father, how much he truly knew of the man. At times John felt like he knew more about King Robert than he did the man who raised him. At least he knew who likely Father Robert's bastards. Robb sent another letter telling John the merchant had made it to White Harbor and would arrive on a boat called the Crimson Crow. The problem was he never said when it would arrive, only that the merchant's name was Jorgen. With no way of knowing how soon they would arrive, and Princess Myrcella's name day nearing, John took to traveling to the river gate every day and checking which ships had arrived. He did it enough that it was only after 3 days that a gold cloak grabbed his shoulder. "What are you doing here, boy?" the man asked, his black breastplate ornamented with 4 golden discs telling John he was the gate's captain. His gaze narrowed slightly as he looked on John's face. "You're Barristan's boy, aren't you?" "His squire," John corrected as the guard released him. The man laughed. "Ah, that's right, Lord Snow." John sighed at the name that others had taken to calling him. He was positive one of the Kingsguard had been the first to use it, but couldn't remember. "What is it has you coming here every day?" "My family sent me a gift," John explained, "but they only told me the man carrying it would arrive on a ship called the Crimson Crow. They never said when, only the man's name." The guard sighed. "Fine. Tell me his name, and when he comes I'll send an urchin to fetch you." "Truly." "His name," the gold cloak said with a nod. "Jorgen," said John. "And yours?" "Tobaz Mauler," the captain said with a nod. "Thank you." John gave the man a quick nod before turning and hurrying back to the Red Keep. Weeks passed as John fell back into his routine, pushing himself as hard as he could yet fighting off the urge to go check on the docks. Part of him worried it had already arrived in Tobaz, upon finding it was a flower and not something he could pawn, tossed it into the river. Instead he was training with Barristan one morning when one of the Red Keep's guard approached. "Lord Snow," the man called out with a smirk. "Some urchin says your ship has come." The slight glare Barristan shot the man eased when he looked to John with a smile, seeing the boy perk up. He looked ready to run off, but stopped himself. Before he could tell the guard to send the urchin away with a message, Barristan waved a hand. "Go get your gift," the man said with a laugh. "Thank you, sir," John said, giving the man a quick bow before tossing the blunted sword in the barrel and rushing to leave. Barristan watched the boy depart with a somber smile. John had told him of his plan, and though he feared the boy may risk becoming too attached to the princess, he knew John would never do anything improper. He also knew the girl would appreciate the gift. She wasn't ignored by any means, but she and Tommen never got as many gifts as Joffrey, and those they did were clearly meant more as signs of the giver's wealth or an attempt to gain the royal family's favor. There was no consideration for the princess in her gifts, no thought of what she would like apart from uncles and some of the guards who got her little flowers, gardening supplies and the like to help grow her solace within the keep. John rushed through the river gate connecting the fishmonger's square and wharfs of the Blackwater Rush. After a moment he found the gate captain stood with a man leading a cart loaded with goods. "Lord Snow," Tobaz called out. "Your name's Jorgen?" he asked as John came to stand with them. "That is," the older man nodded. "You're Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark?" "I am," John nodded. "Brother to Robb." "His son gave me this for you," Jorgen said, turning around and digging into his cart before removing a pot holding a small bush with 5 pale blue winter roses. John took the pot and handed the man a silver piece. "Thank you." "Thank you, Lord Snow," the man said innocently, using the name Tobaz had earlier before taking his cart away. John sighed as Tobaz chuckled. "You came here every day for flowers?" "They're not for me," John assured. "A girl then," Tobaz said with a nod. "Well, good luck, friend." John gave him a nod and turned to leave, but as he did saw a man rush toward Tobaz and thrust a dagger into the Goldcloak's neck. The captain choked on the blade as it was ripped out and thrust at him again, but stopped inches from his face. Tobaz stumbled back as the attacker turned and found John holding his wrist in his right hand and his potted flowers in his left arm. While Tobaz fell to the ground clutching his leaking neck, John thrust his boot down on the attacker's leg, forcing him to take a knee. It was then the ragged man tried to hit John between the legs, yanking his right hand free from John's grip. In that moment the man swung the dagger down, slashing across John's left thigh as he thrust his right boot into the man's jaw. While John yelled and stumbled back, turning to press his right hand over the wound on his leg, the raggedy attacker turned and started to scurry away. It was only a moment later 3 gold cloaks arrived and thrust 2 swords through the man's back while another checked on Tobaz, who had bled out. "Shit," John said when he tried to walk but winced in pain the moment he put weight on his left leg. The guards kept him for a moment, but thankfully others rushed in to say he'd tried to help. However, once they realized who he was, the guards sent a man to get Barristan to retrieve him. John wore a frown as he watched Barristan come through the river gate and lowered his gaze. He couldn't stand to look at the Lord Commander and see the man's disappointment when he saw John sat on the ground meters from a pair of corpses with blood dripping through the fingers clutched around the slash in his thigh while holding the potted flowers in his right arm. Hearing the clink of armor as the man took a knee, John glanced up to find Barristan in front of him. "Are you okay, John?" John nodded. "I'm sorry, Sir Barristan." "Sorry?" Barristan asked with a laugh. "For what? Being slashed? Trying to stop a murderer?" "I almost let him get away," John said, shaking his head. "If I'd been paying more attention, I might have stopped him from killing Tobaz." Barristan's brow furrowed as he shook his head. "This isn't your fault. You couldn't know some madman would slay the captain. He was probably some fool who felt wronged. You couldn't have known." "You would have," John said, looking to the old knight. "You would have seen him coming, but I was so," he sighed, looking at the winter roses. "I tried to stop him, but I kept holding these, as if they matter." As if he stopped himself, shaking his head, glancing at the wound on his thigh, taking a shaky breath. "What if it's too deep?" A solemn smile took Barristan's lips, his sapphire eyes taking in the boy before brushing away his left hand. "Let me see." Once he moved the handkerchief tied over the wound and could look at the cut, he saw it surely must have hurt and would require some stitches, but didn't look too bad. "Have you tried walking on it?" "It hurts." "I'd imagine." Barristan sighed, sliding his arm under John's to help the boy stand. "We'll wash it and stitch it once we're back at the keep. You'll be hobbled for a fortnight, I'd guess." "What?" John asked as Barristan helped him start toward the gate. "Be thankful for that," Barristan said with a smile. "It could have hit the wrong spot and drained you as fast as the captain or left you without the leg." John didn't mind the sting as Barristan washed and closed the wound as much as the idea of being unable to move properly for 2 weeks. Thankfully, he wasn't bedridden, just unable to take to the yard as he had before. That didn't excuse him from his training, though. Instead, John found himself focusing more on riding and wielding a lance. Though he didn't need to, Loras offered to join John since they couldn't spar as they did most days. His friendship with Loras had been the oddest thing John found in King's Landing. The Tyrell was the opposite of John in many ways, though the largest was what John suspected but would never reveal. He'd noticed little things about the Squire, how he feigned interest in the women who adored him yet would flash certain smiles toward Lord Renly. John had been shocked to find the man was even his opposite in whom he wished to bed. But he'd fought him for months and spoken to him enough to know he was a decent man. He doubted he was the only one to suspect as much, but no one said anything, and John knew if they had he would deny it and spare the men any shame that might be cast upon them. Who he bedded didn't matter half as much as who he was, and John found though arrogant, hot-blooded and glory-hungry at times, Loras was better than most in King's Landing. The first night after he returned from the river gate, John was sought out by John Arryn and King Robert, who brought Pycelle to check his wound. "It's nothing, your grace," John assured. "I've seen many a man die from nothing, Snow," Robert said with a firm nod. Pycelle had him pull down his breeches and adjust his small clothes to reveal the cut across his thigh. "Stitched well enough. Was it cleaned?" "Ser Barristan washed it once we got back from the mud gate," John nodded. The old maester nodded. "It should be enough to stand on in a fortnight, maybe less if you heal well. There might be pain for a se'night or so after, but it will fade." "Will it scar?" asked John Arryn. "Not if it's properly cared for," Pycelle said, looking to John. "I'll bring some ointment to coat it in when you wake and before you sleep. If it does scar, it will be light enough no one would notice." He gave the boy a pat on his knee as he stood and turned to leave, stepping past the king and his hand. "What were you doing at the mud gate, John?" asked John Arryn. John glanced at the king, worrying he might take the truth the wrong way, but deciding it was better than risking them already knowing or finding out after. He could tell them a version of the truth at least. "I heard Princess Myrcella's name day was coming up and felt bad that I couldn't afford a proper gift, so asked Rob to send me winter roses from Winterfell's glass garden. He sent them with a merchant, so I went to meet him when some man in rags attacked the gate captain. Stabbed him in the throat, and when I tried to stop him I still had the pot in my arm, so couldn't fight properly, and he cut me." "A gift for Myrcella?" Robert said, arching his brow. John felt a hint of heat in his neck. "I know it's late, but I only found out a moon before. Ser Barristan said the guards get her gifts, so I thought it expected of me." John Arryn's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curving into a knowing smile while Robert laughed. "A true knight in the making," the king said with a fond smile. "I'll gather a reward for you." "But I failed to stop him, your grace. It was the gold cloaks who caught him." "Aye, but they didn't get cut doing so," Robert said with a grin. "And maybe you can use the reward to buy your next gift instead of risking another scar." While Robert departed to go gather a purse for him, John Arryn excused himself from the king and stepped into John's room, closing the door behind him and pulling over the chair from the small desk against the wall opposite his bed. "You know it can never be," Lord Arryn said with a frown. John sighed and shook his head. "It's not like that, my lord." He glanced at the closed door, leaning forward slightly and frowning. "I felt bad. They seemed to ignore her name day, yet Joffrey's was a court affair." Lord Arryn was shocked that he could be wrong, sitting back with an understanding, somber nod. "I know. I fear the queen dotes on the crown prince too much at times, leaving the others to themselves. Though, I'm not certain that's such a tragedy." John chuckled at the man's conspiratorial tone. "I wouldn't know much, my lord. Her grace feels my presence beneath her, so requests other Kingsguards, or has Ser Barristan send me away when he is assigned to her." The old man smirked at him and John sat back, fixing his breeches. "The princess seemed so happy with the flower Lord Tyrion got her. I thought she'd like one of the North as well." Eyeing the boy, John Aaron wondered if maybe he hadn't been wrong after all, just had noticed something even the boy hadn't. Then again, maybe it was his age driving him to see things that weren't there, like the golden children born to the Ebony King. "When will you gift it to her?" Lord Aaron asked. "I'm already late for her name day," John frowned. "I can't decide if I should just give it to her on the morrow or wait until I can stand on my own." Lord Aaron glanced to the potted rose bush sat beside John's bed and smiled. "Perhaps it would be best to do so quickly, or else you may have been injured for dead flowers." Days later, Marcella had excused her handmaiden before returning to her mirror to adjust her hair and pat her lips to look as full as possible. With a final check, she took a breath and left to find Ser Barristan stood outside her door alone. She blinked in surprise, glancing along the corridor for John. Many had taken to calling him Selmy's shadow for his dark hair and clothes as much as his ever following the guard. Yet he was nowhere to be found. "Ser Barristan," she asked the older knight as she walked toward her garden, "where is your squire?" "He was injured, your grace." Marcella gasped and stopped to turn on Barristan. "What? When?" "4 days ago at the river gate," he explained. "He tried to stop a murderer and was cut across the leg." Seeing her eyes widen in concern, Barristan smiled. "He's fine, your grace. He just won't be as quick as he normally is for a few days." Marcella frowned, but nodded and turned to continue along her path. Part of her wanted to ask where John was and go check on him herself, but she knew she shouldn't. And yet she could only smile when they came to her garden and she found John stood there, leaning slightly to the right to keep weight off his left leg. "John," she called out, picking up her pace to reach him. "You had me worried." "I'm sorry, princess," he said with a laugh. "But even if it's late for your name day, hopefully this will make up for it." She watched him turn and lift a pot housing a bush of roses the color of frost, looking as though they might freeze her fingers when she carefully brushed them against the petals. "They're winter roses," John said with a smile. "Straight from Winterfell's glass garden. Well, from there to White Harbor and then a boat here." Marcella chuckled along with him as he spoke, but then she pieced together what he said. "Wait, was this why you were on at the river gate?" John's brow furrowed, glancing to Barristan, whose brow rose in surprise at her deduction. "No," John said, shaking his head. "I had these before that, but I got along with the captain and—" John saw her pout as he lied and sighed. "It was my fault. Please, don't blame yourself, princess." Marcella saw he already blamed himself, and decided she wouldn't do the same. Instead, she took the potted bush and sniffed a rose, smiling as she looked to John. "Can you still help me? Or should we make Ser Barristan put his old knees to the test?" Relieved, John nodded. "I'll help. Perhaps they should call you the Flower Knight," Marcella teased as she walked past John, who chuckled and shook his head. "I fear Loras' wrath if I take his epithet." "At least wait until you can stand properly to tell him you've claimed his title," Marcella said with a laugh as she sank to her knees and watched John kneel beside her and start digging where she pointed. Barristan watched the princess as she looked upon John, her eyes holding tenderness he doubted existed within her mother. Once again Barristan found himself feeling sorry, a man who put his life on the line giving winter roses to the girl he adored. Chapter 5: The Flayed Knight. When he first heard John had been attacked by bandits on the King's Road, Ned had been wroth, sending men to examine the bodies and find out who they had been. While that came up short, Ned found himself racked with worry when he received a letter from John Aaron telling him John had been injured trying to stop a man who murdered a gate captain in King's Landing. Ned had been tempted to demand the boy return at once, but he knew he couldn't. By all reports, John was doing well in King's Landing, and no one had found out the truth. Of course, even if he wanted to bring the boy back, he knew it would only make things worse in Winterfell. Caitlin had been furious with the boy, blaming him for the coldness Robb and Arya showed her after he left. Though both had thawed, things had changed. Robb had started to push away from her. His brother was in the capital working to become a knight, so he felt he couldn't be coddled by her mothering. He wanted to prove himself a man worthy of being Ned's heir. After weeks of silence and ignoring Sansa completely, to the point where it started to upset Sansa, Arya finally returned to calling her sister names, and Ned wasn't sure which he preferred. Meanwhile, Arya doubted everything her mother said and questioned every decision she made, earning herself a missed meal she surely made up for by sneaking into the kitchen. She'd lost faith in her mother's judgment, making it clear she blamed Catelyn for the loss of her brother. A part of Ned hoped that might make Catelyn rethink things with Jon, but she doubled down and cursed him for turning her children against her. No, calling Jon back would only make things worse. Instead, Ned thought to send someone to Jon. Other guests surely had retinues, and though Jon was a squire, he was still the son of a lord. Surely it would be understandable for him to have a companion. Ned heard from the others Jon had found a friend in Mace Tyrell's son, but surely a boy of the north would be a good companion to help remind the boy of home, keep him company when he wasn't squiring, and be there to guard him. He came to his decision while visiting Torrance Square and considered asking Helman Tallheart to send his son Benfred, but decided against it. As nice as the boy seemed, he was a bit too loud for the part he needed to play at Jon's side. It wasn't until they left that Eddard found his answer on the King's Road. They were settling for the night when they noticed a campfire in the distance, and Ned found himself thinking of the bandits that attacked Jon. Ready to battle, Ned led Theon and his guards toward the fire, where they found a lone man sat before a small fire. He was average-sized, with a beardless oval face and long dark hair. His eyes, such pale brown they seemed amber, found the men before they'd even made a noise. "If you've come to take my purse, I'd suggest you cling to your lives and leave," the young man said, staring at them, unflinching. Ned's eyes narrowed as he noticed the boy wearing a pink doublet with red stripes down the sleeves beneath a black jerkin, his cloak bound by brooch bearing a flayed man. "You're with House Bolton?" Ned asked, standing straight and stepping into the light. "I am," the young man said, looking them over before he took a breath and leapt to his feet. "You're Lord Stark." "I," Ned nodded. "And you are?" "Ser Domeric Bolton, my lord," he said with a polite smile, "returning from squiring to Lord Horton Redfort in the Vale." "Domeric," Ned said with a nod, recognizing the name. "Roosa's son." "One of them," Domeric said with a laugh. "I've learned I have a bastard brother." "You do?" Domeric nodded. "So I've heard. When I wrote to my father, he wouldn't speak of him, so I've decided to look for him myself once I return." Ned stepped forward. "Domeric, do you wish to return to the Dreadfort, or could you be asked to travel south again?" The Bolton heir arched his brow slightly as he moved closer to the men of Winterfell. "For what?" "My son, my bastard. He's squiring in King's Landing, but I fear for him. I know he's in good hands, but all say it is a viper's pit, and I've sent the boy there alone." Ned sighed, feeling a bit of guilt for asking Domeric to give up his task of finding his brother and returning home for his sake. But he needed this. "I'd ask you join him there. I'd like to know he has a man of the north at his side." "And you think I'm the one for this?" Domeric asked with a glance to the guards around the lord. Ned smiled. "As I understand it, he's found a friend, but not many more. Not his own age at least. So I'd ask you not only watch him, but be a companion as well." Domeric's gaze fell for a moment, thinking of his brother. Wherever he was, surely he had his own friends by now. He could always find him later, ask others to look into it for him. Doing this now for Lord Stark could be a boon for him. Not only would he get to visit the capital, but he would be doing the Lord of Winterfell a favor and likely befriend his son. Surely others would look down on the boy for being a bastard, but how could Domeric do that when he looked forward to meeting his own bastard brother? With a nod, Domeric looked to Lord Stark. "I'll travel south in the morning." Ned let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Ser Domeric." The boy shook his head. "No. Thank you for this chance to see more of the world, my lord." "I'm not some lady," Jon said with an indignant snort as he stood outside the Red Keep with Loras while Ser Barristan guarded Queen Cersei. "There's little doubt of that, my friend," Loras said with a laugh. "Then why do I need some retinue?" Jon sighed. "What kind of squire has a guard?" "I thought him a companion to ease your longing for the north?" Loras asked, dripping condescension. John shook his head. You knows as well as I do that's a load of shit. Don't forget, Loras said, turning to the sullen Squire. Manure is key to letting grand gardens bloom. John eyed him for a moment. Are you telling me to grow something from the shit? Loras nodded. What harm is there in another night among us? None, but, John frowned. The guards already call me Lord Snow. How will anyone ever take me serious if I earn a knighthood? They'll think me coddled. Loras chuckled and shook his head, smacking the dark-haired bastard's shoulder. Anyone who thinks you coddled or unworthy is a fool who need only see you in the yard. John shook his head. I still lost more today. And I yesterday, Loras shrugged. At least I know when I go and face Garland, I'll be able to do so knowing he may no longer be the best I've faced. John smiled at the compliment. Lie that it was, looking ahead as he said, Barristan and Jamie are still better than you. Loras guffawed. Would it be cruel to say I'm glad Lady Stark drove you from Winterfell? Otherwise I would miss this? John said with a reluctant nod. It hasn't ended up too bad. Not too bad, Loras scoffed. Name me another bastard trained by the best swordsman in the realm who has the princess fluttering whenever she sees him? She doesn't flutter, John said with a glance at Loras. In her heart she does, Loras assured. It shows in her eyes. There's no chance you of all people haven't noticed. John frowned. He had, but then he'd also assumed he imagined it. Of course a bastard like him would want a pretty girl like her to like him. He'd even tell himself why else would she bother with him so much. But he knew she wasn't like most people. Him being a bastard didn't stop her from being friendly. She was like Tyrion, smart enough to see beyond things like that, only less crude and much prettier. The poor princess, Loras mourned mockingly. Fallen for a bastard, and not even a fun one but a sullen, honorable one who would never dare steal her away or take her maidenhead in a moment of passion. John shook his head. I'm not. I'm fun. No one fun ever says they are, John, Loras said, shaking his head pitifully. Either way, you're wrong. The princess is a friend. Sure, but she's like a cousin. She may as well be. King Robert already considers Lord Stark a brother, more so than his own at times. A teasing smile took Loras' lips as he looked to John. I wouldn't be surprised if the king offers to legitimize you or even let you raise your own house and marry her to you just to unify your houses. Staring solemnly at the path to Flea Bottom, John crossed his arms. Even he wouldn't dishonor her by marrying her to me. His sincerity stole the humor from Loras, who frowned. Anyone would be lucky to have you, John. Don't doubt that. He shook his head. Besides, I'm sure he'd do it to give her what she wants. He'd have to notice she wants it, John said with a snort. Which would mean noticing she exists. Loras nodded, a smile creeping across his lips. But at least you admit it's what she wants. John gave a relenting laugh. The queen wouldn't allow it. Oh, of course, Loras mocked. And the king always pays attention to her desires. John chuckled, though grew somber as he shook his head. Even if we both wanted that, it could never be. John looked to Loras with a smile. I actually envy you here. At least you have what you want. Loras let out a slight gasp, his eyes widening as John looked ahead and said simply, I'll never say a word. I don't know for sure, so it's not a lie to say it doesn't exist. I just want you to know I know, so there's no lies between us. Loras found his fear easing when he nodded, a thankful smile taking his lips as he felt tears of relief prick his eyes. He'd thought such awful things about John at first, thought him a dullard of the north, an untrained savage given a blessing he didn't deserve, and yet here he was accepting this awful truth about Loras, something others would hate him for. He didn't need to tell Loras he knew. He could have even used it against him, but instead wanted to make it known so Loras could be even more open about himself. It's not easy, Loras said with a quiet, sad laugh. No, I can't imagine it is, John said, shaking his head. But you're braver than I. I doubt that, John, said Loras. "When the time comes, I've no doubt you'll prove yourself more than any suspect." When they saw the rider in a pink riding cloak, John raised his hand, a gesture which the man returned, guiding his horse to them. Loras noticed his pale brown eyes shift, similar to how John's did whenever he scanned a room or person. When he dismounted, the young man greeted them with a friendly smile. "Sir Domeric Bolton," he said, holding out his hand. "Loras Tyrell, Squire to Lord Renly Baratheon," he said, shaking the Bolton's hand before releasing it for John. "Jon Snow, Squire to Sir Barristan Selmy." "Well, you were clearly expecting me," Domeric said with a nod. "I assume your father told you of me?" Thinking back on Ned's letter, John recalled, "You squired in the Vale, right?" "Aye." Loras observed the man for a moment. He was a year or two older than him, so 2 or 3 older than John. Though average-looking, he held himself well, like a man who could defend himself. "Are you decent with a sword?" Loras asked with a nod to the simple long sword hanging from his waist. "Decent enough," Domeric offered with a nod, clearly thinking himself better than decent, "though I prefer the harp." "A musician," Loras gave an impressed nod. "Should be fun." "And you, Lord Tyrell?" "I prefer to make steel sing," Loras said with a smirk. Domeric nodded, turning to John. "What of you, Lord Snow?" "John, please," he said while Loras chuckled. Okay, I guess." Loras scoffed as his uncertain tone. "Don't listen to him. John is a good judge of everyone but himself." Domeric nodded, smiling at the clear camaraderie Loras felt for the sullen-looking squire. "I could always see for myself, I suppose." "It does seem about that time," Loras said, looking to John. "I'm sure our fans are waiting." "Fans?" asked Domeric. "Those who come to watch us spar," Loras explained as John led them to the stable to put away his horse before bringing them to the yard. "The king's even come a few times." Domeric wondered if that was because the king had some fondness for the boys, being the squire to his brother and lord commander of the Kingsguard as well as his friend's bastard, or if they were good enough to garner the attention. Loras certainly seemed the type women would flock to, but not the king. Then again, it could be both. He was a bit surprised to find a few people already gathered at the fence around the training yard, turning to wave to the squires as they approached. He noticed even a few guards turned to watch them, placing coins into a purse. Removing his cloak and securing some of the simple gray plate armor he carried with him from the Vale, Domeric took a blunted steel sword and shield. More people joined the crowd as he heard whispers of Bolton when they noticed the sigil on his cloak. "First to 10, John asked, spinning the training sword in his hand as he looked at Domeric. "Whatever you normally do," the Bolton heir said with a smile. John nodded and stepped to the side, forcing Domeric to do the same, circling the ring as Loras stood leaning against the railing, clearly interested in gauging Domeric as much as Domeric was interested in gauging John. Domeric closed first, dashing to John with a slash he avoided, parrying John's counter. When he went to slash at John, he hit only his shield, which knocked the blunted sword aside while his own thrust forward, slipping along Domeric's arm to find his chest. Domeric's brow furrowed as he backed away, the men of the north exchanging a nod before starting again. This time Domeric waited, letting John come to him. He was surprised to find John swaying slightly, as if unable to determine which way he would go before suddenly dashing toward his shield arm. It was Domeric who felt a fool for doubting him when John bounced his sword off his shield. When he went to slash at the bastard, he found John ducking, bringing his shield up to block the blow while he turned and swung his sword into Domeric's right leg. From there he slashed up, straight into Domeric's armpit. If it had been live steel and the angle altered, John could have driven the sword into his heart or through his collar and into his head. Domeric let out a laugh as they separated. John wasn't just a good swordsman, he was smart, tricky, thought ahead. He could be vicious, most likely, pick away at people if he wanted. Loras watched Domeric charge in next, and his brow rose watching the man slide beneath John's slash to strike at his legs and then swing up, hitting John's side under his arm. He was back on his feet a moment later, turning to swing at John, who caught the strike with his sword and slammed his shield into it before bashing his shield into Domeric's. The moment they made impact, John turned his hand, letting his shield loose to grab Domeric's and pull it up while thrusting his blunted sword into the Bolton's chest. Watching the Northman fight, Loras realized just how good John was. John wasn't as skilled at Jaime or Barristan yet, likely not even truly of a par with himself or Garland, but he didn't limit himself like they did. The bastard squire had conformed to their knightly style and grown, but clearly hadn't forgotten his northern style. He grappled, struck everywhere any way he could. John wasn't just a swordsman, he was a fighter. With Domeric he could refine that as well. It turned out Domeric was decent with a sword, not at their level, but he made up for it with grappling and good strategy. Loras couldn't wait for their match to be over just so he could try fighting the man himself. When the match ended, it was John who took the victory, but both looked as tired as they were pleased. Domeric seemed joyed to find another who fought like him, while John was glad for another person to challenge him. Though he technically won, it was by 2 points and John knew he could have easily lost. Loras slipped into the ring, taking up his own blunted sword and patting John's shoulder. "Do you mind if I cut in?" John glanced to Domeric, who arched his brow. "Go ahead." Stepping aside, John spotted a familiar golden-haired girl stood beside Mandan Moore. Seeing him take notice of her, Myrcella smiled, waving him over. John stepped out of the ring and around to her, where she smiled. "You did well." "Thank you, Princess, but it was close." "Who were you fighting?" she asked, looking to the ring where Loras and Domeric clashed. "Ser Domeric Bolton, heir to the Dread Fort in the north." With a hint of embarrassment he explained, "My father sent him to keep me company." To his relief, Myrcella didn't seem to think less of him, simply nodding as she looked to the man in the pink doublet who laughed when Loras easily parried his blows. During the match, Domeric had noticed John speaking with the princess, who smiled up at him as he spoke. His sullen face seemed to soften as well, even cracking a few smiles as he listened to her. Domeric found himself smirking as Loras took another point and he stepped toward the squire. "Those two?" he asked with a slight glance toward the princess and the bastard squire. "He thinks it hopeless," Loras said, shaking his head. Domeric chuckled as he backed away to prepare for another round. He'd been there barely an hour and found his few doubts gone. Things would certainly be interesting here. His father would be angry at him for not returning to the Dreadfort as he wished, but he had little doubt in time John could well prove to be a brother in arms, perhaps even more than his own bastard brother could ever hope to be. Chapter 6. Motley Crew. Barristan wasn't sure what to make of Domeric Bolton when the young knight first arrived at King's Landing. Though he said Ned had sent him to be a companion for his bastard, it was clear he was intended to guard the boy after his injury at the river gate. Barristan could understand being concerned about his son, but he was a squire set to become a knight. He would be injured. Ned knew this, so why would Eddard Stark send a guard for his bastard? Thankfully, the Bolton heir was a good hand to have around. He helped John come to ride even better than already he did. At times it was as though they were centaurs, both of a par at the lance, while Loras wielded it with natural ease. When he'd first arrived, John had clearly focused on learning the sword but had grown skilled beyond it, wielding lances, daggers, spears, axes, all with similar skill. Soon their number grew again as word began to spread of the flayed knight who arrived at King's Landing to join the Flower and Bastard Squires. Though Mace trusted Loras' assurances of Eddard Stark's bastard being a true knight, he couldn't do the same once he heard the Bolton had arrived. Even in the south there were tales of the Boltons who wore their enemies' skins as cloaks, with rumors that they still flayed their enemies despite claiming to abandon it millennia earlier. They were shocked to find the companion Mace Tyrell sent for his squired son was a pale-eyed rotund boy with the collar of his surcoat lost beneath his chins, the scarlet huntsman embroidered across it marking him a Tarly. John maintained an even expression while Domeric observed him carefully, and Loras bit back a more biting smile as 3 other men-at-arms followed the boy in dismounting. "Welcome," Loras said. He extended a hand which the boy hesitantly shook. "I'm Loras Tyrell, Squire to Lord Renly Baratheon." "Samwell Tarly," he said with a quick nod. "Son of Lord Randall Tarly of Horn Hill." "My father spoke well of yours," Loras assured before looking to his companions. "These are my friends, Ser Domeric Bolton, heir to the Dreadfort, and Jon Snow, bastard to Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell." Sam smiled sheepishly to the 2 beside Loras. "I look forward to knowing you." Loras nodded to the huntsman on his surcoat. "Do you enjoy hunting?" Sam shuddered but looked reluctant before admitting, "I hate it." Domeric offered a smile. "And I dislike flaying people." Seeing Sam's eyes go wide with fear, John chuckled and elbowed Domeric. "I'm joking, of course, Lord Tarly. I quite enjoy it." Loras laughed as Sam's face paled, John noticing the men behind him looking equally concerned. "Don't mind him," John assured Sam. "Domeric would rather sit and play his harp all day than wield a blade." That seemed to wash away Sam's fear, gaining his interest. "You play the harp?" Domeric's brow arched. "Do you as well?" "Oh no," Sam said, shaking his head. "I enjoy listening and making up songs, but I can't play any more than I can wield a blade. Give me a book, though, and I'll tear through it like Arthur Dane." The boys chuckled while Domeric nodded. Me as well. I found the library of the Red Keep more than adequate. I could show you once you've settled in." Samwell was to be a companion for Loras since he couldn't well squire to a squire. Instead, Lord Aaron secured him staff quarters near John and Domeric. While Domeric found light work in the stables, Sam found his maintaining the library. The boy was shy and awkward, making it hard to get to know him at first. Their first time in the yard had been a disaster when Domeric hit him twice in a row and Samwell fell to his knees holding his head. "I yield," he pleaded. "Don't hit me." The knight and squires frowned, seeing him shiver in fear. John hopped off the rail and hurried over, kneeling down to grab the man's arm and help him stand again. "It's fine, we're not going to hurt you, Sam. We want to help." "It's no use," Sam said with a sniff as he wiped his eyes. "A dozen have tried and failed. My father," he dashed. Samwell froze suddenly, glancing at Loras before lowering his gaze and shaking his head. "It's no use." John and Domeric shared a glance while Loras frowned. "Your father what?" Domeric asked, crossing his arms. Samwell's large throat shivered as he gulped and shook his head. "He's tried before and it never works. I've been forced to sleep in chainmail, paraded through the bailey in my mother's clothes to shame me into valor, bathed in Auroch's blood by warlocks from Karth. None of it worked." John had known Loras thought poorly of Sam. He imagined it was less to do with his build, which Mace Tyrell supposedly shared, and more to do with his awkwardness and ineptitude. Yet John watched as all those things fell away as anger painted Loras's concerned expression. "That's awful," Loras said, shaking his head. He had been lucky that his place in his family meant what he was could be ignored, but Sam had been tortured because he wasn't what his father wanted. That had been Loras' nightmare as he came to realize what he was, who he was. To see what it did to someone made Loras thankful for his family and his place as third-born son. After that, Loras was more patient with his companion, the 3 of them doing what they could to train him in the yard, but more often than not he sat aside while they sparred. He would join them for rides, though rarely joined them in practicing with a lance. Instead, it was Domeric and Samwell who managed to make John take an interest in reading and history. They had been sat in the yard one day while Loras was off with Renly and Ser Barristan guarded the queen. Domeric and Samwell were discussing books they'd suggested to each other, while John listened to them and picked at the remnants of the food Sam had brought them. His interest shifted when he spotted Amandine Moore trailing the princess and her uncle. Once she spotted them, she glanced at Tyrion and diverted her path. Spotting the princess walking over to them, Samwell gasped and sat up, making Domeric glance to John, the squire's smile telling him who it was before he turned. "Good afternoon, Princess Myrcella," Lord Tyrion. Ser Domeric, she said with a curtsy. And Ser Samwell Tarly, your grace, he said with a bow. No, Ser. With a polite smile she looked to John. I take it Ser Barristan guards my mother? John chuckled. That he does, princess. Tarly, Tyrion said with a smirk to the fat man. I'd heard Tyrell sent his son a companion as well, though I'm surprised he didn't send a knight. Are you sure you're able to keep up with the bastard and his companions? Sam put on a smile as he looked to the little lord. It was either this or risk an accident on a hunt. While Myrcella looked confused, Tyrion's brow rose as he saw Domeric and Jon's faces darken. Loras has been furious when Sam told them of his father's ultimatum, partially because he blamed himself for it. After receiving a letter from Mace Tyrell asking for have Randall send his son to King's Landing and be a companion to his son, the Lord of Hornhill called his son into his room with 2 men-at-arms bringing him to his solar. He had a scroll on the desk before him as he stood and looked to his eldest son. You're nearly a man and my heir, he said carefully. You've given me no reason to disown you, but I will not allow you to take the title and lands that should be Dickon's. Heartsbane must go to someone able to wield her, and you are not worthy to touch her hilt. His hand pushed the scroll forward. You've decided to make a name for yourself and relinquish your place as heir to Hornhill. To achieve that, I've done you a final favor as a father and secured you a place as companion to Loras Tyrell in King's Landing. If you fail at that and return, we shall have a hunt, and somewhere in these woods your horse will stumble and you will be thrown from the saddle and die, he said, meeting his son's terrified eyes. Or so I will tell your mother. Sam had spoken it to them calmly, but Loras was worked into a rage that left bruises on Jon when they went to the yard that day. He's no knight, but he is a scholar, Domeric offered, reaching over to pat Sam's shoulder. Do you seek to be a maester? Tyrion asked. The way Sam's face paled as he shook his head left Tyrion confused and saddened, wondering what the boy had suffered. No, he said with a shaky laugh. I simply prefer to read. Ser Domeric and I were just discussing a book I'd finished last night. Lost Children, Tales of the First Men by Maester Cregan. Myrcella's brow raised with a smile. I've read that. You have? Asked Domeric. Myrcella nodded. I wanted to know about the old gods, so Maester Pycelle told me of it. It talked of how it's believed the first men inherited the old gods as a part of their pact with the children of the forest. I'm not sure I believe them about the first men being from the Essos, that they were basically Dothraki. Perhaps the North changed us, Domeric said with a smile. Maybe back then men of the North truly were savages and the pact helped us settle. Then I wonder why the Dothraki haven't sailed, since if the first men found Westeros, Myrcella said with a laugh. Perhaps only the cravens stayed behind and that fear of crossing the sea became a part of their culture? Samwell smiled. I've also read another theory in Maester Mikhal's Traces of Valyria that the first men could be from Valyria. I read that last week, Myrcella began with a nod. Tyrion found himself feeling pride as he watched his niece hold her own in a discussion with the 2 older lordlings. Then he found amusement in looking to Jon Snow, who seemed a bit lost from not having read the books they discussed. He also found the hint of jealousy he saw interesting as well. Tyrion thought Myrcella had all her mother's beauty and none of her nature, and he was never more certain of that than when she spoke of Jon Snow, who kept appearing in more of Myrcella's stories whenever Tyrion asked how she'd been while he was away. Whenever she mentioned the dark-haired squire, her eyes softened in a way Cersei's never did. Her smile held such delicate hope even beneath a solemn veil of knowledge that because of what he was they could never be. It was in those moments a part of him wished Jon Snow the kind of bastard who would do as Rhaegar had years ago and steal his own Lyanna Stark. But he knew the boy enough to know that would never happen. Worst was Tyrion had an inkling the boy would be good for her. When he'd first looked into Myrcella's garden and noticed the winter roses, he'd been shocked to hear who gave them to her. Then he'd heard the tale of his injury at the river gate and understood her adoration of the boy. He cared for her enough to go out of his way to get her a gift no one else would, and nearly lost his life doing so. No wonder she was smitten. He'd taken a chance to look into the boy after that, asking around the court and finding that the worst people had nothing good to say of him but nothing bad either. The worst Cersei had said was that he was a bastard, which the boy knew clearly thanks to his time with Joffrey, who considered him a dullard because he never rose to Joffrey's insults or even seemed to bristle at them anymore. The small council considered him a quiet, simple lad, but Renly said Loras spoke of the boy as though he were his own brother. When he asked him of Jon, he found the Tyrell answered simply, "Jon is the best person I know." Most shocking had been Jaime, who said, "Snow was wasted in the north." "Is that so?" Tyrion asked, tilting his head. Jaime thought back to the boy he saw in the yard of Winterfell venting his frustration on a straw soldier. Before this he intended to go to the wall, Jaime told his brother. They made him think that was the best he could do, go spend the rest of his life sworn to a brotherhood of thieves, rapists and turncoats. All because Catelyn Tully was terrified he would be the demon Blackfire of the north. "And you don't think him capable of that?" Tyrion asked, arching his brow. "Oh, he's absolutely capable," Jaime said with a laugh. "I've no doubt he could ride to Winterfell now and slay every man there. But he wouldn't. He loves his siblings, still writes to them from what I understand. When we spar he sometimes mentions things they wrote." "You spar with him?" Tyrion sat up, finding that just as telling. "From time to time," Jaime shrugged. "No need to be clever or second-guess words." Tyrion's jaw shifted as he held back a smirk and took a risk, saying, "Perhaps that's why Myrcella cares for him." He watched Jaime's lips sink slightly. He knew. He'd known for a while and felt similar to how Tyrion did. It's possible. Jon won't try anything though. He knows better. "You know this." Jaime seemed to shift uncomfortably before glancing to the door and nodding. "He's said as much." Tyrion's eyes widened. "He has." Jaime chuckled. "I asked him about it. Poor fool looked like he was going to piss himself, expecting me to gut him. Then he told me why he got her the flowers for her garden." "Why?" "He saw how much she liked your name-day gift and realized no one else in court was making a fuss like they had for Joffrey, so wanted to cheer her up." The fondness in Jaime's somber smile surprised Tyrion. "But he knows his place. He knows the king and queen would never allow her to marry him, even if he rose to be a great knight or founded his own house. Even with Robert showing the boy some favor, being a bastard is a stain he can't wash away." The somber tone when Jaime spoke of Jon's bastard stain stuck with Tyrion as he saw Jon recognize his jealousy and look down frowning. With a slight shake of his head, he seemed to squash what he was feeling listening to Myrcella speak with his friends and looked up with his usual even expression. He flashed a small smile when Myrcella finished and said farewell before leading Tyrion toward the library to pick up a book Samwell had mentioned. It was after that conversation that Jon had taken to visiting the library and spending his nights reading in his room once he was done with his duties for the day. After that, Barristan found that Jon devoted himself nearly as much to studying history as he did training. "More to learn from," Jon said when Barristan asked him why he took a sudden interest in reading. "I don't have experience in battles like you do, but I can read about them and learn from that. I can try to understand things and people more by reading about them. It could help." Barristan was glad to see the boy expand his interests. He'd been so focused on training it seemed all he ever did, but he retained that intense, single-minded focus with everything he did. It seemed he was determined to better himself, but never let his duties dwindle. When he was guarding with Barristan he was focused, when he was training he pushed himself, and when he was at the library it was hard to pull him away once he was deep in a book. Barristan was sure he could give the squire a spoon and tell him to tear down the castle, and in a month he would return to find piles of bricks laid before him. His sudden interest in history was nothing compared to the surprise Barristan felt when he finished a shift guarding the queen and found Jon sat across from Domeric and Sam, his long fingers strumming at a harp set against his shoulder. Barristan felt something flicking at the back of his mind with each string struck. Jon wore a wary expression, looking from his fingers to the Kingsguard stood off to the side. "Ser Barristan," Domeric said with a tone of relief as he looked from the Kingsguard to Jon. Would you tell John that playing an instrument wouldn't make him less of a knight? Barristan nodded. Plenty of knights play an instrument or two. Domeric looked to John. Surely you've heard of the tourney of Harrenhal? A frown took Barristan's lips as John nodded. Of course. Ser Barristan, Domeric said, turning to the Kingsguard. You faced Rhaegar that day in the finals. You knew him before King Robert killed him. Surely he was a fine warrior if he beat you that day. Barristan nodded, putting together the point the lad was trying to make. He was, but even finer at the harp. I'm not some silver-haired prince, John said sourly. Though I'm sure you'd like to steal a princess, Domeric teased. John shook his head as Sam snickered. Looking down at the harp, John strummed an off-key melody, which somehow made Barristan's stomach stir as he watched the sullen boy play the strings before looking to Domeric. Why do you want to teach me? Because it's more fun playing together, Domeric answered. Sam offered an almost apologetic look as if his lack of skill was to blame. Seeing John still hesitate, Domeric tilted his head in thought. Maybe I should offer to teach Loras. Gods, John sighed. Could you imagine the women if their flower knights serenaded them? The boys shared a laugh before John looked at the instrument and nodded. Fine, I'll let you try and teach me. After that, whenever Barristan saw Domeric giving the squire lessons on the harp, he felt oddly unsettled. It must have been Domeric's comment about Rhaegar, but all he could think of was the dragon prince going from reading in the library to training in the yard and then serenading the court with his silver-stringed harp, crafting melodies that drove women to tears. Seeing his squire grow so quickly gave the man a swell of pride, enough to make him doubt not knighting him after seeing how somber John was after watching Loras be knighted. The Tyrell had been John's first friend in King's Landing and his rival. Seeing Loras surpass him, leaving John as the only squire of their group, might have disheartened him, yet he remained happy for Loras. It didn't help that not long after Loras was knighted, word spread of a tourney to be held on Joffrey's 13th name day. Lords and knights gathered to King's Landing, including Tywin Lannister and even Walder Frey. Loras would have pages to bring him lances, so suggested that Sam act as squire for Domeric during the joust rather than sit in the stands. Will you need me for the tourney? John asked Barristan one morning as he helped the knight prepare for his shift. What do you mean? You'll ride, won't you? Barristan nodded. I had considered it. I was hoping you could go without me, John said carefully. Barristan looked to his sullen squire and smiled solemnly. There's no need to be ashamed because you're behind them, John. They're older. The boy looked down as if he'd been caught. I know. I'll find another to hand me lances should I decide to tilt, Barristan assured. Thank you, sir. Now go, Barristan said with a laugh. I've a queen to guard, so I release my shadow upon the world. John smiled as he followed Barristan out of the room, though that fell as he turned and made his trek to the Street of Steel in Flea Bottom. John had been with Loras when the newly knighted Tyrell purchased his armor from the shop of Tobo Mott, so made his way there with the purse King Robert had given him for the cut on his leg, barely lighter from the toy he bought for Tommen's name day. He knew from how much Loras and Domeric's armor had cost that he could afford a set of his own. Stepping into the largest house on the Street of Steel, he found the owner walking around examining the works until one of the serving girls spoke to John, and he made his way toward him. I'm afraid we've not finished the armor yet. I assumed as much, but I've come hoping to buy my own set this time, John said with a glance to the door before adding quietly, without my friends knowing. Tobo nodded and said quietly, hope to play the Mystery Knight? Will you want a full set or shall you piece together my spares? John looked around before spotting an unfinished bull head helm sat in the corner. I'd like a helmet like that. The apprentice near it looked up and shook his head. You can't have it. Tobo turned back to his apprentice. Gendry. He can't, he repeated firmly. It's mine. I made it for myself. Could you make me one like it? Asked John. Maybe shaped different? Tobo turned back with a nod. He could if that's what you wish. I'd like the helmet custom, but the rest could be off your racks if it's easier for you. For the shield, would you paint that as well? We could, Tobo nodded. What did you have in mind for the sigil and helm? John thought about it, trying to think of what he could choose. Domeric had told him of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and he'd considered asking for a sullen tree, but it might have been too obvious. Instead, John thought back on what had led him here. He'd wanted to go to the wall and become a crow, yet ended up leaving Winterfell to Squire for the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. A white crow, John said, looking to the smith, smiling as he added, with green eyes. Tobo nodded. The back. Black. A crow for the helm as well if you can, though it need not be white. Better to match the armor. We'll give you a mighty beak, Sir White Crow. Now let's pick out the rest. When Joffrey's name day came, knights gathered, and Barristan found himself disappointed. John had chosen to take the day to practice the harp and study on his own. He'd hoped the squire would at least come to see his friends ride, but maybe he had underestimated how down on himself he'd been. He still remembered how John had apologized for failing to stop the gate captain's murder, blaming himself for it. Part of him wished the boy could take some of the arrogance from Jaime or Loras, else he may drown in self-doubt or end up as skittish as the Tarly boy. During the procession of knights, Barristan noted among them a man in a pieced-together set of armor with a crow's head helm and a black shield housing a white crow with green eyes. The moment the small folk saw him, the whispers began, as they always did when a mystery knight took their ranks. Barristan found himself smiling, thinking back to when he rode as a mystery knight and Prince Duncan Targaryen dubbed him bold. The king chuckled upon spotting him. Fucking mystery knights. Who do you think it is? Joffrey asked, tilting his head back and forth as if that would help determine the knight's identity. I think that's the mystery, Myrcella said, looking at the Knight of White Crows. Joffrey shot her a glare until the king laughed. It's probably some noble's son come to find his glory. Loras stood out more than most knights thanks to his resplendent armor littered with gem-encrusted flowers and a stallion draped in a blanket of roses. His first went to the queen, and his second to the princess, who took it with a polite smile and nod. He rode down the first of the Frye men, knocking the bulbous knight from his horse with grace that left the women swooning. That was soon followed by a hush as Domeric Bolton rode onto the field atop a red stallion. He wore dark armor with crimson slits invoking the sinew of bared muscles, as though he were his house's signature flayed man. Even his helmet had a similar pattern, with red streamers down the back like a horse's mane. The quiet of the crowd broke when they saw him speed across the field and break lances with a knight. As they came around for a second tilt, he seemed to push his horse even faster before shattering his lance against the knight, knocking him from his saddle without being hit. The crowd cheered when Domeric raised his hand and pat his stallion's neck as they rode back. Jaime Lannister rode next, garnering smiles from Tywin in the stands, who only grew more smug as he watched his son unhorse a Knight of the Vale. Ser Barristan managed to unhorse Gregor Clegane, who glared at him before storming off, knowing better than to challenge the Lord Commander. His brother Sandor broke 2 lances against a man from Dorne before taking the victory. When it came time for the mystery knight to tilt, he rode atop a gray horse with a bare black caparison. He seemed to ignore the crowd who cheered while he stared down the lane toward the Westerland knight. The knight wore thick armor with a half-green and brown shield housing the badger of House Lydon. The Knight of White Crow's armor was light in comparison. The only color apart from black or dark gray that may as well have been black was the white and green on his shield. He wore no streamers, no flourishes. The only thing that made him stand out were his beak-like helm and the question of who wore it. Barristan knew on the first tilt it was John. He'd seen the boy ride for years now, so recognized how he rose slightly in anticipation of the impact, dug his boots into the stirrups and thrust the lance forward as hard as he could, throwing the Lydon rider back hard enough the man flipped, making his horse turn in a moment of panic. The gasp from Sam when Domeric leaned down to tell him something made it clear Barristan wasn't the only one to recognize him. He was tempted to ride out and box his squire's ears, not for entering the tourney but for playing Barristan. He'd been concerned the boy was going to end up as sullen as most thought him, wallowing in self-pity, but instead here he was proving his place among the knights of Westeros. When the knight returned, he moved to the back of the group, away from the others, so Barristan guided his horse to him. Knowing none would overhear them, Barristan raised the visor of his helm to reveal a smile. "I don't know whether to be proud or tell you do laps of the keep." The Knight of White Crows chuckled. "I'd hope proud." "I am," Barristan nodded, glancing back at the others. "But why?" "I didn't want anyone to know," Jon shrugged. Barristan arched his brow. "Even if you win?" "Especially if I win," Jon said with a laugh as he gripped his rein. "I can't let Queen Cersei know a bastard crowned her daughter Queen of Love and Beauty." Barristan found himself thinking back to the tourney at Harrenhal. Though he knew nothing could come of it, he had still wanted to win and name Aishera Dane Queen of Love and Beauty. Of course, Rhaegar Targaryen would go on to win and crown his own, which led to tragedy. "Come, Ser White Crow," Barristan said with a smile. "I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you, Ser Barristan," Jon said with a nod as he followed the man back. "Ser Crow," Dom Eric begun as he spotted them returning. "I wonder why your sigil bears green eyes. For the lady who holds your heart, perhaps?" Jon could practically see Demeric's smile through his helm. "They are green for the wildfire that burns in my heart." Sam chuckled and Domeric shook his head while Jon quickly added, "Or so I told them when I signed up." Domeric snickered. "Good. I'm glad you've come, Ser Crow. I hope to meet you in the finals." "Assuming you make it that far," Jon teased. Loras came next, returning from his second tilt, coming to a stop beside him. "I hope you didn't pay much for that armor," he said, looking him over. "I plan to claim it for ransom when I unhorse you, and I know squires don't have heavy purses, much less bastard ones." "I'll have plenty once I ransom your armor," Jon said with a smirk as he glanced at the Flower Knight. "Of course, even if you refuse, I'll have a fortune from the gems alone." "Good luck, friend," Loras said, holding out his arm. "You as well," Jon said, raising his to tap the back of his forearm against Loras. Domeric sat mounted beside Loras as Samwell frowned, watching Jon ride out to find himself looking down the lane to Jaime Lannister sat in gilded armor. "Do you think he'll win?" Sam asked with a concerned frown. "I hope so," said Loras. "I want to face him." "You face him all the time," Sam said, glancing up at the knights. Loras shook his head. "It's not the same. It's different here. It matters more. The only truer test is on the field with live steel." Domeric nodded. "I hope we never have to face that test." A light laugh came from Loras, ever surprised by how soft-hearted a flayed man could be. Staring down the Kingsguard, Jon felt his stomach twisting into itself. He didn't want the glory of victory, he wanted to know he could win. To know he had a place here, not just in King's Landing, but in Westeros. He couldn't just stand among the rest, he needed to be better, to prove that everyone who ever looked down on him for being a bastard was a fool. That someone like him could win and name a princess queen and not have people question it. He didn't care about the women that he could take to bed. Not if it meant fathering another bastard. If being the bastard of the Lord of Winterfell could be such a shroud upon his life, what would it mean to be the bastard of a bastard? He could win this, name Myrcella Queen of Love and Beauty, and then dump the armor somewhere like the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Let the Knight of White Crows remain a mystery while Jon Snow earned his own knighthood. Let them wonder who he could have been, who would dare name the Princess Queen and leave without a word. He would miss the melee, but it would be worth it. He'd even consider turning down the winner's purse if claiming it would risk outing his identity. If he did, he could hand it to the small folk, build the legend even more, and keep enough so he could buy the others a meal and get a sword for Arya so he'd have it whenever he returned to Winterfell. Gripping the lance and reins, Jon dug his spurs into the horse and leaned forward. His jaw set firm as he rose from his seat and thrust the lance forward with such force his hand numbed as it shattered. So did his shoulder, where Jaime's lance snapped against his pauldron. Dumping his lance, he took another, his knuckles white beneath his gloves as he rode forward again. He tilted his head slightly, keeping his eyes on the gilded Kingsguard as the crowd hushed before their lances shattered. He turned again and rode back, his head down, staring at the head of his horse until he took a new lance and turned to face Jaime again. "Crow!" Sam cheered. "Crow! Crow!" A man in the crowd cheered. "Crow!" Others repeated, chanting it as he rode forward. He rose from his saddle slightly as he moved to drive the lance into Jaime's pauldron. But when he did, found the Kingsguard tilted his body while thrusting his lance into the overlap of pauldron and chest plate. It felt like Jon was locked in place as his horse rode out from beneath him, leaving him to fall to earth as the crowd gasped. Jaime tossed his lance aside with a laugh as he turned his horse and rode back to the fallen knight, who groaned and pushed off the ground to stand. "I'll claim the helmet first," Jaime said, raising the visor of his lion head helm to reveal a smirk. The crowd went quiet as the Knight of White Crows stared at him for a moment before reaching up and removing his helm. "Fuck my giddy aunt," Robert said, sitting forward, clutching the arms of his chair. "I knew it," Jon Arryn said, shaking his head despite his smile. Myrcella gasped, putting her hands to her mouth as she suddenly felt tears prickling her eyes. She'd spent the match cheering for her uncle, but if she'd known. Tommen bounced his chair, grabbing Myrcella's arm. "Jon, it's Jon." Joffrey scoffed, crossing his arms while Cersei raised her chin with a haughty smile, glad her brother showed the bastard his place. Sam peeked out from behind the hand he raised to cover his eyes when he saw Jon fall and frowned as Domeric and Loras sighed. The crowd broke into a murmur, with those who recognized him telling others he was Ser Barristan's squire. Sat atop his horse, Ser Barristan, Selmy knew. Maybe it was because Jon was older and had grown into his looks, but he recognized the nose, his chin, even his hair and eyes, though they were the wrong colors. In that moment, stood upon the field in dark armor, it was like all the little things he'd noticed came together to form a melancholic specter stood behind the sullen squire. Jon Snow was not Eddard Stark's son. Jon Snow was a dragon. Chapter 7, Runt. "Well, I suppose I can't expect much of a ransom," Jaime said as he looked to the bastard squire before him, the mystery knight unmasked. "Instead, I'll return your horse and armor in exchange for your services as a squire for a month." Jon sighed. "It's not my place agree to that, Ser Jaime." "Ser Barristan?" Jaime turned his horse as he looked to the Lord Commander sat mounted with the other knights. That drew all eyes to the Lord Commander, who was staring at Jon. Once they looked to him, Barristan was relieved he wasn't gaping at the boy. He couldn't draw attention to him. "I'll agree to it," Barristan nodded, putting on a smile. "Let him suffer as punishment for lying and saying he couldn't squire for me today." That was enough to make the crowd laugh as they turned back to Jaime, who looked to Jon. "You can start tomorrow," he told the bastard squire as rode away, leaving Jon to mount his horse and ride back to his friends. Loras and Domeric gave him grim nods while Sam frowned up at Jon. "I'm sorry, Jon. I thought you rode well." "Thank you, Sam," Jon said with a nod. "Let me remove my armor and I'll help you with the lances." "There's no need," Sam said. But Jon was already unfastening his armor as he rode to tie off his horse. Jon took to helping Sam prepare lances for Domeric and squiring for Barristan during their tilts. Barristan rode to a yield against Jaime, who then took a victory from Sandor. Domeric dominated his tilts while Loras gained the love of every woman who watched him. When it came time for Loras and Domeric to ride against each other, it was clear the women of the crowd preferred Loras, but the men seemed mixed. Bets changed hands as the riders stood at the ends of their lanes and in a show of friendship raised their fist with a nod before taking their reins and riding. Lances shattered as both men rode past each other, the crowd cheering when they nodded to each other while returning to their starts. With new lances they rode again, and again they shattered against each other. It was on the fifth lance that Loras foresaw the shift in Domeric's and moved, letting his own slam into the Bolton's side, knocking him off his saddle. The crowd cheered as Loras glanced back and saw Domeric getting to his feet. "I'll pay you once we return to the keep," Domeric assured as he removed his helmet once they moved off the lanes. "You can keep your armor," Loras said with a smirk. "I've no need of such grim plate, though I imagine your stallion may come at a prime price." Barristan found himself distracted as he returned to stand beside the king while Loras rode against Jaime. He kept staring at the spot where Jon had removed his helmet and he'd put it all together. Robert had made the realm think Rhaegar some dragon he slew after he stole the love of his life and hid her away in a tower where he raped her until she died. But he knew the prince better than that. It seemed so obvious now that Rhaegar had loved her, taken her away to be with her, and when Eddard Stark rode south for her, he returned with her child and claimed him a bastard to spare him the fate of Rhaegar's other children. Jon had his mother's Stark looks, but there were hints of his father there. Barely enough to be noticed if Barristan's mind hadn't been shifting back to Harrenhal all day. Seeing him with a harp, devouring books in the library, pushing himself to be the best at everything he tried, it was as if he'd inherited it all from Rhaegar, yet likely that drive was born from being raised a bastard. Was he even a bastard? For all he knew, Rhaegar had married Lyanna once Elia grew frail. Loras knocked Jaime from his horse and amid cheers claimed his first tourney victory as a knight. When he took the crown of yellow roses and rode around the field, Loras slowed as he neared the royal family. With his visor raised, he shot a quick smirk to Jon before stopping and presenting the crown at the tip of his lance to Queen Cersei. "As a loyal knight in service of the king, I find none hold the beauty of his queen." Robert laughed as Cersei shot Loras a cold look with a plastered smile and took the crown from him. Jon found himself relieved, as did Myrcella despite her frown. Once the melee was done, they all retreated to the keep for a grand feast, as they usually were for Joffrey's name day. Myrcella watched as Loras asked the queen to dance, and she forced a smile and accepted as was expected of her, still wearing the crown of yellow roses picked for their Baratheon colors. Myrcella had always thought her mother beautiful and took it as a compliment when anyone compared her to the queen, but she found herself thankful Loras hadn't chosen her because the yellow flowers didn't sit well against their golden hair. She'd been disappointed to find out Jon wouldn't be riding with his friends, but understood he wasn't a knight yet despite her frequent slips of Ser Jon. That disappointment grew when she found he hadn't shown up even to Squire for Barristan as he rode, so took to cheering her uncle. Finding out that she'd been cheering against Jon had left her a swell of emotion, fearing that in some small way if she cheered for him instead luck might have been on his side and he could have won. Even if the flowers didn't look good in her hair, she would have worn them proudly if he'd given them to her. Myrcella had chosen her finest green silks in hopes of bringing out her eyes and spent hours fretting over the soft curls of her golden hair. She knew he never would, but a part of her hoped that something about her would be too much and Jon might cast aside his honor and fear to ask her to dance. Instead, the first to ask her to dance was Loras Tyrell, who held out his hand to her with a smile. "Would you care to dance, Princess Myrcella?" She rose from her seat with a smile and joined him on the floor. The Flower Knight's showy smile softened as he looked to the princess while they danced. "I hope you weren't insulted by my passing you with the petal crown, Princess." "I wasn't," Myrcella assured. "You chose well. I can only hope to someday share part of my mother's beauty." "I believe you already match it, Your Grace," Loras said with a smirk. "But I feared for my life should I crown you before another." Myrcella followed his gaze to where Jon sat at a table with Dom Eric and Samwell, looking more sullen than usual as he stared at his plate, tapping his finger against the rim of his glass. "I doubt any could claim your life, Ser Loras," she said, looking back to him with a somber smile. "For you he would," Loras assured, taking a moment to spin her. "And yet he will not ask me to dance," she said knowingly. A frown took her lips as she looked to Loras. "He is a wolf and I a stag. He is a bastard and I am bound to my father's crown. He is near a man and I still a child. I am a friend, family by friendship, but never anything more." She was young, too young to be considered in such a way, especially by someone like Jon, but Loras knew Jon cared for the girl. It wouldn't be long before the princess blossomed and could no longer be ignored. It had already begun, but it had been so gradual they had missed its beginning. Soon men would come for her hand and her betrothal would be set. "Jon is no wolf." Seeing her confusion, he corrected, "He's a snow." It doesn't change that he has wolf's blood in him, said Marcella. Wolves hunt stags, said Loras, smiling at the flush that took Marcella's cheeks. In time I'm sure not even his honor could withstand your beauty, and you may find him asking for more than a dance. John watched as Marcella went from dancing with Loras to Lord Renly. When she glanced at John and smiled, he returned it, quickly looking back to his plate before anyone saw him. Of course Dom and Sam saw, both smirking as he looked to them. Will you ask her to dance? Sam asked with a glance toward the princess. I'm sure she'd say yes. John glanced at her before looking to the high table where Cersei sat sipping at wine, watching Joffrey dance with a maiden from one of the visiting houses. He knew that if he asked Marcella to dance it would draw attention from enough people, likely even King Robert himself, and turn her attention on them. John had learned early in his stay that most of the Kingsguard were far from noble knights of legend. They were just men, some of whom seemed to favor the queen. Even if Jaime hadn't confronted John by asking him about Marcella, he had no doubt one of the others had told her of Marcella's interest in him. It was why often when she was with any but Jaime or Barristan and himself, he made sure to make himself a simple, dutiful knight fond of a princess in his care. He had played Aemon the Dragon Knight plenty as a child, so this was no different. It wasn't just himself he was keeping out of trouble, but he knew enough of the royal family to know it would cause her problems as well. As awful as it was, he found he agreed with Lord Arryn that Marcella and Tommen being largely ignored by their family had been a blessing which left them better than the others. Robert was a lush fool half the time and almost pitiful some days. But even he was better than Cersei and Joffrey, who no doubt would make a mess if they suspected he felt anything for Marcella. She was a princess, she could have a crush on a knight in her service, but if he made any show in return and let them think something could happen, they would do something drastic. They would betroth her to some lord and send her away, decide they had enough of John and send him to the wall, or even take his head. To think at one time John wanted to go to the wall, but now a part of him hoped he could earn enough favor to gain his own name, one somehow worthy enough of a princess. He hoped the fool king would suddenly decide to legitimize John just to unite the Stark and Baratheon houses by marrying him to Marcella while keeping Joffrey and Robb available for other betrothals. He would be the story other bastards told themselves to lift their spirits, to assure themselves they could achieve anything because for whatever reason the gods had smiled upon him. But it would never happen. Maybe it was being away from the north and the lack of a proper godswood, but John had come to feel the gods never favored anyone. They likely cast their die and observed what came from them or guided them toward some path, never caring what becomes of the people below. It felt at times as if John was meant to be a bastard, and no matter what he did he always would be, and there was nothing that could change that. Working hard didn't matter. Making himself better didn't matter. He could win every tourney for the rest of time, become the most just and honorable knight through all of history, and it would never change that he was just a bastard. John shook his head, his jaw shifting as he looked to Dom and Sam. I'm leaving. Sam seemed surprised while Domeric furrowed his brow. Already? I'm going to see if Mott's still open, said John. I'll sell back the armor I bought and put it toward Arya's sword. You did well today, John, Domeric said as John rose from the table. You unhorsed a man and broke lances with Jaime Lannister. There's no shame in losing to him. John, feeling like he was drowning in pitch, shrugged and said morosely, All I am is shame. Barristan watched his squire leave the hall and frowned, seeing the boy looking so disheartened. He returned to watching the hall, yet found himself wanting to go find the boy. It would be wrong to tell him what he suspected without being sure. Even if he knew, what would be the point in telling him? What would come of it? He would go from thinking his father was in the north and assuming his mother was dead while hoping she would one day show up and reveal herself, to knowing that both his parents had died, that his life was lie cast upon him to protect him from a man willing to murder infants, a man he'd guarded and followed for years now. He could try to retake the throne, and then who would Barristan side with? King Robert or the son of the Rhaegar, the king who should have been? His eyes found the door again as he frowned, wondering how he should handle this. Coming to the street of steel, he heard the familiar ping of hammer and steel leading him to Tobo Mott's shop. Entering the shop, he found few still working, but recognized the apprentice who made his helmet. Tobo Mott spotted him and smiled as he walked to the squire. "How'd you do?" he asked. "I shouldn't have paid for your silence," John said with a laugh. "I lost and was revealed in my second tilt." John tapped the bag holding all the armor. "The armor was good, but I was hoping I could sell it back and commission something else." Tobo thought it over. "I could take them back for a reduced price if they are still intact." Once Tobo looked the armor over, he gave John a nod. "And you wish to commission a custom set?" "No," John chuckled. "I actually want to gift someone a sword. They're small though, skinny as a reed from what I remember." Tobo nodded, taking a moment to think before motioning for John to follow him and bringing him to a rack of different swords. The smith scanned it before removing a slender Bravo blade with a gilded basket hilt and jeweled pommel. "It's the type of blade used by Bravo of the Free Cities," Tobo explained, handing the boy the blade. "Water dancers." John took the hilt and wielded the blade, noting how much lighter it was, made purely for thrusting. John performed a few swift thrusts, using a showy riposte before handing the blade back to Tobo. "It could work, but they'd prefer a more northern hilt," John said carefully, trying to not insult the man by calling the hilt gaudy. "And nothing for yourself?" Tobo asked, setting the sword back on the rack. John frowned. "Not yet." Losing himself in a book on the Second Blackfire Rebellion, John woke from another dream of Winterfell's crypts. With the morning sun rising, he went to begin squiring for Jaime Lannister. Ultimately, it wasn't much different from squiring for Ser Barristan. Only Jaime spoke with more bite than the respectful Lord Commander. He even took to Barristan's habit of sending John away whenever he was with Cersei. Most interesting was when he took John to the yards to spar, which became a daily occurrence rather than something he did once or twice a night. On the third day of squiring, John found out they would be leaving. "We'll be escorting the Queen and her children to Casterly Rock," Jaime told him as they left his room. "You want me to go with you?" asked John. "You're my squire," Jaime said with a smirk. "Don't worry. I'll make up for any extra time you have to spend apart from Barristan." His smile all but said a Lannister always pays his debts. But John was more worried about having to deal with Cersei and Joffrey than spending more time with Jaime. It was on his fourth day squiring to Jaime that he asked, "Could I leave for an hour or so?" Jaime looked up from where he was sat eating. "You have a date?" "I need to get something," John said carefully. "I'll be back within the hour." Jaime saw his wariness and smirked, downing the last of his food before waving his hand. "I'll escort you." John stared at him for a moment, clearly considering turning him down and doing it later, but he couldn't be sure Tobo wouldn't sell Arya's sword if he waited. With a sigh, he led Jaime into the Street of Steel. Thankfully, Jaime waited outside the shop, watching the crowd gawk at him until John exited with a bundle of cloth that clearly contained a small sword. "Decided to arm yourself finally?" asked Jaime. "I've a dagger," John said of the dagger Barristan had bought him years ago, though he'd rarely used or even worn. "This isn't for me." "No?" John glanced at him. "I sold all but my helm and shield back and bought a sword for my sister." "The little one?" Jaime thought for a second. "Arya." When John nodded, Jaime chuckled, remembering their talk on the trip south from Winterfell. "That'll stick it to the trout." He managed to show the blade off to his friends before hiding it away with his letters, not caring that they were still in the room. He knew they wouldn't take the sword or bother to read the few letters he still kept. One thing that had come quickly even for Sam was a kind of trust. They hadn't bared all their secrets, not plainly, but they all supported each other enough to where if they wanted to there would be no doubt they could. On his sixth day, John left King's Landing riding beside Jaime outside the wheelhouse carrying the royal family. John tried to keep his attention ahead, ignoring the occasional glare from Tywin Lannister, who stared at him as suspiciously as Cersei ever had. It felt like the man thought John would suddenly remove his face to reveal he was a faceless man sent to slay him. They'd barely started along Blackwater Rush when they saw Dom Eric riding toward them atop his red stallion. John and Jamie told the others to stand down as the Bolton heir rushed to them, clearly sent because he was the fastest rider at the Red Keep. Somberly he told them, John Aaron's died. The Kings called his family to return. What? John asked, his horse taking a step forward as John shook his head. How? A sickness took him, Dom Eric said as a guard rushed to inform those within the wheelhouse. His wife left for the Vale shortly after, and the king has said we're to ride north to find a new hand. John shook his head. He means to make my father hand? Lord Aaron hadn't been particularly close, but John spoke to him at least once a week when the man checked in on him. Though often brief, they sometimes spoke of court, John's squiring, Lord Aaron's home in the Vale, Eddard's time as ward for him, and even a few stories of Lord Aaron's youth. He'd helped find John a place within King's Landing, and now he was dead. Even if he might have looked forward to returning to Winterfell, it felt wrong to do so when it came at the life of another. Yet John couldn't help the feeling that things would only get more complicated after this. That he would look back on these last few years as oddly peaceful compared to what would come. These pups may die anyway, Eddard Stark said, looking to the direwolf pups in the arms of Robb and Bran. They won't, Robb said. We won't let them die. Keep them, then. Jory, Desmond, gather up the other pups. It's time we were back to Winterfell. Bran allowed himself to feel victorious and flash Robb a thankful smile once they were mounted. The pups snuggled inside his leathers as they crossed the bridge with 5 direwolf pups bound for Winterfell. It wasn't until after they had gone the silence was broken by the soft steps of a she-wolf who walked with purpose. She stepped past the corpse of the much larger direwolf and found a small white bundle away from the body. Pressing her nose to the runt's head, the wolf laid down, letting it suckle and drink from its teat now that its mother was dead. As the albino direwolf fed from her, the wolf stared south, waiting patiently as a raven cawed on the tree above. Chapter 8. The Long Road. The wheelhouse returned to King's Landing to let the royal family prepare clothes for the north before departing, while Tywin continued to Casterly Rock, though Tyrion had opted to join them north. The king told them Barristan would be joining Jaime, Meryn Trant and Boros Blunt, who had been escorting the wheelhouse. His smile to Jon as he said it made it clear it had been for the squire's sake, likely to make sure Ned could meet the man who had looked after his son for near 3 years. Thankfully Dom Eric and Sam would be joining him, though Loras had decided to stay behind with Renly. While packing warmer clothes, Jon made sure to tuck Arya's sword into his bag as well. He wasn't a knight and didn't even have one of his own yet, but he could gift her one. It wasn't long after they left that Samwell turned 15, but they'd given him his gifts early, since Jon's quiver of arrows went with the bow Loras gifted him, while Dom Eric got him a fine dagger with an arrowhead pommel. When they gave it to Sam in King's Landing, the boy blinked at the bow Loras presented him. "This is for me? I know you hate hunting," Loras said with a smile, "but we thought you should at least have a way to defend yourself if the need arises. We'll help you train. We considered a longbow like the Tarly sigil but decided on a recurve," Jon explained, "the kind they use in Dorne. Doesn't it make sense that you should learn to wield a bow?" Dom Eric asked with a smirk. "The weapon of your family sigil, but one of your own." Sam blinked at him before noticing all 3 shared similar smirks. They'd done this to help him get back at his father. Make Sam learn to use a bow like the Tarly huntsman and prove his father wrong about him. His father had failed because he never considered Sam, but they had and found a way to include him even in their martial progress. Samwell blinked back tears as he looked over the bow. "Thank you." Once they began traveling north, whenever the procession stopped for a long time, Sam found himself using the bow. Most often it was just Dom Eric teaching him, though Jon occasionally joined when Jaime had no use of him or he wasn't sparring with the Kingsguard. Sam was surprised by how hard it was to use. It took more strength than he expected to draw the string properly, and how he held the string or arrow seemed to alter everything about the arrow's trajectory. Dom Eric explained it was a proper warbow rather than a lighter hunting or target one, and was meant to fire heavier arrows, so required more strength. To help his ability to draw easier, Sam found himself training his arms and hands as much as he could while they rode. They were past the twins when some of the men saw him shooting and the next day called for him to join in a hunt. Sam had frozen until Domeric smacked his shoulder and agreed to it. "I'm sorry, Sam," Domeric told him as they rode behind the others, "but this will help us stand out less." Sam looked at Domeric and nodded, understanding his thinking. They weren't guards or part of the royal retinue. They were out of place and stood out enough without him giving the men more reason to treat them differently. Sam had been terrified of the Bolton when he first arrived, having heard stories of them being heartless people who flayed others living. He'd even heard people say they likely ate human flesh and drank or bathed in their blood. Even knowing it was the men-at-arms teasing him, he wondered what kind of people could make them think such lies believable. Of course, Domeric would teasingly say he did all of those things, but it was clear he was mild-mannered and thoughtful, too level-headed and kind-hearted to do such awful things, though there were moments where Sam wondered if that were the case. "Go here and slit his throat," he'd say as he showed Sam a move with the dagger after they finished with the bow outside an inn. "They'll bleed out from here or here even." He pointed out the arteries of a person on himself. "Stick them once and leave. They'll die by the time anyone finds them." "Won't they suffer?" Sam had asked. Domeric shrugged. "If they try to hurt you, then they deserve it." Still, Domeric was kind as well. While they went hunting, Domeric borrowed one of the men's bows and stayed near Sam. When they spotted a pair of hares, he said quietly, "Close your eyes, Sam," before loosing his arrow, giving Sam time to snap them shut as he heard the hare screech. While they rode, they spoke of books they read. When Sam mentioned a third book Marcella had recommended to him, Domeric arched his brow. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her as well." "I'm fat and craven," Sam said with a laugh. "Not a fool." They looked to John riding next to Jaime and Tyrion, who was speaking as his brother chuckled and John smiled, shaking his head at the likely crude story. "If he knows, why doesn't he do anything?" Domeric looked to Sam. "He has his reasons, I'm sure." Sam frowned. "Perhaps he thinks himself Aemon the Dragon Knight." "He's sullen," Domeric chuckled. "Not weepy." Sam snickered. "I could lend him some tears." Their trip north took long enough that John's service to Jaime came to an end well before they reached Winterfell. "Lord Commander," Jaime said as he walked to Barristan with John at his side one morning, "I return your squire to your service, though I may call upon him again should I find myself bored." Barristan offered a smile to John. "Has he been treating you fairly?" "As fairly as can be expected." Jaime scoffed, elbowing the boy's side before he gave Barristan a nod and went to mount his horse. John glanced back at the Lannister before turning to Barristan. "Is there anything you need done, Ser Barristan?" The Kingsguard shook his head. "Just another day's trek north." "Do you dislike it?" John asked as they mounted their horses. "The travel perhaps," Barristan admitted, "but not the lands." John wore a smile as he looked to the hints of snow around them. "It's hard to think it's been years since I've seen snow. It felt like something that was almost always around when I was growing up, and now it feels odd." Barristan looked to his squire solemnly. "Do you miss it?" "Winterfell?" John asked while they started to ride, giving a nod to Domeric and Sam as they took a place behind them. "At times. It's all balanced to where I'm not sure which I prefer anymore. I miss the snow but not the cold. I miss a nice heavy cloak and warm clothes but not the burden that would come with wearing them. I miss my family, but it's not as if I'm alone here either." Barristan had spent the past month thinking and watching. Part of him had always hated the politics of court. It was why Robert barring him from the small council hadn't bothered him much. Now he'd spent a month going over it all as he pondered what might come from John knowing the truth he suspected. Robert had taken the throne for his own, but being a Baratheon meant he also had Targaryen blood tying them to the Iron Throne. However, if John was Rhaegar's son, then his claim could surpass Robert's. Even ignoring that, John could still muster allies to his side and attempt to retake the throne. There were some loyal to the Targaryen name, those like the Dornish who felt wronged by events during Robert Rebellion. The Reach and Tyrells had ties to the Targaryens as well, and with Loras as Jon's friend there was little doubt they would aid him. The North was the same, the Starks no doubt willing to back the boy raised as their son and brother. With the Starks would come the Tullys and the Riverlands, possibly even the Vale now that Lisa Arryn was in charge with her son. The Crownlands would be a mess of those loyal to the Targaryens and those loyal to whoever sat on the Iron Throne. The Iron Islands were hard to gauge, though Barristan imagined they would more likely use the fighting to try raiding their shores than choose a side. The Stormlands would surely go for Robert, as would the Westerlands to defend their queen and her children. But then there was Myrcella. Born to Baratheon and Lannister, she could be used to assure alliances within the Westerlands and Stormlands. Jon could take her as a wife as he likely wished and find not only happiness but that he had nearly every kingdom on his side. There were surely houses unhappy with the state of things or would be happy to settle for her at Jon's side. Jon could win. He could try to stay close to the king and send letters to have those he knows would be loyal or work against Robert gather their forces before he makes a move. He could leave Barristan's service and ride through the kingdoms gathering banners before conquering the Westerlands, Stormlands, and Crownlands. But if they dismissed him as a Blackfire or demon come again, how could he convince them? His lack of evident Targaryen traits would leave most to think him a mummer at best, and more likely a fool given to avarice after seeing those better than himself. If he had proof of some kind, then it could be done. He could convince them that the throne should have been his but was stolen by Robert, stolen by a lie forced upon, a veil to save his life. Jon could gather an army and wear a crown as rightful king. If it was possible, if Jon should have been king the moment he was born, then was Barristan's place at his side? Jon wasn't king, not yet. Even if he was Rhaegar's son, Jon may well deny it or reject it, he might not want the crown. He could flee to Essos and take up the life of a sellsword or a pirate. So much could go wrong as well. Anyone could kill him out of some grudge against Targaryens, the Stark, even bastards. They could deny him and tell Robert. One Robert's spies or someone loyal could find out and warn him. If it came to war, many could still die, including some of the royal family. Would Myrcella still care for Jon then? He would never marry her against her will. Even if others would tell him to, as king it would be his right to do as he thought best. The only thing Barristan knew for certain was that he would find the truth in Winterfell. Seeing it break the horizon, Jon found himself smiling in anticipation, wanting to ride ahead on his own but stayed with the procession. Will he be with them? Arya asked as she took her place with the others to await their visitors. I don't know, Ned offered with a solemn smile. If Ser Barristan rides with the king, then I imagine his squire would be at his side. Seeing his youngest daughter's hopeful smile, Ned found himself hoping the same. If he is, Catelyn said, looking to her children, you must all remember not to do anything improper. You can greet him after we've had our introductions. The others nodded while Arya frowned. I mean it, Arya. The girl glanced at her mother and looked down with a quiet huff, digging her fingers into her skirt. The visitors poured through the castle fates, and Ned found himself knowing many of the riders. Jaime was easily spotted by his golden hair, Sandor Clegane by his burnt face trailing a tall boy who could only be the crown prince, while the stunted man behind them was no doubt the imp, Tyrion Lannister. It was Robert himself who Ned barely recognized, flanked by two knights in snow-white cloaks before he vaulted off his warhorse and wrapped Ned in a bone-crushing hug. Arya looked around, doing her best to keep herself from bouncing in place too much as she tried to find Jon, while the king said her father he hadn't changed. Their wheelhouse too large to fit through the gate. The queen and her children came through on foot, and with them an older white-cloaked knight. She gasped, her eyes widening as behind them, keeping their distance from the queen, was a boy she knew to be Jon. He was taller than she remembered, near a man, but retained his lean build. He still had the stark long face and dark gray eyes that looked almost black, framed by wavy dark brown hair that didn't go past his neck. He wore almost entirely black, or grays dark enough they seemed to be black, as if he had truly gone north and joined the Night's Watch. Trailing him was an average-looking man with pale brown eyes wearing a pink and red doublet beneath a black jerkin and a pink woolen cloak with crimson lines throughout held by a brooch bearing a flayed man. Beside the Bolton was a rotund man wearing a black doublet, dark green surcoat and dark crimson cloak fastened by a brooch with a tarly huntsman. She recognized them right away from John's letters. Holding the reins for his horse as well as Barristan's, John looked to his family lined up before the king and queen, exchanging introductions. Rob had always been stocky compared to John, and that hadn't changed with age. His red-brown hair freshly trimmed for the royal visitors. Sansa had grown into her tully looks, seeming a true lady in the making. Arya had grown some but was still small and skinny, making John sure he'd picked out the right kind of sword. Bran had changed from the toddler he had been when John last saw him, wearing a sweet smile as he examined all the knights. Rickon had even grown from a babe in his mother's arms to a boy stood beside her clutching her skirts. Ned had somehow remained as John pictured him, long-haired and bearded, though perhaps with a few more grays than he had before. At his side stood Catelyn Stark, beautiful surely, but that lessened when her gaze briefly met John's and a flicker of anger painted her face. John quickly shifted his own, finding Ned flashing him a small smile and nod before the king called for him to take him to the crypts. While their mother showed the royal family to their quarters, the Stark children lingered in the yard. Arya grinned as she watched John and his friends hand their horses off to a stable hand before turning back and smiling. The moment he did, Arya took off running, squealing as she leapt up and wrapped her arms around him. Once she released him and sank back to the ground. "I missed you, brother," she said with a sniff. "And I you," he assured, patting her cheek and smiling. "Seems I was wrong," Robb said as he came up behind her. "Here I thought you'd come back looking a pompous Southron, yet you return looking as if you've joined the Night's Watch." "Black is my color," John said with a laugh, stepping forward to exchange a quick hug and pat Robb's back. When Robb stepped back, he did so into Rickon, who tried to peek around his legs at John. Laughing and picking their youngest brother up, Robb pointed to John. "That's our brother John. You were still little when he left to go train to be a knight." The boy nodded, smiling as John reached over to ruffle his hair. Bran looked up at John from beside Robb. "You're not a knight yet?" "Not yet," John nodded. "But there's still time before you're old enough to be a page or squire. If I'm not knighted by then, I'm sure I could convince Ser Loras or even Ser Domeric here to take you in my stead." John motioned to Dom as he mentioned him, who bowed his head. "You've been missed," Sansa offered sweetly. Arya scoffed. "You haven't missed him." Sansa glared at her sister. "I have." "And I've missed you too, Sansa," John said before they could say more. "I've appreciated your letters." "I as well," she said, turning to him with a nod. "King's Landing sounds so interesting." "It has its moments," John said with a shrug before stepping back and motioning to his companions. "These are my friends, Ser Domeric Bolton, heir to the Dreadfort, and Samwell Tarly." John nearly said of Horn Hill, but he's been all but disowned. He still had the Tarly name, but that was all. They all exchanged greetings before Arya grabbed John's hand. "Come, we can show you the dire wolves." "Dire wolves?" John asked as he was dragged along. "We found them when we went with Father to execute a Night's Watch deserter," Robb explained. "3 boys and 2 girls, Bran said with a grin. "Robb said they matched us, so must have been meant for Stark children." Suddenly Bran saw Arya, Robb, and even Sansa shoot him quick glares as he winced, realizing what he'd said. With a frown he looked to John, who wore a solemn smile, and seeing Bran's concern shook his head. "I'm no Stark." Though only weeks old, the direwolf pups were already a third the size of some dogs. Sam and even Domeric looked a bit wary of them, but John happily knelt and rubbed Nymeria's head before joining Rickon in rubbing Shaggy Dog's belly, chuckling when the pup nipped at his hand. Still, a part of him felt oddly hollow, but what did he expect? He was a bastard. In time he may well follow Barristan and end up wearing a cloak and sigil to match his name. Surely that was the best he could hope for. In the crypts, King Robert looked to Ned after offering to make him Hand of the King. If Lionel had lived, we should have been brothers, bound by blood as well as affection. Well, it's not too late. I have a son. You have a daughter. My Joff and your Sansa shall join our houses, as Lionel and I might once have done. The offer surprised Ned. Sansa is only 11. Robert waved a hand impatiently. Old enough for betrothal. The marriage can wait. Now stand and say yes, curse you. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, you grace, Ned answered, then hesitated. These honors are all so unexpected. May I have some time to consider? I need to tell my wife. Yes, yes, of course, tell Caitlin. Sleep on it if you must, Robert said, pulling Ned to his feet. Just don't keep me waiting too long. I am not the most patient of men. They started to leave when Robert looked to Ned with a laugh. If not for her mother, I'd considered raising your bastard and having him marry Myrcella, as she no doubt wants. Eddard turned to the king. What? She fancies the lad, he explained with a shrug. Don't worry, the boy's as honorable as you ever were. He cares for her, no doubt, but if he thinks more of her, then he doesn't act on it. Ned nodded. Do you know how he's been coming along? Gods, Ned. Robert laughed. I was ready to knight the boy before old John died. That surprised Ned. What for? On Joff's name day I held a tourney and the boy entered as the Knight of White Crows. Robert snickered. Rode down some bumbling knight, but then rode against Jaime Lannister. Ned's eyes widened, his shock seeming to grow the more Robert spoke. Boy broke 2 lances against him, but the third unhorsed him and he took off his helm. I just about pissed myself when I saw it was him. I was ready to knight the lad, but Barristan asked me to wait. Others know why. Robert shook his head. He said the boy still has things to learn, but hells. I've seen him in the yard with the Tyrell boy. Watching them makes me want to grab a hammer and join them, but I've settled for earning coin whatever your boy wins. He's doing well then? John seemed proud of him, Robert nodded. Said the boy was as smart as he was honorable, his mind as sharp as a sword. Every time I see him he's either in the yard, walking around with some book from the keep's library, or sat with his friends playing his harp. All the pride that had started to swell in Ned vanished with the air in his lungs as his chest seized and he looked to Robert. Harp. The other one, Robert said with a wave of his hand. The Bolton boy, he's teaching your bastard. They usually keep it to their rooms but have played a time or two in the yard. Seeing Robert's smirk as he spoke eased some of Ned's fears. As far as he could tell, no one knew. He told himself that it would be impossible for anyone to find out, but this felt like John was unknowingly tempting fate. He also wondered why he was just finding out about this now. John's letters had mirrored his own, with little detail beyond what seemed necessary, but he'd always had other sources on news about John thanks to his letters to the children. It was one thing to not know of the tournament and John's brief stint as a mystery knight since it had only just happened, but it seemed he'd been playing the harp for some time. Perhaps the boy was simply embarrassed and didn't want to tell the others. But it made Ned question how much John had changed if he'd suddenly become studious and taken up an instrument. His concerns only grew after he showed the king to his chamber and turned to find Ser Barristan Selmy stood at the end of the corridor with his arms crossed, eyeing Ned cautiously before he said, Lord Stark. Ser Barristan, Ned nodded. If possible, I'd like to speak with you, he said, meeting Ned's gaze. In private. With a nod, Ned led him toward his solar, yet couldn't help feel a sense of foreboding, as if a specter were reaching for his neck. Chapter 9. Bastard Stain. Entering the Lord's solar of Winterfell, Ned took a seat and motioned for Barristan to take a seat. I prefer to stand. Barristan couldn't be sure. Ned could be desperate to keep this secret and try something foolish. It was why he approached him after their arrival, so no one would question him wearing his armor. What did you wish to speak of, Ser Barristan? Your nephew. Ned's brow sank as he stared at Barristan. What? Rhaegar's son. Ned stared at the old knight for a moment, silent and afraid. Had Robert sent him? Had he ordered Barristan here to keep Ned away from his family? His family could be having their heads smashed against walls while Barristan held him here. He couldn't beat Barristan, but that hadn't stopped him fighting Arthur Dane either. If he harms my family, I serve the king, said Barristan, his somber blue eyes meeting Ned's as he said, even if he is my squire. Ned's fear began to give way to confusion. His fingers dug into the arms of his chair. What do you know? I know Rieger would never have taken Lyanna against her will. Barristan stepped forward. I know that when I look upon John I see a pieces of another man I watched grow. A man who should have been king. Then you know nothing. Yet I suspect you didn't find her dead when you arrived. You found her with a babe in her arms. One she could not raise herself, so you did it for her, calling him your bastard to spare him what his true siblings faced. My children are his true siblings, Ned said in a shouted whisper as he rose from his chair. They are his cousins, Barristan said, maintaining his calm. Ned's eyes darkened as he said firmly with emotion shaking his voice, Jon Snow is my son. Shaking his head, Barristan answered simply, Jon is a dragon. Ned felt shaken. Jon wasn't his son, he never had been, but he had cared for the boy. Part of him wished he had been his. Things might have been easier if he were. You can't tell anyone. I will. If Robert finds out, Jon must know. Ned stopped his step forward, having not expected that. No. He will know, said Barristan, his gaze making it clear it was not a choice of if he would, only how. Ned found himself sinking back into his chair, shaking his head. What good would come of it? Barristan looked at Eddard Stark in that moment and found himself disappointed. I thought you honorable. The comment made Ned sit up, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. You would let this boy you claim to love as your own live a lie? To be bound and stained by a fiction you made for him? A fiction that drove him from this very place he thought his home because he believed himself nothing more than your bastard, when he may well be a bastard prince. Ned's jaw shifted, clearly angered, but looked down, unable to deny it. He's not a bastard. Barristan frowned, surprised he could dislike Ned more than he had a moment earlier. He is chained to choices he had no part in. If you cared for him, you would make sure he knows the truth. Or are you terrified of the choice he may force you to make if he decides to take what Robert stole from him? A choice you would never question if you truly cared for him as a son. Ned wanted to strike the man, but it wasn't his sword or armor that kept Ned in his chair. Could he truly let Jon go his entire life without knowing as he'd intended? If he'd gone to the wall, he considered telling him after he'd taken his oaths. But now that he had a life in the south, he'd considered letting him build his own house. Ned would damn his entire line to a lie. For what? Did he think Jon would run around telling everyone the truth, or come at Robert with a dagger? Defeated, Ned said only, I'll tell him. There were times in King's Landing where Jon felt like he wasn't a bastard, just some spare son to a lord. His friends were sons of lords, he was squired to one of the best knights in the realm. He even felt a friend to the princess and the youngest prince. Yet there he sat at the low table, finding himself in his cups as he watched the Starks escort the Baratheons to the high table. He even found himself once again feeling a flicker of jealousy when he watched Robb walk with Myrcella. If he chose to court her, he could. If it had been him with Barristan, she would smile at Robb instead of looking to Jon with a solemn smile on her lips as she took her seat. Half a knight and forever a bastard, Jon thought with a morose laugh as he finished off his cup. He looked to Dom, and Sam sat opposite him and pressed his hand to his cheek. When I'm knighted, what will become of us? Both men looked up, surprised by the sudden question. They looked to each other before Dom Eric asked, What do you mean? If I'm knighted, do you think I should stay in King's Landing? Dom Eric thought for a moment before shaking his head. No. Sam frowned. What of Loras? Jon smiled sadly. He'll stay with his lord, surely. Would you return to the Dreadfort? Sam asked Dom Eric. Domeric glanced down at his mug before nodding. Perhaps, if there was nothing else for me. Sam chuckled. We could travel. See the world as brothers in arms? Asked John. Domeric smiled at that. We could take to the road righting wrongs as knights of justice, or sail to Essos and find wives to soothe our souls. A bit young for a wife yet, aren't you? A familiar voice asked. They turned to find Benjen Stark stood beside them with a smile, John quickly rising to hug the man. John introduced his friends, finding amusement in Benjen's surprise as Domeric's presence. The Boltons were old rivals of the Starks. Others might have found it an insult to be sat with servants and surrounded by mutts, but Dom preferred to be sat with his friends than given a false seat near the high table. Ned's told me you've been in King's Landing, Benjen said, looking to John with a smile. I still remember the first time I saw you, and now here you are Squire to Barristan the Bold, spending half your days guarding the king and his family, so I hear. Though I wonder if you've given up on the Night's Watch to become a knight. For now at least, John offered. Was it just the knighthood? Or is there a girl that's caught your eye? Seeing John's companions share a smirk while John frowned, Benjen chuckled. A girl then? Who is she? A serving girl? Some handmaiden? John glanced at the high table before his eyes darkened and he looked down. Arching his brow, Benjen glanced at Dom and Sam and saw them glance there as well. So looked and found Rob smiling as Marcella held her hand over her mouth and laughed. Benjen's face sank as he looked to John, squeezing the boy's shoulder. I'm sorry, John. It doesn't matter, John shrugged. Well, whatever you choose. Know the Night's Watch will always be there if you decide to join us. But for now, try to find happiness. Benjen offered a light laugh of encouragement. Honor and sacrifice can come in time. For now, live. Enjoy yourself. Father a bastard or two. I will never father a bastard, John said, trembling as his venom soured his words. Never. It seemed as if the table had fallen silent, and he even noticed a few eyes on him from the high table. I must be excused, he said, rising to his feet and pushing past Benjen. He dodged a serving girl as he left, feeling tears sting his eyes but holding them back as he stormed toward the yard. He found himself heading directly toward one of the straw men, which he knocked over with a fist to the side of his head. Looking upon his fallen prey, he felt more pathetic than he ever had. Marcella had been nice enough to him early on, but as he learned more of how things worked in the Red Keep, he found himself thinking on her more and becoming friendly despite being expected to be another guard, Barristan's shadow. He'd felt sorry for her at first, but soon found most of her tragedies had been blessings. Perhaps if she wasn't ignored by her parents, they would have twisted her into a hideous thing like Joffrey. She hadn't faced much of the pressure which seemed to drive Sansa into her obsessive need to be a lady, but found it naturally instead. Without Cersei keeping Tyrion away, he often found his way to Marcella, sharing his love for books. John wondered if she may be the brightest of the royal family, certainly more so than the drunkard king, the cruel prince, or even her rotten mother. Early on, John had spoken to a serving girl who met him once while bringing food to the king. She would spot him sometimes in the yard and flash him small smiles. It was during Joffrey's name-day feast during Jon's first year in King's Landing that the girl asked him to dance, and when they were finished had kissed him on the cheek and run off giggling. John had been shocked, but was left smiling through the night. The next day when he saw her and waved, the girl's eyes widened in panic and she lowered her head, rushing off as if afraid of him. He had been confused, but that grew when he noticed most of the staff began doing the same. The few who had been friendly with him before then had taken to ignoring him while the rest were brisk at best. Whenever he saw that serving girl, she would look away from him, even ignoring the one time he dared to try calling her name. It wasn't until months later he told Jaime of her. I thought she liked me, John said with a morose laugh. But I suppose bastards are too low even for serving girls. Jaime had frowned as John shook his head, putting their swords away. Behind him, Jaime had sighed and whispered, Damn it, Cersei. It hadn't taken John long to realize she had poisoned them against him. Her small smiles whenever she noticed a server ignore John's requests suddenly making sense. Part of him wondered if that was what spawned his interest in Marcella. What better way to get revenge for her making sure he wouldn't find companionship in the keep than to find it with her daughter? But it had started before that, sparked by the time he gave her the winter roses, maybe earlier. At first it had been simple. John just liked being around her, finding she was willing to discuss anything, even asking after the gods he kept. She had been the one to give him the little he knew of the seven, but she'd also asked after Winterfell, the North, his family, even his swordplay, so she might have a better understanding of what she saw in the yard. He'd always enjoyed hearing her describe a book she'd read, a story she'd heard, her knowledge of flora and her visits to other keeps with her family. However, one day he found himself imagining kissing her, and realized her lips looked fuller than they had been. That had led him to notice her face didn't seem as round as it had before, yet still looked soft, just more refined. Even the curls of her hair had softened some as it grew, hanging past her shoulders. She'd grown taller as well, going from near his chest to his shoulder. Maybe John's dislike of Cersei painted it, but it felt at times as if she was leeching the beauty of her mother. Those changes had continued, and it felt as if she would soon leave Cersei a hideous crone to match her heart. Her emerald eyes seemed to glow in the light of the great hall as her smile touched them, the curve of her lips playful and warm. It hurt seeing her sat beside Robb, who seemed to easily make her laugh in a way that seemed so rare for John, yet everyone had always left him proud when he'd earned it. In that moment John wanted to be the bastard they all feared, to grab the princess and take her for himself, to run and find a new life in Essos. Let him find them a place in the Basilisk Isles. John was already used to living among venomous beasts after 3 years in King's Landing. But he couldn't, not because of what others might think, but because Marcella didn't deserve that. He could love her, and he felt sure he could make her love him. There was no doubt both had felt the same stir in their hearts when their eyes met. No, it was the kind of life they'd find that she didn't deserve. Love didn't grant happiness. More often it was the opposite in tales he heard. Love wouldn't feed them, that would come from a life of hard work. And though he would gladly spend his days working afield or even as a sellsword, Marcella deserved to be a princess. Hells, she deserved to be queen. She deserved to have fine clothing, scented baths and jewelry worth more than anything he'd ever owned. She deserved better than John could ever give her, and that was what stopped him more often than not. With a bitter laugh he shook his head, deciding then he would stop. John would stop fooling himself. He would return to King's Landing and finish squiring for Barristan, and then he would leave. Let him think back fondly on his friendship with the princess and forget he was ever fool enough to want for more. Domeric would return to the Dreadfort and find his own bastard brother and embrace him with open arms. When their father passed, Domeric would find his brother a place within the keep and make sure he was respected. People would look upon Domeric and see beyond the stories told to frighten others and see the kind lord he was. Loras would gain fame with every tourney he won, being renowned as a true knight that all women desired but was too chivalrous to dishonor them. Instead, he would find his happiness in secret with his liege lord. Loras would even help Samwell find his footing, and as he was no longer bound by his father's will or his family, he would look to earn his chains in Old Town or explore and study the world. If his father had a heart, he would be shamed by what his son would become, but more likely the man would claim some part of whatever glory he found yet still ignore him. Marcella would be sent to live with some lord worthy of her. She would meet him and find him more handsome than the bastard squire she'd been close with in her youth. She would come to love her betrothed and happily take to bed with him and give him children. Whenever she attended a tourney with them, she would see Loras, Domeric, or John and laugh at her stupidity for ever thinking herself interested in him. She would laugh at her naivety and hold her husband's hand and think of her happiness with him. Robb would inherit Winterfell and marry some beautiful lady who would bear him strong children. Sansa would go off to marry some lord and become the lady she always dreamed of and make herself think it's something out of a song. Arya would find someone who appreciated her wild spirit and the beauty she held despite her sister's denial of its existence. Bran would be a knight of renown after squiring to some of the best in the realm. while Rickon would find himself adored by the North as he grew into a warrior. John would be left alone to wander. He would ride in tourneys and do well enough to find a decent brothel and buy company to help him forget. Once he found he could no longer live off tourney gold, he would sail to Essos and sell his sword for a time, making his way across the country and finding whatever joy he could in the moment, whether it be in seeing something he never could in Westeros, in the arms of a woman, or with a blade in his hand. He would ride and fight and fuck until he stopped caring, and then he would go to the wall and say it was honor that guided him there in the end. He'd always striven to be as honorable as possible, the opposite of what was suspected of him. When he was younger, he'd think he wanted to be as honorable as his father, but time and distance had made him doubt any of it true. For all he knew, it was the naivety of a child that made him think the man honorable. He'd fathered Jon after all, and never spoke of his mother. What honor was there in not telling Jon if she was alive or dead? No, Ned was clearly afraid of the shadow of his mother, and all he ever did was run from her and ignore her. Jon was more like to call Ned craven. At least he could understand why Sam held so much fear after the things his father did to him, but even if his mother was awful, Jon should know. Gods, near every day in King's Landing he hoped word would find her. He dreamed of walking through Flea Bottom when a voice called to him and a woman would smile at him the way only a mother could, and she would tell him that she'd missed him every day as much as he'd missed her. If she was high-born, he could swear to her house and be near her, but if she was a peasant, then he could help her. He could win tourneys and have her live on land he would earn. He could introduce her to his friends, to his half-siblings. He could make sure she was safe and happy. And every day he thought of that and went to sleep without her finding him. He was never certain if it would be worse to find she was dead or that she hated him as well. That he was just as much her shame as he was Lord Stark's. That he was something she would rather forget, or had given him up because she'd rather he died than suffer him. Jon! He stumbled back as Dom Eric pulled him off the straw dummy. Its head collapsed into a hole in the ground. Jon's knuckles red from where they had beaten the earth. His cheeks burned and his chest stung as he wondered when he'd started hitting it. His breaths were heavy, suddenly finding himself awash with fading anger. "Are you okay?" Samwell asked, frowning as he looked to Jon's hand. Taking a breath, Jon nodded, sniffing and wiping at his cheek, angered anew that they had seen that he'd done that. Dom Eric stood the dummy back up and turned to Jon with a sigh. "I shouldn't have let you drink so much." "I'm not your squire," Jon snapped. He sighed then. "Sorry." "It's fine," Dom Eric said, shaking his head. "I'm sure it's just a lot to take in coming back here after so long," Sam offered with a smile. Jon shook his head, looking between the two. "When this ends, I'm going to end up alone in the world." "Jon!" They all turned to find Theon called out to him from meters away. "Lord Stark wishes to see you in his solar." Jon sighed, looking to his friends. "I'm sorry. There may be times where you are on your own," Dom Eric said firmly as he met Jon's eyes. "But you will never be without friends, without brothers." Sam nodded. "I'll never be as brave or strong as any of you, but I would gladly give all I had for either of you or Loras. You need only ask and I would follow you as best I can." Sam let out a sheepish laugh as he looked to them both. "I thought I would be alone, mocked and insulted, yet found instead men I consider brothers." Jon nodded. They all shared a smile before Jon turned and made his way to his father's solar. Whatever came, at least he might face it with brothers of choice at his side. Chapter 10. Preserved Heritage. Making his way through the corridors of Winterfell, he entered the Lord's solar and found it occupied by Eddard, Benjen, and Barristan. For a moment he was concerned they'd suddenly decided to send him to the wall, but squashed it as he closed the door. "You called for me?" asked Jon. He noted that Ned seemed grim where Barristan wore solemn resolution. Benjen seemed concerned, almost wary as he looked from his brother to Jon and Barristan. "Jon," Ned said, motioning to the chair opposite him while Barristan and Benjen stood to either side behind him. "Is something wrong?" Jon asked as he took the offered seat and looked to each man. "I'm going to tell you about your mother." John's eyes widened as he took a breath that swiftly escaped him as Ned continued. But I also have to tell you about your father. Benjen frowned, seeing the boy's brow sink as she shook his head. What? Ned nodded somberly. I'm not your father, not by blood. John stared at him, anger mixing into his confusion. He looked to the floor trying to speak, but only letting out brief, shaky breaths before he looked to Ned. Who? Meeting his gaze, Ned answered, Rhaegar Targaryen. Ben's jaw shifted, hearing it finally confirmed, though having assumed as much. Ned had never told him, but he knew enough to know. John's brow shifted as he sat back in his chair, his eyes sinking to the floor as he said quietly, You're my uncle. I was there when your mother died, Ned said quietly. I brought her back here and had a statue built for her. I think some part of me wanted you to be able to look upon her face. Then you should have told me. John looked to Ned, his eyes darkened. You should have he turned his head and shook it, blinking back tears. I suppose I understand. Who would want to know they were born because their father raped their mother and left her for dead? She was never raped, said Benjen. When John turned to him, he frowned. I saw them wed on the Isle of Faces. John stared at him for a moment before looking to Ned and seeing he knew as well. I was never a bastard? John, Ned said carefully. When I led the party to the Tower of Joy, there were 3 Kingsguard waiting for us. Ser Arthur Dane, Ser Oswell Went, and Lord Commander Gerald Hightower. They weren't there to guard some hostage. They were there to guard their Queen Regent and their rightful king, Aegon Targaryen. What? Aegon died. The Aegon born to Elia died, said Ned. All I know is Lyanna called you Aegon Targaryen, but I couldn't well call you that, so named you John. Even my name is a lie? John asked, his elbow digging into the arm of his chair as he pressed his fingers into his forehead with a bitter laugh. After a moment he sighed and lowered his hand. So I'm the last dragon? Not quite, said Barristan. Near a year after the war ended, Rhaegar's brother Viserys and newborn sister Daenerys escaped to Essos, their mother dying in birth, I believe. There's Aemon as well, said Benjen, the maester for Castle Black. He left with Brynden Rivers, John remembered from one of his books. He must be ancient. He is, Benjen assured with a laugh, though as kind as he is blind. John's head sank forward in thought before looking to Ned. How do I know any of this is even true? There is proof, Ned said carefully. Witnesses. Howland Reed survived the Tower of Joy and saw her. Benjen saw them wed. Is that it? John shrugged. The word of men who lied for near 15 years? Ned frowned at the bitter question. There is more, but... Show me. When Ned hesitated, John rose from his chair, his eyes shining black as he glared down at Ned in his chair and demanded, Show me. Ned led them through a path that would leave them unseen as they entered the crypts of Winterfell. John followed silently through the path, remembering his dreams of the Winter Kings and wanting to laugh that in the end it turned out he never belonged there. They came to the statue of his mother, Lyanna Stark, the only female he knew of to have a statue, the only one without a sword. John stared at her stony face, wondering how many times he'd look upon it before without ever knowing. If he had, would he have come down here every day to see her, to speak to her? He could have found solace here. He could have found a mother that didn't despise him for something he never had a part of, something he'd never wanted, a lie cast upon him. It's here, John asked, looking to Ned. In here, Ned said, raising his oil lantern toward the sepulchre. John stepped toward the tomb and saw within her bones beneath a pale shroud that faded with age. With a glance to John, Ned said, When I found her, she made me promise something. Not to save you, I would have that without question, and she surely knew as much. What did she ask of you? John asked. To protect your heritage, Eddard said as he knelt down and moved a slab set in the back of the statue of his sister. One he'd set himself years ago after having the statue commissioned and brought down here. John watched him pull a long chest from the cavity and unlock it before turning it to John and picking up the lantern. Ned moved to his side while Ben and Barristan watched. Unlatching the chest, he found a black cloak with long dead petals spread across it. John found small rolled parchments atop it and unraveled one. My winter rose, I look upon the sky and fear each day may be my last. Yet greet each dawn with a smile, for it is another day until the long night comes. John read, looking through the letter. This was his father's handwriting, his true father. Setting it back beside the others atop the cloak, he realized there was more beneath the cloak, or rather, wrapped within it. He carefully began moving them, his brow furrowing as he noticed the odd weights and shifts in shape. When he finally removed the cloak, he saw not only was the inside of the cloak red, but what it covered made Barristan, Benjen, and John all gasped. Laying across the bottom of the chest was a slender blade housed within a black scabbard with gold meeting the cross guard, which had a ruby set on either side. The gold of the waving horizontal guard seemed to leak into the black hilt, which had gilded lines through it leading to the golden fire-shaped pommel. "Is that Dark Sister?" Barristan asked, earning a nod from Ned. Yet John found himself reaching not for the sword, but the dragon's egg beside it. It was much larger than any hen's egg, with fine red scales covering its surface, shining bright as jewels in the lamplight. It was heavier than expected, with smooth scales of deep, rich red which seemed to shimmer as he turned the egg in his hands. "Blood and fire," he whispered, noting the fleck of gold in it as well as whirls of midnight black. "That's Dash." "A dragon egg," Ned nodded. "Lyanna said it was a gift from Rhaegar before he left." "And Dark Sister?" asked Barristan. "She said he'd gotten it from Maester Aemon," Ned said with a look to Benjen. "Who likely got it from Bloodraven," said John, setting down the egg. He picked up Dark Sister and unsheathed it partially to examine the rippled steel of the longsword. He'd imagined it much like the sword he'd bought Arya, but was only just slimmer than other longswords he'd seen and the same length as most others. Ned nodded. Rhaegar left it with her. He thought her a warrior, but she was too weak. A fever had taken her. Sliding Dark Sister back into her scabbard, John put it all back into the chest and slid it back into the cavity, closing it with the flush slab. Rising to his feet, John stared at the floor for a moment. "I'll need time to think." "Take as much as you need, son," said Ned. He saw John bite back a comment, likely ready to tell him he wasn't his son, but he only frowned and made his way from the crypt. Benjen watched John's back before looking to Ned and Barristan. "What do you think he'll do?" With a glance toward the statue, he asked, "Would it be enough?" "Maybe," Ned sighed. "The letters will be of more use than the sword or an unhatched egg we could well have found, but they'll bolster the rest, the letters and accounts of others." "Do you think he'll try?" asked Benjen. Ned glanced to Barristan as he frowned. Whatever his choice, the Starks stand together. John had been roomed with Dom and Sam. His old room, the one he'd had before leaving, had been changed and given away. The moment he returned, it was clear he had no place in Winterfell, but he'd been glad at least to be paired with his friends. When he didn't join them hours after leaving, for his father's solar flickers of concern had grown in them. "Perhaps he's finally given in," Domeric said with a smile. "Decided it time to give up and rode to a brothel to find his solace." With that they found sleep, but that was broken early, before the sun had risen when they heard the door open. Waking, they found John sat beside his bed packing the few things he'd removed back into his bags. "John," Sam asked, sitting up in his bed. "What's going on?" "I'm leaving," John said, stopping to look back at them. "Will you two join me?" Domeric sat up, his brow furrowed when he saw John's frown. "What's happened?" He turned to them. "Will you come?" Dom and Sam exchanged looks before throwing aside their furs. "Where are we going?" asked Domeric. John had spent the night thinking on much as well as this. He'd considered riding to White Harbor and sailing to Essos to find the aunt and Uncle Barristan had mentioned, but they weren't alone. They had one another. He could find a way to contact them, to let them know he was alive, that he wanted to know them. But Eamon was alone. Castle Black, he answered. Are you taking the Black? Sam frowned. I'd follow you many places, Domeric said teasingly. But I fear I'm not ready to give up the Dreadfort just yet. No, John said, shaking his head, standing as he tucked a cloak into a large satchel that hid Arya's sword, sliding it over his shoulder. I have something I need to do there, things I need to see. We'll tell them we've come to see the wall at least once in our life and check in so I could properly ask the king to help them. Domeric arched his brow, clearly curious what had caused this but trusting John. We could leave before they break fast. I have things I need to handle, John said, adjusting the satchel across his back. Could you two prepare the horses? We can handle it, Domeric nodded. I'll meet you by the stables, John said, holding the bag on his left hip as he left the room. In the dark of the early morning, Jon Snow crept into the crypts of Winterfell. One of the few things which was likely unique to squiring with Barristan was the Kingsguard's lessons on stealth. He'd sneaked into a city to save the Mad King and knew much of going unseen and moving quietly despite spending his time donning heavy snow-white armor. He left the lantern near the entrance as he made his way within, his stride sure and unstopping as he went to the statue of his mother. For a moment he stopped before her, his eyes having shifted to the dark enough for him to see her, placing his hand in her stony grasp. Moving the slab, he opened the chest Ned had shown him and took the cloak from his bag, wrapping it around Dark Sister and his egg, which he placed back in the bag. Setting the chest back, he hid it away, with no clear sign the slab existed once it was set. Arya sat up in her bed before the sun had risen over the horizon, rubbing sleep from her eyes as she dressed and answered the door. She blinked in confusion at Jon, who offered a smile. May I come in for a moment? With a nod, Arya stepped aside, waving Nymeria away as she sat on her bed. When Jon closed the door, she noticed the bag on Jon's torso. She stood with a gasp. Are you going already? I'm sorry, Arya, he said, walking to her. I need to do something while we're in the north, but I'll be back, I promise. Why? She pouted, sinking to her bed. You just got back. Jon took a knee, holding her shoulders. Arya, it doesn't matter where I am or what happens. No matter what, you're my sister and I love you. Do understand? Arya nodded, blinking back tears brought on by his sudden sincere declaration. I love you too, big brother. I'll always do what I can to protect or help you, but I can't be there always, so I've brought you something, said Jon. Something you'll have to keep secret. A present. You could call it that. He opened his satchel and pulled a thin, small sword from beneath the cloak he'd packed, sheathed in a gray scabbard with a blade slimmer than Dark Sister. The hilt was black with a rounded gray pommel and straight gray crossguard. A sword, she said in a hushed breath. This is no toy, he said, drawing it from the scabbard to show her the pale steel, which though narrow retained a cutting edge. Be careful you don't cut yourself. The edges are sharp enough to shave with. Girls don't shave, said Arya. Maybe they should, Jon said with a smirk. I've seen a few with legs hairy as my head. Arya giggled at him. It's so skinny. So are you, Jon said, handing her the sheathed sword. I had this made special for you by the best blacksmiths in King's Landing, Tobo Mott. It's the kind of sword bravos use in the free cities. It won't take a man's head, but if you're quick enough, it'll poke him full of holes. I can be quick, Arya nodded. If you end up coming to King's Landing, I promise I'll try to help give you lessons, though I'm not sure how much use I'll be with such a different sword. Really? You'll teach me? As much as I can, he assured. First lesson, stick them with the point end. She smacked him with the flat of the sword. I know which end to use. Jon chuckled. Good. Make sure you watch how they fight in the yard. Even if you can't use the same things they do, you can learn how they fight and think on how to counter it. Run, ride, do whatever you can to make yourself strong. I'll find someone to practice with until you're back, She nodded, sheathing the blade. Do you really have to leave? What if we leave before you're back? Different roads sometimes lead to the same castle, he told her. When she nodded, he motioned to the sword. All the best swords have names. Like ice, she said, looking over the blade. Does this one have a name? I'd considered one. Can you guess it? He teased. It's your favorite thing. After a puzzled moment, she smiled, looking to him. Needle. Hiding the sword away, she followed John to the stables where they found Domeric and Samuel had prepared their horses with enough provisions for the wall and back. All set, Domeric asked before nodding to Arya. Is she coming with? No, John said, shaking his head. Just here to see us off. Arya smiled to his friends, who gave her nods as John turned to her, who took a knee, letting her wrap her arms around him. Take care. And you, sister. John held her shoulders as they separated. I'll need you to tell Ser Barristan that I've gone, as well as father. Tell them I've gone to the wall to see it once before I go back south. If you can find them alone, and when you're sure no one else is around, then tell them I've taken what's mine and we'll decide if I'll take the rest when I return. Okay? Arya nodded. Okay. Seeing her confusion, he chuckled. I can't explain right now, but I will later, I promise. They'll know what I mean, but remember, no one can hear or know. And tell Rob I'm sorry I left early and didn't tell him, but I need to hurry so I can get back sooner. Can I tell him about Needle? John chuckled. Just don't tell Sansa. She may tell your mother or the Septa and no good can come of that. You're smart enough to know who else can know, who else can keep a secret. I'll wait to tell them, Arya said, looking toward the gate. Give you time. Thank you, John said, rising and mounting his horse. Securing the satchel at his hip, he took the reins and gave Arya a nod before leading then toward the gate as Dom and Sam fell into place at his sides. He would have gone alone if he had to, but it was a relief to know he rode with men he could speak to of the truth, who could help him decide what to do. As of now, all he knew was he didn't want to be in Winterfell, and wanted to let his uncle know that he wasn't alone, and maybe neither was John. Chapter 11, To the Wall. You sure about this? Sam asked with a glance back to Winterfell on the horizon behind them. I have to do this, John said, facing ahead. Domeric saw his dark eyes had hardened like steel quenched in determination. Why the wall? John looked to them both before answering simply. My great-uncle is there and I plan to meet the man. Your great-uncle? Sam asked, tilting his head. John nodded. Aemon Targaryen. Both of their eyes widened as Domeric sat forward slightly. Your mother was a dash. Lyanna Stark, John answered. Domeric, having thought perhaps some forgotten Targaryen cousin or bastard, found himself gasping. Then would your father be Rhaegar? Seeing John nod, he thought back on all the awful stories he'd heard of her abduction and frowned. John, I'm so sorry. Glancing at him, John shook his head. He didn't take her. They were married on the Isle of Faces. But he already had a wife, Sam pointed out. Not like they never took multiple wives, Domeric offered with a laugh. Though I imagine your uncle may have some answers. How'd you find this out? Asked Sam. My dash. John paused before continuing. Lord Stark told me. My uncle Benjen was witness to their wedding, and Lord Stark brought me back from the Tower of Joy in Dorne. Me. And these, John said, bringing his bag forward and opening it. They moved their horses closer as John pulled the scarlet dragon egg from it, just enough for them to see. Sam gasped. Is that Dash? A dragon egg? Asked Dom. How? It was left for me by Rhaegar. They used to place eggs in the cradles of their newborns, Domeric remarked. I bet that was meant to go in yours. Instead it sat in the dark for years. John frowned, setting it back inside. Alongside Dark Sister. Their eyes widened again as he pulled the long sword from the bag. Sam gawked at the sword while Dom's eyes darkened. John, you can't let people see that. He looked from the sheathed sword to John. They'll wonder how you got a Valyrian steel sword. It will cause too many questions. I know, John nodded, setting it back beneath the cloak. I brought these to prove to Eamon who I am. The sword should have been with Bloodraven, and apparently Rhaegar got it from Eamon before leaving it for my mother. Why keep it quiet? Asked Sam. Surely they would have told everyone. Why bother? Asked Domeric. What good would come from telling others, of telling his maddened father? They weren't at war before, so he had no reason to use it, assuming he even had it then. All we know is he had it at the end and gave it to his wife. She was a fighter, John said, looking to Dom. She had wolf blood, like Arya. He thought her capable, but then a fever took her. Do you think he knew? Sam asked somberly. That he would die. Targaryens have been known to have dreams of prophecy, noted Domeric. Maybe he had his own, or simply wanted to know his wife had it in case he did die. Watching John close the satchel, he asked, if that's what you took, does that make the rest you mentioned the Iron Throne? Sam looked panicked as John nodded. You've been there long enough. You see what they're like. Myrcella and Tommen are fine, but they're not in control. Robert's decent enough most of the time, but do either of you truly think him a good king? And what of Joffrey when he follows his father? John, what you're talking about? Sam frowned. John thought of the times he'd seen Joffrey torturing Tommen while Barristan kept him from doing anything. It was their place to guard the royal family from others, not from each other. He'd hated Barristan in those moments, but knew he was right. As much as he wanted to run Joffrey through, he had to find other ways. When Joffrey held the boy's arms around his neck so he could barely breathe, John made himself stumble, slamming his head into the floor and groaning in pain, drawing the prince's laughter while he released Tommen to gasp for breath. Watching Joffrey walk off after that, holding Tommen as he cried, hearing him tell the tale of his pet fawn Joffrey had skinned, John wanted nothing more than to make Joffrey suffer. After that, he did what he could to find other ways to distract the prince to spare his siblings from torment. He couldn't let someone like that rule the realm. It was doubtless he would be Aerys too, or Maegor the Cruel come again. Domeric thought as he asked, Are you certain you want this? No. John shook his head. I wouldn't risk lives for that. I don't want to rule. I'd be happy with lands of my own. Just enough to live in peace and maybe make a house of my own. It's not as if I want the responsibility of the throne, but I can't sit by and let the Baratheons ruin the realm. If I took it, at least I could try to make things better, make a better council to guide me and the realm. If I can do this to stop them from sinking us all but don't, then it would be just as much my fault when we go to ruin. Sam looked to John and saw he was being honest. He wasn't contemplating this because he coveted the crown. He looked almost mournful as spoke of himself upon the throne and his need to try for it. It won't be easy. I know, said John. We'd have to do it slowly, carefully. We'd have to work in the shadow of vipers. We'd have to drift through poison to find a path. But if we must, I've no doubt we will find it. What of Loras? Asked Sam, who frowned. He is close to Lord Renly. Domeric nodded somberly. Though I'd consider him one of us. Love has driven plenty of brothers to take up arms against one another. It might be best to keep this from him until we have a better idea of what we'll do, how we can spare Renly. John sighed. I know. I don't like it, but we can't risk him telling Renly. Surely his loyalty to his brother outweighs any for Loras' friends. By the time they stopped for the night, John was waiting to hear riders approaching to come retrieve them. Instead, it was the soft patter of a wolf that drew their attention. The pale-eyed gray wolf stood a few feet away from the trio of men, Domeric's hand on the hilt of his sword while John and Sam reached for their daggers. John's eyes shifted from the pale amber eyes of the wolf to another set behind it. Deep crimson eyes caught the flicker of firelight, seeming to glow as another approached silently, its fur pure white, nearly a third the size of the she-wolf. Releasing his dagger, John held a hand out toward the others as his gaze lingered on the white wolf. Wait! They looked to John as a raven cawed, and he tore a piece of mutton he'd been eating and held the chunks out. The wolves approached and took the meat from his hands. John watched them, noticing the white wolf kept looking at him as it ate. To their surprise, the she-wolf finished her meat and turned to lay by the fire. The white wolf glanced at her before turning and laying near her. Sam stared at the creatures in fear while Domeric looked curious. "Are they planning to lay in wait and devour us in our sleep?" Domeric asked with a laugh. The wolves remained there as they settled in for the night. They contemplated taking watches, but took what rest they could to ride hard the next day. When they heard the shift of grass and snow, all three found themselves roused from their slumber, but none moved. Instead, they watched as the she-wolf rose and walked into the woods. John furrowed his brow, looking from the wolf to the sleeping white wolf which had silently moved to lay beside him and was deep asleep. When morning came, John found the white wolf looking out into the woods silently before turning and making his way to him, pressing his snout to John's hand. Reaching up, he rubbed the wolf's head. "Your mother left you as well, John asked with a somber smile. "You can come with us, but you'll need a name." The wolf rolled in the snow, staring as John, reminding him of the time he'd covered himself in flour and hid in the crypts. "How about Ghost?" The pup tugged John's hand back and forth playfully, making him chuckle. "Ghost it is." Few seemed to notice their departure until Arya asked to speak with her father after he broke fast. For a moment he'd considered sending men to fetch John, but no good would come of it. John clearly wasn't willing to sit and obey, not any longer. When Barristan found out, he was ready to ride out himself and bring the boy back, but knew that would only bring questions, so he covered for him. When anyone asked after him, he'd say he let the boy visit the wall since John intended to go there before he ever came to King's Landing. "He's left?" Marcella asked with a frown. "I'm sorry, Princess," said Barristan. "I'm sure he'll return in time and meet us on the road." She'd looked forward to seeing his home, but it seemed less interesting without him there to show her it all. Still, she enjoyed her time there as much as she could. "It's beautiful," she said, walking through the glass garden filled with fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Her garden was partially enclosed, but the structure was small, built only to house her flowers, where the glass garden was meant to house food enough for the castle. Walking alongside the princess, Sansa saw her eyes brighten and her smile grow when she spotted the winter roses. Putting on a smile, she walked to them. "These are winter roses, Your Grace." "Oh, I know," Marcella said, looking to Sansa as she brushed her fingers across the petals of one. "I have a bush in my garden at the Red Keep." "You do?" Sansa asked, blinking. "I thought they only grew in the north." "I was gifted a bush by your brother." Sansa tilted her head. "Robb." "John," Marcella said, turning to Sansa. "He gave me a potted bush for my name day." Sansa blinked at that. Thinking back, she remembered Robb and Theon laughing that John had asked for roses to remember Winterfell. Had he lied to them? Why would he? She bit at her lip to keep her smile from growing too large. Oh, poor John. Seeing Robb escort Marcella to another dinner, Sansa found him the next day and took him aside. "Brother?" she called to him, making him turn and excuse himself to come closer. "Do you remember when John asked you for the winter roses?" Robb furrowed his brow. I do. That was years back now." "Did he tell you what they were for?" "He said he missed home." Robb shrugged. "I think that a lie," said Sansa. "Why?" "Because it seems once he received them, he gifted them to Princess Marcella." Robb laughed. "What?" "She told me in the glass gardens," she explained. "It was when he was injured. He was at the docks to get them when a man killed a gate captain and he tried to stop the murderer. Afterward, he gave her the roses. He's even taken to helping her in her garden." "John?" Robb laughed. "Jon Snow? Our brother." Sansa giggled. "Robb," she says, "not only does he spend his nights reading, but is learning to play the harp." Robb scoffed. "You can't be serious." "I swear, it's what she said." "Does he sing as well?" "She couldn't say," Sansa snickered. "She said she only knows he plays the harp because she's seen Ser Domeric giving him lessons." Rob's smirk fell slightly as he thought on it. Gods, what else don't we know? I think he fancies the princess, Sansa said with a laugh. Why else would he give her the roses? Rob glanced toward the keep. You've seen them. Maybe he felt bad for her. Bad for what? Sansa scoffed. She's a princess. Rob frowned. And Joffrey's a prince. But if half of what Jon's told us is true, then he's still a sadistic prick. He wore a sneer as he scoffed. And now father's sold you to the blonde shit. Rob, Sansa hissed. He's just rough. Mother says boys grow out of things like that. None of us did things like Jon told us, said Rob. Theon never did, I never did, Jon never did, Bran doesn't, Rickon never will. Even his own brother isn't like that. Sansa groaned quietly, clutching the front of her skirt. For all we know, Jon's lied. Jon wouldn't lie, snapped Rob. He's already lied about the roses and his harp. That's different, you know that? Rob sighed. He may have feared we would tease him and hoped to avoid it. Or perhaps he wanted to surprise us with his harp one day. Still, Sansa said indignantly, Joffrey's been so kind. Perfect prince. Maybe Jon's just jealous of him like he was you. Rob frowned, disappointed in his sister's doubt of their brother. He could almost see their mother whispering in her ear, telling her Jon wrote to Sansa with a bastard's jealousy guiding his quill. Just be careful, Sansa. If he does anything, tell us. Jon will be there with you. He can protect you. It didn't take long for Arya to overhear Sansa gossiping with Jane Poole. Afterward, she rushed off to meet with Rob and ask if he knew of Jon's crush. When he said he'd sent the flowers, Arya found herself watching Myrcella. If Jon was interested in her, then she must be interesting, yet Arya thought she seemed much like Sansa, though not as bad. She was nice at least. Princess, Arya said one day when she found the girl heading toward the library. When the blonde princess stopped and turned to her, she said, I'd heard you were friends with my brother Jon. Is that true? It is. I call him friend. Him and his companions. Myrcella smiled, suddenly moving closer. Jon spoke of you often. He did. Arya blinked. Myrcella nodded. He spoke of your wild heart, that you were as brave as you were clever. She chuckled. He even said he dashed, she gasped and winced. Arya arched her brow, thinking on it before looking to her in shock. He told you about the sword? Myrcella smiled in relief. He gave it to you already? Thank the seven. I feared I ruined the surprise. Seeing Arya's surprise, she chuckled and said conspiratorially, Fear not. I won't speak a word of it. After that, Myrcella found herself enjoying things a bit more as Arya took to showing her around, telling her stories of Jon before he came to King's Landing. She shared her own tales of Jon. Arya was shocked to hear that not only had he taken to reading half the books at the Red Keep, but he had been learning to play the harp. She was glad to hear he was as skilled as she'd hoped in the yard if Myrcella's praise was true. Myrcella found her time with Jon of interest to Rob and even Bran, who asked of Ser Loras as well. Admitting Jon said he might ask the Knight of Flowers to take him as squire. She found herself having budding friendships with all the Stark children, enjoying her time at Winterfell more with every day, at least until Bran fell. Even with the bitter winds growing colder every day, seeing the wall break the horizon was a relief. Approaching Castle Black, Jon couldn't help but compare the place he'd once hoped to spend the rest of his days to the Red Keep. Though the wall was the grandest thing he'd ever seen, the castle wasn't. It felt run down, near abandoned but for the people calling out to raise the gates. A glance down showed that the wolf, Ghost, was still following them as it had since his mother left him with Jon. Every night the wolf had taken to sleeping beside Jon, who made sure it was fed. Jon found himself wondering if it might be a dire wolf as he rubbed its head at night sometimes. It still had a pup's look despite being a third the size of its mother, and he could scarcely imagine a poor wolf mating with a massive direwolf to make some half-breed. With no way he could think to know, he decided instead to wait and see if it grew as big as the Stark's wolves. Making their way through the gate, they were met by brothers of the Night's Watch and after introducing themselves were taken to meet with the Lord Commander, Jeor Mormont. John took the reins for their introduction. "This is Samuel Tarley and Sir Domeric Bolton, heir to the Dreadfort," John said before motioning to himself. "I am Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. We rode north with the king's procession and thought to come see the wall for ourselves and perhaps speak to the king of it." "And the king will listen to a bastard?" said the broad older man, motioning for them to take seats. "He's shown me favor in the past," John nodded, having prepared for this with Dom and Sam since they took to the road. "I think I have a better chance of getting word to him than any letters. I could speak to him, or at least those I know at court, such as Sir Barristan Selmy, to whom I squire, or Sir Loras Tyrell, who could speak to Lord Renly Baratheon. If nothing else, I could speak to my father, ask him to speak to the king as well. Perhaps then he could help make the Night's Watch the order I spent much of my childhood wanting to join." Gior looked at the squire before him. "Benjen's mentioned you wanting to join us." That surprised John. "He has." Gior chuckled gruffly. "Said it was our loss the moment your father sent you south. He claimed you would have been the best of us if you'd come." "I'm sure he was in his cups," John said humbly. "But I'm glad he thinks so much of me." Gior nodded, rubbing his beard. "You truly think you could get word to the king on our behalf?" "I'd like to spend some time here and look around as much as I can." John hoped it seemed natural he would say, "I'd like to meet your maester and learn about Castle Black and the Wall, to have as much information as I can before I ride back south." Gior nodded. "I'll have a steward bring you to him and prepare rooms for you." They left and Domeric and Sam excused themselves to bring their things to their rooms, leaving John to meet the master on his own. He flashed them a quick, thankful smile before following the steward, with Ghost following behind him. Clutching the satchel on his hip, John felt the weight of the egg and sword and hoped Eamon would be as glad to meet him as he was to find another uncle. Chapter 12. Ancient Dragon. Entering the maester's quarters, the steward called for Eamon, who rose from his chair and looked toward them with clouded eyes. "Maester Eamon?" John asked softly, smiling somberly as he looked upon the bald, elderly man. "It seems you know of me," the man said as he came before John. "To whom do I speak?" He'd thought on this but decided to take it slow. "Jon Snow, bastard to Eddard Stark." Eamon nodded. Have you come to take the Black?" "I'm afraid not, maester." "And your friend?" Eamon asked, looking down toward Ghost. The pup stood behind him. "I've called him Ghost," John said, turning to lift the wolf, who obediently went still as John adjusted his grip and raised him. "He came to me in the woods, abandoned to us by his mother, it would seem." When Eamon raised his hand, John carefully took it and guided his fingers to the wolf's soft white fur, letting the maester scratch his head. The wrinkled man chuckled as the pup licked at his hand. "Obedient for a dire wolf." The steward gasped while John smiled. "So it is one after all?" "You didn't know?" Eamon asked with surprise. "The one who left it was a wolf. Her eyes seemed pale, so I thought perhaps she was blind and left him to us, or was abandoning him for his odd look." Eamon nodded. "Have you cared for it?" "It slept at my side every night since our first and has eaten from my hand more than a few times." Eamon nodded, looking toward the steward but staring past the man's left shoulder. "That will be all, you can leave us." The steward seemed wary but shrugged and left the room while John set the wolf back on the floor. "Ghost, you said? How does he look?" "He's white-furred and red-eyed." "An albino," Eamon said, turning to make his way toward a table as John followed. "Like my great-uncle." "Brynden Rivers," said John. Eamon smiled as he took a seat. "So you know who I am, Jon Snow?" John glanced back at the door before he sat to Eamon's right. "You are my great-uncle." Eamon's smile faded, his face darkening as his brow sank. There were hints of anger coloring his gentle face. "I will not stand for foolish japes, boy." "I speak the truth," John said, setting his satchel on the table. "Who else would come to you with a dragon egg and dark sister at his side?" Eamon gasped. "What?" John motioned to the door. Ghost, guard. Obediently, the wolf went to stand by the door and act guard as he had a few times during their trip. John opened the satchel and removed the egg, making sure his body blocked it from the doorway as he set it on the table. Eamon reached out, running his fingers across it as he let out a trembling breath. Its colors. Red, with golden flecks and black whorls. Eamon's lips stretched into a somber smile. The Butterwell egg. Butterwell? Asked John, looking to the egg. From the Second Blackfire Rebellion? There was a saying of my uncle. How many eyes does Lord Bloodraven have? 1,000 eyes and one. Turning his clouded gaze onto the egg, he explained. It would seem those eyes knew of what was to come and had a hand in secreting the egg away, though I thought it lost to Summerhall or time. So the sword and egg are both from him, John said with a laugh. Are you certain it's her? Eamon held the egg out for John to take, letting him put it back into his bag before taking out Dark Sister. He felt the hilt and snickered, handing it back. How did you come across these? Why do you think yourself my kin? Has Eddard Stark laid with some forgotten cousin? It was his sister laid with a dragon, John said after he set the sword away and looked to Eamon. The old maester gasped, looking toward John. You're Rhaegar's son? So I'm told, said John. I was told my uncle claimed me as his bastard to spare my murder at the hands of Robert. I was told Rhaegar wed Lyanna Stark before taking her south where I was born, and was given the name Jon Snow to hide my true name. And what is that? Eamon asked quietly, his face full of tender emotion. Aegon Targaryen. Eamon's smile grew. Another egg. So it would seem, John snickered. I imagine that might have been different if not for the death of my siblings. Eamon chuckled softly. Perhaps, though I fear Rhaegar had his obsessive moments. We wrote to one another by Raven. He seemed to believe his child would be the prince that was promised. He thought the boy needed to be named Aegon, his sisters named for the Conqueror's sister wives. Perhaps he hoped to make certain his belief came true and begged your mother, or you were named in honor of your stolen brother or one of the many great Aegons before you. Did he ever speak to you of my mother? Not specifically, Eamon said with a frown. He once mentioned he had fallen for a girl despite being married. He spoke of his wife being frail, unable to give him a third child. He was afraid the dragon wouldn't have 3 heads. Perhaps he took your mother as bride to give the dragon 3 heads twice over, with him and his wives as well as their children. And now I'm all that's left of them, John said somberly. Eamon raised his hands. May I? Of course. John took the man's hands and guided them to his face. You're coloring? Dark hair and eyes like my mother. Enough to keep me alive despite squiring to the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard in King's Landing. Eamon nodded. Is that so? Why not Winterfell? I was raised in Winterfell, and though I loved Lord Stark's children as siblings, his wife saw me as a stain on their family, so I left to find my own way in hopes of gaining some honor back for them. Eamon brushed his fingers across John's nose, smiling sadly. You've his nose, his chin as I remember it. Even his hair hung similar. It may be a blessing you've taken your mother's coloring if you can learn from Ser Barristan while beneath the usurper's nose. It's kept me alive, John said with a hollow laugh. But I grew up thinking myself a bastard, fearing I was a stain upon my family, and now I've learned my father's family is dead. All but you and my aunt and uncle somewhere in Essos. Eamon smiled. You've heard of them? They live. I was only told they live in Essos, said John. Viserys and Daenerys. And you came to see me instead of them? Asked Eamon, taking his hands from John. They have each other, said John. But you were alone. Eamon smiled to the boy. And now I am not. Thank you, Egg. John smiled. Please, in front of others dash. John. Eamon nodded. If you have the sword and egg, then do you plan to reveal yourself? John frowned, Eamon looking concerned hearing his sigh. I fear in time I must. Why? asked Eamon. Is your hair turning blonde with age? No, but there is a blonde prince waiting to take the throne upon his father's death, said Jon. A blonde prince who is cruel and petulant, who tortures animals and torments his own siblings. Eamon frowned. Perhaps it is not the Targaryens who sow the seed of madness, but the throne. More like his parents, Jon said with a scoff. He has his mother's vanity and greed with his father's recklessness. If anyone but him gains attention, he takes it as some covetous infraction. If anyone questions him, he takes it as defiance. He makes threats and uses his place as prince as a shield. To usurp a usurper is no easy task, noted Eamon, but one that can be done in time. Maester Eamon thought for a moment. A dragon might help. Jon blinked, sitting back in his chair. You think it possible to hatch the egg? I thought it nothing more than a stone now. Have you ever held a dragon's egg you knew to hatch? Eamon asked, unable to see Jon shake his head but assuming as much. Who is to say such a feat impossible if done properly? How is it done? Asked Jon. Eamon frowned. Who knows? The last dragon lived and died before my time. The last in Westeros, at least. You think there are others elsewhere? We know so little, said Eamon. Though my chained brothers may think themselves knowing, to assume so is a fool's folly. The world is grand and cast in shadow yet. How can I go about hatching it then? I cannot say, as I have not hatched one. I know only the tales of babes in their cribs waking to find dragons beside them. What lay within the egg may be long dead, or it could be stirring still, waiting for its rider to rouse it from its slumber. Perhaps it is simply waiting for you to stop being an egg. Me? You are a boy still, aren't you? Near 15, he admitted. Yet an egg, said Eamon. If you seek the challenge, the realm that cast us aside, then, whether as Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen, you cannot be an egg. You are much younger than my brother when he took the throne, but I will share the counsel I gave him before we parted for the last time. He was a man grown with sons of his own, yet in some ways still a boy. Egg had an innocence to him, a sweetness we all loved. Kill the boy within you, I told him the day I took ship for the Wall. Takes a man to rule. An Aegon, not an egg. Kill the boy and let the man be born. You are less than half the age that Egg was, and your burden will be even crueler, born from war and strife. Reclaiming what has been stolen from you will be no easy task when so many have bloated in peace and have been turned against us. They remember only Aerys the mad, Aegon the unworthy, and Maegor the cruel, while forgetting Jaehaerys the wise, Daeron the good, and even my brother Aegon the unlikely. You will find little joy in your rise, but I sense you have the strength in you to do the things that must be done. Kill the boy, Jon Snow. Winter is almost upon us. Kill the boy and let the man be born. Jon thought on his words, sat in silence for a moment as he looked to the bag housing his egg and sword. If I hatch the egg, I can't keep it in King's Landing. Eamon frowned. Not once it begins to grow. Not if you mean to keep it secret. Could I ask you to care for it? At that Eamon smiled. You mean to leave the egg with me? No, said Jon. The dragon. Once it hatches, I could send it to you on the wall. If I can't keep it with me, why not let it foster with another dragon? It was odd how, despite being blind, Eamon looked at him for a moment. I will tell them I've grown fond of Eddard Stark's bastard, he said suddenly, that your interest in the wall and our history has endeared you to me. The boy they think you, Jon Snow, is he the type kind enough to placate an old man at the edge of the world? Jon smiled. I think he could be. I've taken to reading on history, so who better to speak of it than one who lived in the time of the old kings? Though Robert may damn you as dragon blood, you are still a man who lived a long life. We could speak through history, through details of the order I'd always wanted to join before heading south, or other mundane tales. So it's as your uncle said. You sought to join us before you went to be a knight. I did, said Jon. I thought it the best I could hope for. Could you not be master of arms at Winterfell? Lady Stark saw me a stain upon their house, upon her honor. I would not stay there even if I did not know the truth. I would have come here to spare them the slight of my birth, since I've little doubt she would want me gone now that Eddard Stark likely rides for King's Landing to act as hand to the king. A hint of anger came to Eamon's face again as he shook his head. I am sorry I did not know. To speak true, I have had my vows tested 3 times. The hardest was hearing of our house's fall during the usurper's war. If I had known of you, I fear I may have failed the test. John reached to hold the man's hand in hopes that it would convey his smile. Then I am glad. I fear our talk wouldn't be as interesting if you lacked a head. Eamon laughed at that, squeezing John's hand and patting the back of it. I shall look into your aunt and uncle, and I will find a way to speak to you and share anything I find of the egg. I promise this to you. Thank you, uncle. He noted Eamon's smile grow as his clouded eyes glistened. Are you the only maester here? I'm afraid so. The old man nodded, blinking the tears from his eyes. I'll speak to the king himself if I must to have him write to the citadel and send another here to aid you. You have his ear? He thinks my squiring to Ser Barristan Selmy a favor done to Lord Stark, said John. His wife, Cersei, has made the staff of the Red keep ignore me while his eldest son, Joffrey, finds amusement in belittling me, but the king shows me favor every so often. He's asked after me a time or 2, and I've earned him coin from bets placed on my matches in the yard. Eamon smiled at that. A warrior, hm? John thought for a moment and nodded. I've spent years learning and sparring with Ser Barristan Selmy, Ser Jaime Lannister and Ser Loras Tyrell, even Ser Domeric Bolton. Eamon's brow furrowed. Barristan the Bold, the Kingslayer, a Tyrell and a Bolton? John nodded before remembering he couldn't see. Yes, I know many look down on Jaime, but I've found him not entirely unhonorable, though perhaps only because I thought my bastardry stained me much like his slaying of Ares, and his skill had helped me grow near as sharp, or so I hope. After a moment of thought, Eamon asked, What of the others? Loras and Dom? They are friends. I know many tell tales of the Boltons, but Dom is a true knight. He and my friend Samwell Tarly, who joined me on the ride here, are the only ones who know what I've told you and seen the egg and sword apart from Ser Barristan, Lord Stark and Benjen. Ser Barristan knows? Eamon laughed. Then it seems you already have your first Kingsguard, and likely 2 others if the Tarly you speak of is a knight as well. He isn't, said John. He's more like to be a maester. Though a Tarly, he prefers to read and hunt books rather than beasts. I see, Eamon nodded. Though when I said others I meant the others in the royal family. You spoke of the usurper king, his queen and his crown prince, but not the others. Oh, they are nothing like their parents, said John. Or at least if they are, they have only the best of their qualities. Tommen is a tender-hearted but tries his best, especially when it comes to reading, which he shares with his sister and their uncle Tyrion. Myrcella has her mother's beauty but given to a true lady in the making. She's one of the few to stand up to Joffrey. Even his parents don't question him or ignore him, but she doesn't hesitate to answer him. She's intelligent too, not like some ladies who are all courtesy and beauty. She has those but has a sharp mind which she seems more like to have inherited from her uncles since the king and queen lack it. Eamon smiled as he listened to the boy, hearing how his tone revealed the fondness he surely showed on his face. You care for the princess, I see. John glanced at him for a moment, thinking of denying it, but then sat up. In a way, she's nice to me. She has been since I first met her, and while most of the other servants at the Red Keep have turned away from me, her kindness grew. I think she is fond of me. I am near sure of it, and my friends tease me about it near constantly. But I thought myself a bastard. I fear I may have wanted what I thought I could not have. Part of me surely saw her as an achievement to grasp, something to earn in an effort to prove myself. It was why I entered a tourney months ago as a mystery knight. Did you? I unhorsed my first opponent but was unhorsed in my second by Jaime Lannister and made to squire him for a month as ransom after removing my helmet for all to see. And if you had won? I planned to crown the princess. toss most of the coin to the peasants, and use the rest to buy my friends a meal and drinks. You wouldn't have revealed yourself? To what end? John shrugged. It would only draw the ire of the queen and prince if they knew I had crowned Marcella. Of my companions, I am the only one still a squire, and not much younger than them. I wanted to ride and win to know that I was as good as they are. And when you take the throne? Asked Eamon. What happens to the once prince and princess? John frowned. I don't know. If it all happens without bloodshed, I thought I could send the king and crown prince here and let Tommen take Storm's End, or give that to Stannis or Renly and have Tommen fostered before taking another keep. As for Marcella, I don't know. Eamon chuckled. I am glad you've been so honest with me, Egg. You are a poor liar. I've gotten better, he said with a laugh. King's Landing has a way of teaching you. In truth, I don't know, but only because I don't know what will happen. If it comes to war, Robert will likely die and I will make sure I kill Joffrey, but she may hate me for that. Even if it were a bloodless exchange, I fear she may hate me, but if she didn't, I'd prefer to keep her close, if only because of whatever loyalty she may bring from the Stormlands and Westerlands. If only for that, Eamon said with a knowing smile. It seems at least your hope for the throne is no thoughtless desire. There is little desire, said John. I've stood in the great hall and watched the king for hours. I followed him for entire days. I've seen what it does to him and fear I may fail as well, but I hope that even if I did, I would choose better people than the council he has. Half of them are mummers and charlatans playing at some grand game. They play the Game of Thrones, Eamon spoke grimly. Now you've joined them in it. John sighed, sitting back in his chair. I plan to be here for a few days and hope we could speak more. Have you figured out a way to do so without drawing suspicion? Asked Eamon. I've told the Lord Commander I've come in hopes of asking for aid from the king on behalf of the Night's Watch. I mentioned specifically I want to know as much as I could, and surely the Maester could help me learn the history of the Watch. I could send books as well, said Eamon, to pair with our letters should the need arise. One you could return with someone you trust to guide your dragon back north. Though I beg you be careful going forward. Your life may rely on your patience. Hopefully the ice of your mother's family will quell any fire that may push you to act too soon. John nodded, looking from the White Wolf stood at the door. Ghost to me. The pup rose and walked over to him, John reaching out to rub his head. I'll do what I can, but I imagine a dragon woken is difficult to put to sleep again. Chapter 13. First Pledge. John enjoyed his time at Castle Black for the most part. Occasionally he'd take to the yard and help some of the men, though found no one of a par with any of his companions, bar Sam, who used that time to train with his bow. The rest of their time was spent eating, sleeping in the library, touring the castle, or meeting with Eamon or Gior or both. It was short, but when they made to leave, John exchanged a firm hug with Eamon in his quarters before leaving for the yard. Eamon came to watch John and his companions mount their horses, giving the boy a nod before John turned and left Castle Black. They were on the road heading south when they came across Benjen and Tyrion with other recruits bound for the wall. The smile John wore upon seeing them fell away when he saw not only was Benjen clearly uneased, but so was Tyrion. His confusion broke when he heard that Bran had fallen and been left in a coma. How? John asked, shaken as he looked between the men. As far as anyone knows, Tyrion said carefully. He fell. John looked to him and saw the doubt in his eyes. He suspected someone had pushed Bran. Why? Who? His mind quickly settled on Joffrey. They watched his jaw set and his hands snap into a fist, his eyes darkening as they looked to the ground. I should have been there. Tyrion frowned. And what would that have changed? You wouldn't have been guarding the boy every moment of every day. You can't know or assume your presence would have changed anything. Seeing the boy shake his head, unable to say Tyrion was wrong, the dwarf put on a smile. Hopefully your journey was successful? I heard you went to the wall. John nodded. It was. I told them I'd try to speak to my father and the king about sending men to the wall. Ah, yes, Surely many a man will be willing to give up their lives for a chance to live amongst rapers and thieves. If their king commanded it, they might, Jon said, full of doubt. The wall has served its purpose, keeping out wildlings for thousands of years. Would more men change that? And they slip through all the time, Jon noted. What if wildlings aren't the only thing the wall keep out? Tyrion laughed. You fear grumpkins and snarks sneaking past the wall and swarming Winterfell? The world is grand and cast in shadow, said Jon. For all we know, there are others and ice dragons and giants beyond the wall waiting to bring it down and claim us all. Unless we go beyond it, who can say? At that, Jon looked to Benjen, sparking Tyrion and the others to do the same. Don't look at me. I tend to worry about wildlings more than old Nan's tales. I'm sure people worried more about bandits than dragons, Jon said, crossing his arms. But when Aegon came, they felt a fool. Tyrion furrowed his brow and snickered. You expect us to be facing dragons soon? We know they lived, yet because there are none here, people assume they've all died. But can anyone say for certain that's true? That there aren't dragons in the west waiting to fly here? Jon looked to Tyrion. We can't know what we don't know of the world. So who is to say there aren't giants roaming the deep north or a pack of ice dragons waiting for a long winter to fly south? Tyrion laughed. The wall really got to you, hasn't it? I spent much time with the maester reading in his library, Jon said, laying seeds for later. He's even spoken of writing to me. When they made to leave, Jon said farewell to Tyrion before Benjen took him aside to a private goodbye that became a brief talk. I heard you took a piece of two, he said carefully. Have you decided if you'll take the rest? In time. I can't let Joffrey take the throne. I'd rather die running him through and let Tommen take it if not for Cersei. After a moment he nodded. You'd be good, I know it. I've talked to Aemon, he knows. I figured. Jon glanced to where Tyrion was speaking with Sam before looking to Benjen. I may be sending a dragon your way soon. Benjen's eyes widened. You can't be serious. I'm going to try, but if I do, I can't keep it in the Red Keep, so I'll try to send it north to let Aemon care for it. Benjen frowned. Write to me. Let me know what you can. I already planned to write to Aemon, Jon said with a smile. He'll tell you the code we've worked out for anything important. Otherwise, I'll write when I can. Meeting the man's eyes, Jon near pleaded. Be safe, uncle. Benjen smiled in relief. I feared you'd hate me and Ned. Jon shook his head. It seemed you didn't know, and he did what he could, I suppose. He tried. As will I. Jon gave his uncle a hug before mounting and departing, giving a wave to Benjen and Tyrion before moving quickly south. It was still days before they reached Winterfell. Open the gate, men called out as Robb made his way to the yard with Rickon, Theon, Grey Wind, Shaggy Dog and Bran's pup behind him. His somber smile grew to confusion when he saw Jon. Dom and Sam ride through the gates of Winterfell with a white direwolf pup at their side. The moment they saw each other, the direwolves ran to the white wolf, who sank down before meeting them and sniffing wildly at one another. Jon dismounted and Robb nodded to the wolf. Where did you find that one? On our way to the wall, Jon said, walking up to wrap his brother in a quick embrace. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. You've heard? Robb asked, stepping back with a hint of surprise. We ran into Benjen and Tyrion on the way here. Jon noted Robb's face darken when he said Tyrion's name. They said Bran fell, and even if he woke, he would never walk. Robb frowned. But there's more. Someone sent a catspaw after Bran, Theon revealed. Would have cut his throat with a Valyrian steel dagger if not for his lady mother and the direwolf that tore out the assassin's throat. Sam gasped while Demeric's brow furrowed in a flicker of anger, and Jon stepped back, shaking his head. Had Joffrey sent an assassin to finish the job? After taking a breath to calm himself, Jon looked to Robb. Is there any sign he was pushed? That made Robb and Theon exchange glances, though Robb smirked. Lewin says it's conjecture, But the day he fell, everyone had gone hunting except for Jaime Lannister. Jon's brow rose, shaking his head. Why would he push Bran? Why would he be in the first keep? Asked Robb. Bran might have overheard something he wasn't meant to, and so he pushed him. Jon shook his head. What of Joffrey? Robb's brow knit before tilting his head in thought. No, he was on the hunt, I think. Jon wanted to say it couldn't be Jaime, but remembered Aemon's words of the world being cast in shadow. It would be folly to deny something he couldn't know, to assume that because Jaime was someone he looked up to as a swordsman that he would not have reason to do something so cruel. After all, who would think that Jon was a trueborn Targaryen preparing to go to war for the throne? To Jon's relief, Catelyn had left, apparently traveling to King's Landing with Roderick Castle to inform Ned of the attempt on Bran's life. However, Jon couldn't stay in Winterfell long. He had to travel south. Are you sure you won't stay? Robb asked when Jon found him in the Lord's Solar that night. His now that Ned was bound for King's Landing. I have things I need to do, Jon said, walking to sit in a chair across from Robb. Things I may need your help with, brother. Robb arched his brow. What things are those? Jon sighed, glancing at the satchel he'd brought with him. Robb, I need you to make me a promise first. What kind of promise? What I tell you can't be shared, not for a long time. You can't tell anyone. Not Theon, not your mother, no one. Robb saw Jon needed this from him, so nodded. Okay, I promise. Do you swear? To the old gods and the new, Robb assured. Sitting up, Jon asked, You know I went to visit the wall, right? I'd heard, Robb said with a smirk. Also heard you bought Arya a sword. She told you? Good. I gave her a few tips, but it's not like I could take her out to the yard and train her with Mother around. Robb chuckled. Though I guess she's lucky you'll be in King's Landing once Mother returns. She is lucky, Jon said, deciding to just dive into it. She'll be able to use her sword while mine will have to be hidden away. Robb looked confused. What are you talking about? Why would you have to hide a sword? Jon reached over to open his bag and remove the Valyrian steel sword as he said, Because they might wonder why I have Dark Sister. Robb's eyes grew as big as saucers as he leapt from his seat. How did you get that? Is that why you went to the wall? Jon shrugged. In a sense. What does that mean? I went to meet Aemon Targaryen, my uncle. Robb stared at him for a moment before sinking back into his chair. What? Before I left, Father told me of my mother, he said carefully, and of my true father. Robb gaped at him before shaking his head. No. You're still my brother, Robb, Jon said quickly, and we share Stark blood. Only mine is from my mother's side. Robb's brow furrowed. Aunt Lyanna. That means Rhaegar. Benjen saw them wed on the Isle of Faces, said Jon. He never stole her. Father brought me back and claimed me a bastard to save me from the fate as my half-siblings. Robb sat forward, his head in his hands. Are you sure of this? They told me themselves. I can show you the letters Rhaegar wrote to her if I must. I hope to read them all before leaving. After a minute he sat up. Jon, if you're his son and they were married. I'm going to make a claim, Jon said to Robb's shock. I can't let Joffrey take the throne. It's why I need your help. He glanced at Dark Sister laid across his lap and smirked. I can't well charge into King's Landing with this and try to kill him and the king. I need to work slowly and gather allies where I can. With Father in King's Landing, you're the Lord of Winterfell now. So I'd ask you to be the first to pledge for Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, and work at my side when I ride to war. Robb stared at Jon for a moment, his smile seeming so odd on the face of a man who just declared intent to commit treason. After a moment, Robb scoffed and shook his head. You have to ask? I'm always on your side, brother. Jon let out a relieved breath. Good. Maybe you can help me keep another secret in time. Another? Robb asked, watching him put the sword away and remove a large scarlet egg. Is that a dragon's egg? It is, Jon nodded, setting it on his lap. Eamon has offered to look into everything he can of dragons in hopes of me hatching it. But when I do, I can't well keep it in King's Landing without being found out. So if I can, I'll send it to the wall so Eamon can try raising it until I can claim it. But that's assuming I can figure out what to do with it. Until then, it'll be hidden away with Dark Sister. What should I do then? For now, nothing. John put the egg away. We can't rush this. We need to make sure we can win before doing anything. That's why you can't tell anyone. Dom and Sam know because I felt it wrong to lie when they came with me to the wall, but other than them and Eamon, you're the first I've come to with this. I may not even tell Loras since Renly is his lord and could tell Robert. You're the first I've asked for help, but it isn't help now. It's help in the future. I need you to act as if I'm still your bastard brother rather than your cousin. No one can know I'm not just Jon Snow, nor can they suspect a dragon lay among them. I'm going to work to be knighted and garner a name, try to gather what allies I can and see who may be willing to go against the crown. It will be slow, but it's the only chance we have of doing this clean and smart. Jon hoped it wasn't too obvious he was repeating Demeric's words there. Robb nodded. We need to be careful. We can do this, Jon said, leaning forward. Winter is coming, and when the snow falls and the white winds blow. Robb smirked, finishing. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. They spent most of the evening discussing what to do going forward and what they intended to do. Robb wanted to tell Theon but respected Jon's distrust of him and wariness to share such a secret with him, so agreed to keep it. Robb had expected the main reason for his mother's exclusion would be her dislike of Jon, so was surprised to find it was due to her likely willingness to share the secret if it came between Robb's life and giving up Jon as much as it was for her ties to Lisa Arryn. She's unstable, Jon told him. She clung to her child near constantly in paranoia. I understand the boy is sickly and weak, but it was different, Robb. He is near 6 and still at his mother's teat. That's near Bran's age, said Robb. Twice Rickon. Jon nodded. There is also her closeness to Littlefinger, the master of coin in the small council. I wouldn't trust the man to clean my chamber pot without digging through it for something he could use against me. Rather than head to the room Robb gave him, Jon sneaked into the crypt once again and spent most of the night going through Rhaegar's letters to his mother. It felt so invasive, but he wanted to have a chance to know the man, however little he could. From them he found his father was poetical at times and blunt at others, speaking of prophecy and yet speaking of their will. He seemed to adore Lyanna, and even spoke well of Elia, saying he feared for the life of her and his children imprisoned by his father. There were also hints of what his mother had written him through his responses. Twice he spoke of Elia in response to Lyanna asking after her well-being. Rhaegar promised he wore her favor every day, and Jon was shocked when Rhaegar referred to her as the Knight of the Laughing Tree, followed shortly thereafter by a bawdy comment about Lyanna that made Jon decide he would never let others read that particular letter. By the time he finally went to bed, he found himself wishing he could meet them, if only once. He would give up near everything he could think of for a chance to embrace his mother and hear her voice, or to spar with his father and show him the man he would be. Jon had never hated Robert more than he had in that moment. As far as he could tell, Lyanna never loved him, yet he spewed such filth about his father and told the world Lyanna had been the love of his life, but never that he wasn't the love of hers. Maybe Joffrey's cruelty and vanity wasn't all from Cersei after all. They spent an extra day there to gather supplies for the trip south, as well as to give Ghost a chance to play with his siblings. Though they considered them siblings much like Jon still considered the Stark children siblings, it was hard to imagine they would take so quickly to a direwolf if it weren't their kin. Robb thought he might have overlooked him since Ghost was so quiet, saying he'd had a dream or two that they'd forgotten something there, but thought it guilt over not finding another direwolf for Jon. Jon sat at Bran's bedside for a time, telling him of the wall, even telling him that if he could he'd try to make sure Bran rode his dragon. He wouldn't need legs to fly. Gathering at the gate of Winterfell, Jon hugged his brother one last time. Looking to Jon's eyes, Robb wore a somber smile. Take your time. I swear we will wait for you, brother, and so long as I live, House Stark and the North stands with you. Jon nodded, patting his shoulder before they separated, and he left Winterfell for King's Landing once again as a new man with a house pledged to his secret cause. He passed through the Ruby Ford as his 15th name day came and went, assuming it was even his true name day and not another lie. They'd rode to Brindlewood before they saw the king's procession, and Jon felt a mix of relief and fear at what lay ahead. Chapter 14. Returning Procession. The bitter chill of the royal procession felt harsher than the cold of the wall when Jon and his friends rejoined them. At first he'd assumed it was simply the shadow of Bran's fall, but soon he found out that had simply been the start. Since then Joffrey had been bitten and Lady slain as punishment for Nymeria's attack, Arya's wolf having been released into the wild by Arya in secret. "Did you stop in Winterfell?" Ned asked him once they were alone. "I have. I saw Bran, but father theirs." He sighed. "There was a catspaw who came for him after you left. He injured Lady Stark and nearly Bran before his wolf killed the man." Ned's face fell and he asked for details, so Jon gave what he could, telling him that Lady Stark had left to tell him with the dagger. He hadn't met them along the way, but they had sped south, not stopping at inns in their rush to meet the procession. "How is he?" Ned asked with a frown. "He looked as if he were sleeping," Jon said, sat across from him. "He may as well been dreaming as I spoke to him." "And Robb and Rickon?" "They were well," said Jon. "Rickon is unsettled by all the changes, but I imagine once Lady Stark returns he will settle again. Robb seems a lord and was concerned for us all." Ned nodded, then a moment later looked to Jon. "How was your journey?" "Enlightening," Jon said carefully. "I've decided to go slowly, but in time I have to try." Ned frowned, sitting back in his chair. "Must you? Would you rather Joffrey given the power of the Iron Throne?" Ned looked down and thought on all that had happened and all he'd learned. Sansa had been bereft when he executed Lady and sent her north to spare her becoming a pelt for the queen. Most disturbing was it had been a sign that Jon was right about the prince's character being so tainted. Catelyn had told him of Sansa's concerns whenever Jon wrote to her with the harsh truths of King's Landing. She told him of the things she said to ease Sansa's worry, and found himself hoping Jon was wrong. He didn't like to think Robert's son could be so cruel, and yet he had no doubt the boy had lied, seeming to inherit the cruelty of his mother, which drove her to want an innocent death. If Arya was right, then how bad could things have gotten if Nymeria had not been there? What else of Jon's warnings was true? Ned felt himself shiver at the thought of such a boy growing to a man with the power of the crown. Worst of all had been the moment he overheard Sansa in her tent sniffling after an argument with Arya, telling herself, "If it's true, then I can change him." In that moment he wished Catelyn had never assured Sansa as she had, let her be safe away from him. He wanted to go and break the betrothal in that moment, but knew he couldn't without it being a grave insult, one the queen and her cruel prince would use against him no doubt. "I ask you, let your northern blood prevail," Ned said, meeting his eyes. "Be ice and let it cool you. If we must go about this, then let it be done slowly and carefully. I do not want to fight another war, so let us find another way than taking it to the field." "I agree," Jon nodded. "We have time, and King's Landing has many a shadow to hide us if we try to weave our way. Who all knows? I told Dom and Sam once we left, before I found Ghost." Ned nodded, having expected that. He'd been relieved to see Jon had a direwolf, and though he feared the queen's wrath upon seeing it, Robert had helped him keep it. "The matter was settled," Robert said firmly. "The boy and his wolf were in the north." "So we must suffer another beast in our midst?" Cersei asked, looking to the direwolf at Jon's side as she clutched Joffrey's shoulder. "If it please your grace," Jon said carefully, "I promise Ghost will stay at someone's side while in the city and will be kept in quarters at night or let beyond the walls of the city to hunt hares and the like." Robert wore a relieved smile, thankful to have some obedience for once. "Good lad. You said wolves are no pets dash. If the beast goes mad and attacks someone, then slit its throat." Robert cut in, his teeth grit, annoyed with the queen's whinging. But if I see a drop of blood red upon the wolf's fur before then you'll be going against your king, and I'll have the boy flog whoever does it until their back is raw." Sansa had wept upon seeing the direwolf, but while Jon spoke with Ned he had Sam with the direwolf and Sansa, who had taken to her tent to pet and groom him. "I doubt you've met anyone else on your way north," said Ned. "But at the wall?" "The maester and I spoke," Jon said with a nod. "He was friendly and even said he'd write to me in King's Landing to feed a young mind with such an interest in history." "You sure that's smart?" "Eamon is an old man who lived a long life," said Jon. "Who better than an old maester to give another view on history? Plus he's offered to look into the egg." Ned sat up. "Does he think it more than a rock?" "He told me we can't know what we don't know, and I don't know." Jon shrugged lightly. "I also told Robb." Ned shook his head. "What? Why?" "Because he's Lord of Winterfell while you're away, and I want Winterfell to be my first ally. He's my brother, he deserves to know and had reason to, though he's promised and sworn to keep it to himself, sharing it not even with Lady Stark or Theon." Ned sighed, rubbing his brow. "What have you told him to do?" "Nothing," Jon said to Ned's relief. "I just wanted him to know what will come. Let me be Jon Snow. Let me earn some recognition and find who I can trust as allies. Find who else sees the kingdom crumbling beneath a stag as a poisoned lion waits in its shadow." Seeing his desire for patience loosened the knot in Ned's stomach. "Good. Will you tell Ser Loras as well?" "I don't think I should," Jon said, his regret apparent. Dom and Sam agreed. "He is too close to Renly, the risk too great." "You would lie to your friend?" Ned asked with a flicker of surprise. "If I must," said Jon. "Only until we know for certain what will become of Renly and the Tyrells." "How long do you plan to wait?" "However long I must to make sure it's a fight I can win. Let the people bloat under Robert while I gather, and when the crown comes to pass I will take it." Jon leaned forward. "But for now I start by asking the hand of the king and preferably King Robert himself to help the realm." In Robert's tent he scoffed as Jon told him of his journey to the wall with Ned at his side. "That old dragon still lives?" "If you call it living, your grace," Jon said pitifully. "He is frail and alone and blind, needing a steward to write and read to him. I even read for him while I was there since I was imposing upon his time and intruding his library and maester chambers." Robert shook his head. "You're too kind. And it is that kindness that asks your grace to send word to the citadel and have them send another to take his place when age finally claims him. Let them come now so the castle isn't left without a maester. Else I fear we risk losing contact with them should all the men capable of reading and writing and handling a rookery die." "And what's to kill them up there? A chill? Shall we send them more furs?" "Wildings, your grace," said Ned. "They sneak past the wall frequently enough. Most take to raiding and either escape back beyond the wall or die against northern warriors, but if they should take to raiding the keeps from the south, with enough men then they could open the gates and let their kind through, let them reeve until the north is red with blood." Robert groaned, downing the rest of his wine and holding it out for a refill. "And what should I do? Damn good men to freeze their balls off alongside men from our cells." He sighed, taking a drink. "Write to the citadel, Ned. Have them send someone to get rid of the dying dragon." Jon was glad for even that much, bowing his head to Robert in thanks before leaving the tent. His nervousness left him feeling foolish, as if he'd feared Robert somehow being able to know the truth now that Jon did. The rest of their ride passed without incident. Jon hoped to introduce Myrcella to Ghost but knew better than to try with Cersei and Joffrey around. Even Jaime kept his distance from Jon, sticking to the wheelhouse. Jon, Dom and Sam rode into the city with the Starks, and while Ned was called to a small council meeting they escorted Arya and Sansa to their chambers. Once they'd seen the Starks off and made their way toward their own quarters they found Loras waiting for them. The men exchanged brief hugs before Loras looked them over with a smirk. "Seems the north wasn't too bad on you." Looking to Sam he asked, "Was it as dreary as I imagine?" Sam chuckled and shook his head. No, it had its own beauty separate from the reach. And here I thought you'd all be so bored and cold you'd return with smiles, Loras said with a laugh. I hope you weren't too bored without us, John teased, hoping to deflect or end the discussion before letting his guilt build. Though I'm sure you were busy serving your lord. Loras shot John a playful glare. At least I have one to serve. John chuckled. I simply have higher standards. Loras laughed, nodding as he looked them over. I missed you all. And we missed you, John said with a nod. But I'm afraid we traveled further north than the others. He answered Loras's questioning gaze, saying, I talked these two into a trip to the Wall to see the Night's Watch and Castle Black at least once. Loras shook his head, looking pitifully upon Domeric and Sam. You poor fools. It wasn't too bad, Domeric assured. It was incredible, said Sam. It stretched across the horizon and glittered in the sunlight. That made Loras arch his brow. Perhaps I'll need to see it someday. If you do, I pray you don't need to ride your horse ragged to catch up with a royal procession, said John. It's left me aching for bed, if only to lay there and be still. I pity the girl who takes you to bed if all you do is lay there, Loras said with a grin, patting John's shoulder. They departed for their rooms and John made his way to his. It wasn't long after that Domeric knocked on his door and entered, setting aside his bag and harp to help John lift his mattress. Cersei forcing the staff to ignore John would be a boon now that John was the only one who handled his bed. The sheets left for him to change himself. It left him little worry someone would stumble upon the spot where they cut open his mattress and stuck Dark Sister and his egg within. After filling it with extra innards Domeric had pilfered to keep a soft shape, they carefully stitched it closed so there was little hint of the tear's existence. He'd never once hidden anything beneath it, keeping his letters elsewhere, places others surely knew he used well enough to not bother checking the mattress year on. He knew how and where he laid, so that night he found the bed no less comfortable, though when he woke nearly every day after he found his hand resting atop the same spot over the egg that lay beside him every night. When he set out to range beyond the wall, Benjen stopped to pray before a weirwood, asking the gods to look over John and help him and his friends where he could not. He'd trekked through the haunted forest countless times, but looking for lost brothers was never easy. Most of the time they never found them, their corpses surely dragged away by the beasts of the forest. Still, they had to look. This search quickly became one he disliked as they found themselves hounded near constantly by an unkindness of ravens once they entered the forest. Thankfully, their squawking quieted enough for them to sleep when needed. Arthur complained of the shit down his cloak he noticed while taking a piss one night, but any complaints Benjen had ended when he first heard the raven squawk, "Fire!" His brow furrowed as he sat against a trunk and looked up to the ravens sat on the branches above them. Fire! 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 Benjen rose to his feet and looked around them expecting to see smoke, but all he saw was the black trees against the night barely lit by the small fire they'd built. Then he saw the blue star between the trees, glowing as it grew, and he soon realized it wasn't a star. It was an eye. "Make a torch," he told the men, who looked to him oddly but did as he ordered. Before Jafer Flowers even handed it to him, Benjen's brow furrowed, raising the torch in hopes the light would weave through the trees, reflecting off the snow enough to give him a better view of the young man he recognized. Waymar! The others all rose to join Benjen in looking to their lost brother, but soon found themselves staring at 8 more sets of bright blue eyes. Benjen felt his heart skip a beat as he thought back on the stories he'd heard. Whites! At once the men drew their swords while Benjen stared at a shard of steel sticking through Waymar's non-glowing eye. A raven landed on his shoulder briefly, startling him as he looked to it, and it squawked, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Benjen looked from the raven, which flew off his shoulder, to join the dozens suddenly settling upon the trees around them. "Make more torches," he called out, the men snapping off branches to ignite them. The whites drew closer and the rangers found themselves facing shambling men with rotting, blackened flesh. Benjen led the charge forward, slashing at Waymar's hand. cleaving 2 fingers, yet the undead man grabbed his arm with the remaining 8. With a grunt, Benjen turned and knocked Waymar aside, thrusting his sword through the brother's stomach when he approached again, yet found Waymar simply stepped forward to try and grab Benjen's throat. Ripping the sword free, Benjen slammed the torch in his left hand into the White's arm, letting the flames catch and ignite his clothes as Benjen backed away. A glance to the others revealed them battling off their own Whites, more seeming to have come from the sides, now being attacked by the unkindness of ravens pecking at their rotted flesh. "Brother!" The shout cut through the mix of grunts, yells and squawks, drawing Benjen's gaze to a figure behind them, muffled head to heels in mottled blacks and grays, and sat atop an elk. He extended a hand to Benjen, seeming to ignore the others being overwhelmed by the blue-eyed men. Even the brave retreat. Benjen turned back, wanting to help his brothers, but saw Arthur being strangled by a White, while another drove an axe into Jafer's neck. All around him his brothers were dying, so Benjen turned and took the rider's hand, noting it was cold and black. As the elk sped away, Benjen turned back and saw his brothers laying in the snow rise with blue eyes as all turned to watch Benjen and his savior flee toward the wall. Chapter 15. Arms and Armor. Morning came and John made his way to White Sword Tower to help Barristan prepare for his duties now they were back in King's Landing. When he found the Squire ready to help him, Barristan laughed. "It feels odd," Barristan said, watching John secure Barristan's cuirass over his enameled scale shirt. "The last egg was a squire for his Lord Commander before he took the throne," John noted with a smile. Eamon had told him a tale or two of Aegon the Unlikely, along with tales of near every other Aegon, whether they took the throne or might have. "That he was," Barristan nodded. "Does that mean you intend to try?" "I do," said John, walking over to get more of his armor. Once he returned, he met Barristan's eyes. "Joffrey would ruin the realm. I have to try, else it is as much my fault as every man who doesn't run him through." Barristan tilted his head at that. "Even I." John had secured one pauldron when he stepped back in thought. After a moment he nodded, moving to the other side. "Yes, even you. I know it's your duty to protect the king, but you are still a man, are you not? No matter what you tell yourself, your vows don't make you a sword and shield made flesh. You are still a man living, and a knight. Even if it is against your duty, surely your honor demands you protect others. It may be one thing to ignore the suffering of one or few, but to ignore the suffering of hundreds or thousands or millions is too great. I can't do that." Barristan stared at John, surprised. "You think me dishonorable?" John smiled sadly. "I think you a devoted Kingsguard. You've served many a king, but how many have been of your choice? How many have been good? How many have been worthy of you?" Watching John carefully secure his armor, Barristan answered, "2. You were made Kingsguard by Jaehaerys II, weren't you?" "I was," Barristan nodded. Though his reign short, he was a capable man who did what others had failed to do by ending the Blackfire threat. "But 2. John laughed. "Was Aerys truly good before he went mad?" "He showed promise at first, claimed he wanted to be the greatest king in the history of the 7 kingdoms, said Barristan, rising once his armor was set. Watching John go to retrieve his sword and buckler, he continued, "But I spoke of Aegon VI." John turned back to him with a solemn smile, giving him a thankful nod before walking back with the sword belt. "He's not king yet, and not for some time most likely. How will it come to pass?" "I don't know," John admitted. "Slowly is the only thing I'm certain of. My only ally is the Starks, who may bring others, but I'm not certain. Domeric might bring the Boltons, but he's only the heir to the Dreadfort still, and his father already dislikes his being here with me. I'll need to find more, convince them I'm worthy without them suspecting beforehand." Tightening the belt around his waist, Barristan looked to John. "Then I think you should ride in the Hands tourney." John's brow rose. "There's another tourney already?" "The king spoke of it. I don't know the details, but it will happen soon. If you want to garner some recognition, then you should ride again." John thought on it for a moment. Is that smart? Show them your skill, said Barristan. If you fall, then show them you can get back up. Let them see you are a warrior, and if you gain some glory, let those who come to seek it find out you are a good man as well. Later that day he was called the Tower of the Hand to sup with the Starks, but found himself being led to the private audience chamber where Ned waited at a desk. He'd been here a time or two before to meet with John Arryn, though often the old hand would speak with him in the yard or in his quarters. "How was your first day at King's Landing?" John asked as he sat across from Ned once the steward left. "It went as well as could be expected," Ned offered. "Last night Arya and Sansa had an argument." "At least that's normal," John said with a laugh. Ned frowned. "When I went to speak with Arya, she seemed ready to sneak out holding a sword I didn't know she had. A sword I imagine you gifted her." Since he seemed to not know for sure, meaning Arya hadn't said as much, John shook his head. Ned sighed, sitting back. "It had a maker's mark I was unfamiliar with. I'd know Micken's mark, and it's a sword fine enough that it was surely expensive." "How much did it cost?" John's jaw shifted slightly before answering. "Less than Arya's happiness is worth." Ned nodded solemnly. "I agree. That's why I've looked into hiring her an instructor." He snickered at John's surprise. "That's a Bravos blade, right? It seems the former first sword of Bravos is in King's Landing. Hopefully I can get him to agree to meeting her." John was relieved as he sat up nodding. If he does, he'll definitely want to train her. With how much she wants to learn, no doubt she would be his favorite student. Ned chuckled, sitting forward as he met John's gaze. "No more secrets, John. If we're going to make it through this, then we need to work together. We need to share our plans." John tilted his head slightly. "Do you think I have some kind of plan for Arya?" "I don't know." Ned frowned at the brief shock on John's face, hurt by his father's doubt. "You're not as you were when I last knew you. You're a man now, or near enough that you're making difficult decisions no boy should make. I can't know if you have some plan for her. For all I know, you plan to include her as you have Rob." John looked down, nodding when he raised his head to look at Ned. "I do want to tell her." "She's a child, John." "Just because I want to do something doesn't mean I do it," John said pointedly. "I want to tell her, but I won't." He wanted to, though. While Sansa might find the distance a relief, if only for his no longer being a stain upon their family, Arya may well be angry at him for lying and push him away. At least that was the image his fear concocted. "Good. I'm riding in your tourney." Ned sat up. "What?" "I'm going to ride as myself," said John. Ned shook his head. "Why?" "To win," John laughed. His smile faded as he explained. "To garner some favor and hopefully earn an ally or two, or at least get a sense of people." Ned nodded, holding his chin as he asked with a smirk. "You truly think you'll win?" John shrugged. "I plan to try." The next day Barristan was assigned to Myrcella in the afternoon, which meant John would be there as well. When they arrived at the library to take over for Ser Boros, Myrcella heard them and looked up to wave at John. Once she finished whatever she was reading, John noticed she placed it back in the section dedicated to books around the Dance of the Dragons. Once she made her way to them, she gave the Kingsguard and Squire a curtsy. "Ser Barristan, Ser John." John sighed, but smiled. "Good afternoon, Princess." "I heard you have a dire wolf," Myrcella said solemnly. "Is it true father let you keep it?" "His Grace was gracious," John said, pride swelling within him as Myrcella giggled. "Can I meet it?" asked Myrcella. John glanced to Barristan, who seemed wary. "Are you certain, Princess?" "I know Joffrey lied," Myrcella said with a frown. "I played with all of them at Winterfell and they were all gentle. Well, Shaggy was a bit rough but not enough to hurt." John looked to her and nodded. "He is in my quarters. I don't think it would be proper to be seen there." "Then I'll meet him tonight," she said firmly. "I will dress discreetly and make my way to the Godswood. Ser Barristan can escort me himself. while you happen to be visiting with your direwolf. Ghost. Marcella blinked. What? For a moment she wondered if he was saying he was afraid of Ghost, or that she should be. His name is Ghost. That night she dressed in a simple, darker red dress and riding cloak with a hood she used to hide her golden locks. Sir Barristan had taken watch at the corner in case there was need of him, waiting for her door to open and follow her form a distance so as not to draw too much attention to her, yet still act as her guard. Within the godswood Marcella found the great oaken heart tree where John stood with a white wolf at his side. He was letting the wolf playfully tug his hand back and forth. She stood still for a moment, just watching him play with the wolf, smiling until suddenly he bared his teeth and growled at the wolf, drawing a playful growl from Ghost and a giggle from Marcella. At that his head snapped toward her, his eyes widening slightly in embarrassment. "Princess," he said, taking his hand from Ghost's maw, causing the wolf to silently sit beside him. As she approached, he motioned to the wolf. "This is Ghost." She smiled at the wolf, who stared at her with crimson eyes. "He's beautiful. Quiet too." She held her hand out, letting Ghost sniff it before he licked her fingers and let her run them through his fur. Marcella sat to rub his head and laugh as Ghost looked content. After a moment she looked to John and found him staring at her with a grim expression that made her pout. "What is it?" "Nothing," he assured with a shake of his head. "Just thinking." "About?" she asked, standing. He seemed to consider his answer before smiling solemnly. "I'm sure by now you've heard of the tourney coming up?" Seeing her nod, he declared, "I'm going ride in it." "What will be your epithet this time?" Marcella asked, taking her hand from Ghost. "Bastard of Winterfell, most likely," John said with a shrug. "I'll ride as myself." "Good," she beamed. "I can't well do this before the court, but I would ask a favor from the one I intend to crown as Queen of Love and Beauty." Marcella's eyes widened, placing a hand over her heart. "Truly?" John nodded. "It's what I intended last time, though this time I imagine I'll claim the reward rather than throw it all to the crowd, as I plan to hide my identity." Marcella felt her chest tighten even more at the revelation. Her lips curved as she thought on what she could give him. "If I were to give you my favor, I'd want more than its return." "Such as?" "A song." John shook his head. "I can't reward your favor by torturing you." Marcella raised her chin. "Then let your arm be bare." His brow furrowed, shaking his head at her impetuous tone. "Fine. If I win and crown you Queen of Love and Beauty and can return your favor to you, I will play a song on the harp." "And sing?" she asked, her arched brow and hopeful tone breaking her indignant facade. "I've only just begun to learn the harp," he said pitifully. "Don't make me embarrass myself even more." With a relenting sigh she nodded. "I can find you a favor. My arm thanks you for its protection." He watched her leave after petting Ghost again and made his way to his room laughing, wondering why exactly he'd done that. Yet as he sat in bed that night with his hand over the spot where his egg laid, it felt right. He could win and crown her and figure out a way to make it seem born from gratitude rather than adoration. While Arya began her training a day later, it would be another before Loras was free to join them in the yard again. It wasn't long before crowds began to gather again whenever the young knights gathered to spar. Arya had taken to doing her odd practices given to her by Syrio while watching them, doing as John told her and observing their matches to try and imagine herself fighting them. She would need to know how to battle them since Bravo's swords weren't common in Westeros. More than once Syrio had even taken to joining her following a session to observe them after she'd mentioned it to him, wanting to see what other influences his student had. Eventually Ned stopped by one afternoon to observe them, and John pushed himself even harder, feeling the aches and sweat worth it when he saw a hint of pride in Ned's smile before he left. Another afternoon Sansa came to join them with Jane Poole, both looking shocked as they watched Domeric, Jon and Loras all fighting one another, either in pairs against one or all three against each other. Seeing their confusion, Sam explained to them, "They do it to try and be ready for the chaos of a true battle." It was Ser Demeric's idea. Sansa frowned as she watched Domeric parry Jon's sword so it blocked Loras's strike, leaving both open for him to duck and slash across both their armored stomachs with his blunted blade. Though he wore a cold expression as he did so, she was surprised to see them all back away laughing. They'd all worn such focus she'd wondered if they weren't trying to truly harm one another. Instead, they often went over moves or strategies they'd attempted, pointing out faults with each other as well as where they excelled. They were a month out from the tourney when Barristan looked to Jon one afternoon after their shift with Tommen ended. "Have you ordered your armor yet?" "No," said Jon. "I still have my helmet from last time and enough to get another set of spare armor from Mott's shop." Barristan came to a stop briefly before waving Jon along. "Come. I can't have my squire being ill-prepared again." Jon furrowed his brow, following the Kingsguard along their new course toward Flea Bottom. "What? I think you've more than earned your sword and armor by now." Making sure they couldn't be overheard, Barristan added with a smile, "If I can't act as your guard yet, let me at least arm and armor my king."